Book I, Part 1. All men by nature desire to know. An indication of this is the delight we take in our senses. For even apart from their usefulness they are loved for themselves, and above all others the sense of sight. For not only with a view to action, but even when we are not going to do anything, we prefer seeing, one might say, to everything else. The reason is that this, most of all the senses, makes us know and brings to light many differences between things. By nature animals are born with the faculty of sensation, and from sensation memory is produced in some of them, though not in others. And therefore the former are more intelligent and apt at learning than those which cannot remember, those which are incapable of hearing. Sounds are intelligent though they cannot be taught, e.g. the bee, and any other race of animals that may be like it, and those which besides memory have this sense of hearing can be taught. The animals other than man live by appearances and memories, and have but little of connected experience, but the human race lives also by art and reasonings. Now from memory experience is produced in men. For the several memories of the same thing produce finally the capacity for a single experience. And experience seems pretty much like science and art, but really science and art come to men through experience. For experience made art, as Paulus says, but inexperience luck. Now art arises when from many notions gained by experience one universal judgment about a class of objects is produced. For to have a judgment that when Callias was ill of this disease this did him good, and similarly in the case of Socrates and in many individual cases, is a matter of experience, but to judge that it has done good to all persons of a certain constitution, marked off in one class, when they were ill of this disease, e.g. to phlegmatic or bilious people when burning with fevers, this is a matter of art. With a view to action experience seems in no respect inferior to art, and men of experience succeed even better than those who have theory without experience. The reason is that experience is knowledge of individuals, art of universals, and actions and productions are all concerned with the individual, for the physician does not cure man, except in an incidental way, but Callias or Socrates or some other called by some such individual name, who happens to be a man. If, then, a man has the theory without the experience, and recognizes the universal but does not know the individual included in this, he will often fail to cure, for it is the individual that is to be cured. But yet we think that knowledge and understanding belong to art rather than to experience, and we suppose artists to be wiser than men of experience, which implies that wisdom depends in all cases rather on knowledge, and this because the former know the cause, but the latter do not. For men of experience know that the thing is so, but do not know why, while the others know the why and the cause. Hence, we think also that the master workers in each craft are more honorable and know in a truer sense and are wiser than the manual workers, because they know the causes of the things that are done. We think the manual workers are like certain lifeless things which act indeed, but act without knowing what they do, as fire burns, but while the lifeless things perform each of their functions by a natural tendency, the laborers perform them through habit. Thus we view them as being wiser not in virtue of being able to act, but of having the theory for themselves and knowing the causes. And in general it is a sign of the man who knows and of the man who does not know, that the former can teach, and therefore we think art more truly knowledge than experience is, for artists can teach, and men of mere experience cannot. Again, we do not regard any of the senses as wisdom, yet surely these give the most authoritative knowledge of particulars. But they do not tell us the why of anything, e.g. why fire is hot. They only say that it is hot. At first he who invented any art whatever that went beyond the common perceptions of man was naturally admired by men, not only because There was something useful in the inventions, but because he was thought wise and superior to the rest. But as more arts were invented, and some were directed to the necessities of life, others to recreation, the inventors of the latter were naturally always regarded as wiser than the inventors of the former, because their branches of knowledge did not aim at utility. Hence, when all such inventions were already established, the sciences which do not aim at giving pleasure or at the necessities of life were discovered, and first in the places where men first began to have leisure. This is why the mathematical arts were founded in Egypt, for there the priestly caste was allowed to be at leisure. We have said in the Ethics what the difference is between art and science and the other kindred faculties. But the point of our present discussion is this, that all men suppose what is called wisdom to deal with the first causes and the principles of things. So that, as has been said before, the man of experience is thought to be wiser than the possessors of any sense perception whatever, the artist wiser than the men of experience, the masterworker than the mechanic, and the theoretical kinds of knowledge to be more of the nature of wisdom than the productive. Clearly, then, wisdom is knowledge about certain principles and causes. Part 2. Since we are seeking this knowledge, we must inquire of what kind are the causes and the principles, the knowledge of which is wisdom. If one were to take the notions we have about the wise man, this might perhaps make the answer more evident. We suppose first, then, that the wise man knows all things, as far as possible, although he has not knowledge of each of them in detail. Secondly, that he who can learn things that are difficult, and not easy for man to know, is wise. Sense perception is common to all, and therefore easy and no mark of wisdom. Again, that he who is more exact and more capable of teaching the causes is wiser, in every branch of knowledge, and that of the sciences, also, that which is desirable on its own account. And for the sake of knowing it is more of the nature of wisdom than that which is desirable on account of its results, and the superior science is more of the nature of wisdom than the ancillary, for the wise man must not be ordered but must order, and he must not obey another, but the less wise must obey him. Such and so many are the notions, then, which we have about wisdom and the wise. Now of these characteristics that of knowing all things must belong to him who has in the highest degree universal knowledge, for he knows in a sense all the instances that fall under the universal. And these things, the most universal, are on the whole the hardest for men to know, for they are farthest from the senses. And the most exact of the sciences are those which deal most with first principles, for those which involve fewer principles are more exact than those which involve additional principles, e.g. arithmetic than geometry. But the science which investigates causes is also instructive, in a higher degree, for the people who instruct us are those who tell the causes of each thing. And understanding and knowledge pursued for their own sake are found most in the knowledge of that which is most knowable, for he who chooses to know for the sake of knowing will choose most readily that which is most truly knowledge, and such is the knowledge of that which is most knowable, and the first principles and the causes are most knowable, for by reason of these, and from these, all other things come to be known, and not these by means of the things subordinate to them. And the science which knows to what end each thing must be done is the most authoritative of the sciences, and more authoritative than any ancillary science. And this end is the good of that thing, and in general the supreme good in the whole of nature. Judged by all the tests we have mentioned, then, the name in question falls to the same science. This must be a science that investigates the first principles and causes, for the good, i.e. the end, is one of the causes. That it is not a science of production is clear even from the history of the earliest philosophers. For it is owing to their wonder that men both now begin and at first began to philosophize. They wondered originally at the obvious difficulties, then advanced little by little and stated difficulties about the greater matters, e.g. about the phenomena of the moon and those of the sun and of the stars, and about the genesis of the universe. And a man who is puzzled and wonders thinks himself ignorant, whence even the lover of myth is in a sense a lover of wisdom, for the myth is composed of wonders. Therefore, since they philosophized order to escape from ignorance, evidently they were pursuing science in order to know, and not for any utilitarian end. And this is confirmed by the facts. For it was when almost all the necessities of life and the things that make for comfort and recreation had been secured, that such knowledge began to be sought. Evidently, then, we do not seek it for the sake of any other advantage, but as the man is free, we say, who exists for his own sake and not for another's, so we pursue this as the only free science, for it alone exists for its own sake. Hence also the possession of it might be justly regarded as beyond human power. For in many ways human nature is in bondage, so that according to Simonides, God alone can have this privilege, and it is unfitting that man should not be content to seek the knowledge that is suited to him. If, then, there is something in what the poets say, and jealousy is natural to the divine power, it would probably occur in this case above all, and all who excelled in this knowledge would be unfortunate. But the divine power cannot be jealous. Nay, according to the proverb, bards tell a lie, nor should any other science be thought more honorable than one of this sort. For the most divine science is also most honorable, and this science alone must be, in two ways, most divine. For the science which it would be most meet for God to have is a divine science, and so is any science that deals with divine objects. And this science alone has both these qualities. For 1. God is thought to be among the causes of all things and to be a first principle, and 2. Such a science either God alone can have, or God above all others. All the sciences, indeed, are more necessary than this, but none is better. Yet the acquisition of it must in a sense end in something which is the opposite of our original inquiries. For all men begin, as we said, by wondering that things are as they do about self-moving marionettes, or about the solstices or the incommensurability of the diagonal of a square with the side. For it seems wonderful to all who have not yet seen the reason that there is a thing which cannot be measured even by the smallest unit. But we must end in the contrary and, according to the proverb, the better state, as is the case in these instances too when men learn the cause, for there is nothing which would surprise a geometer so much as if the diagonal turned out to be commensurable. We have stated, then, what is the nature of the science we are searching for, and what is the mark which our search and our whole investigation must reach. Part 3. Evidently we have to acquire knowledge of the original causes, for we say we know each thing only when we think we recognize its first cause, and causes are spoken of in 4 senses. In one of these we mean the substance, i.e. the essence, for the why is reducible finally to the definition, and the ultimate why is a cause and principle, in another the matter or substratum, in a third the source of the change, and in a fourth the cause opposed to this, the purpose and the good, for this is the end of all generation and change. We have studied these causes sufficiently in our work on nature, but yet let us call to our aid those who have attacked the investigation of being and philosophized about reality before us. For obviously they too speak of certain principles and causes. To go over their views, then, will be of profit to the present inquiry, for we shall either find another kind of cause, or be more convinced of the correctness of those which we now maintain. Of the first philosophers, then, most thought the principles which were of the nature of matter were the only principles of all things. That of which all things that are consist, the first from which they come to be, the last into which they are resolved, the substance remaining, but changing in its modifications. This they say is the element and this the principle of things, and therefore they think nothing is either generated or destroyed, since this sort of entity is always conserved. As we say, Socrates neither comes to be absolutely when he comes to be beautiful or musical, nor ceases to be when loses these characteristics, because the substratum, Socrates himself, remains. Just so they say nothing else comes to be or ceases to be, for there must be some entity, either one or more than one, from which all other things come to be, it being conserved. Yet they do not all agree as to the number and the nature of these principles. Thales, the founder of this type of philosophy, says the principle is water, for which reason he declared that the earth rests on water, getting the notion perhaps from seeing that the nutriment of all things is moist, and that heat itself is generated from the moist and kept alive by it, and that from which they come to be is a principle of all things. He got his notion from this fact, and from the fact that the seeds of all things have a moist nature, and that water is the origin of the nature of moist things. Some think that even the ancients who lived long before the present generation, and first framed accounts of the gods, had a similar view of nature, for they made Ocean and Tethys the parents of creation, and described the oath of the gods as being by water, to which they give the name of Styx, for what is oldest is most honorable, and the most honorable thing is that by which one swears. It may perhaps be uncertain whether this opinion about nature is primitive and ancient. But Thales at any rate is said to have declared himself thus about the first cause. Hippo no one would think fit to include among these thinkers, because of the paltriness of his thought. Anaximenes and Diogenes make air prior to water, and the most primary of the simple bodies, while Hippasus of Metapontium and Heraclitus of Ephesus say this of fire, and Empedocles says it of the four elements, adding a fourth earth to those which have been named, for these, he says, always remain and do not come to be, except that they come to be more or fewer, being aggregated into one and segregated out of one. Anaxagoras of Clazomenae, who, though older than Empedocles, was later in his philosophical activity, says the principles are infinite in number, for he says almost all the things that are made of parts like themselves, in the manner of water or fire, are generated and destroyed in this way, only by aggregation and segregation, and are not in any other sense generated or destroyed, but remain eternally. From these facts one might think that the only cause is the so-called material cause, but as men thus advanced, the very facts opened the way for them and joined in forcing them to investigate the subject. However true it may be that all generation and destruction proceed from some one or, for that matter, from more elements, why does this happen and what is the cause? For at least the substratum itself does not make itself change, e.g. neither the wood nor the bronze causes the change of either of them, nor does the wood manufacture a bed and the bronze a statue, but something else is the cause of the change. And to seek this is to seek the second cause, as we should say, that from which comes the beginning of the movement. Now those who at the very beginning set themselves to this kind of inquiry, and said the substratum was one, were not at all dissatisfied with themselves. But some at least of those who maintain it to be one, as though defeated by this search for the second cause, say the one and nature as a whole is unchangeable not only in respect of generation and destruction, for this is a primitive belief, and all agreed in it, but also of all other change, and this view is peculiar to them. Of those who said the universe was one, then none succeeded in discovering a cause of this sort, except perhaps Parmenides, and he only inasmuch as he supposes that there is not only one but also in some sense two causes. But for those who make more elements it is more possible to state the second cause, e.g. for those who make hot and cold, or fire and earth, the elements, for they treat fire as having a nature which fits it to move things, and water and earth and such things they treat in the contrary way, when these men and the principles of this kind had had their day, as the latter were found inadequate to generate the nature of things. Men were again forced by the truth itself, as we said, to inquire into the next kind of cause. For it is not likely either that fire or earth or any such element should be the reason why things manifest goodness and beauty both in their being and in their coming to be, or that those thinkers should have supposed it was, nor again could it be right to entrust so great a matter to spontaneity and chance. When one man said, then, that reason was present as in animals, so throughout nature as the cause of order and of all arrangement, he seemed like a sober man in contrast with the random talk of his predecessors. We know that Anaxagoras certainly adopted these views, but Hermotimus of Clazomenae is credited with expressing them earlier. Those who thought thus stated that there is a principle of things which is at the same time the cause of beauty, and that sort of cause from which things acquire movement. Part 4. One might suspect that Hesiod was the first to look for such a thing or someone else who put love or desire among existing things as a principle, as Parmenides, too, does, for he, in constructing the genesis of the universe, says, "Love first of all the gods she planned." And Hesiod says, "First of all things was chaos made, and then broad-breasted earth, and love, mid all the gods preeminent," which implies that among existing things there must be from the first a cause which will move things and bring them together. How these thinkers should be arranged with regard to priority of discovery let us be allowed to decide later. But since the contraries of the various forms of good were also perceived to be present in nature, not only order and the beautiful, but also disorder and the ugly, and bad things in greater number than good, and ignoble things than beautiful, therefore another thinker introduced friendship and strife, each of the two the cause of one of these two sets of qualities. For if we were to follow out the view of Empedocles, and interpret it according to its meaning and not to its lisping expression, we should find that friendship is the cause of good things, and strife of bad. Therefore, if we said that Empedocles in a sense both mentions, and is the first to mention, the bad and the good as principles, we should perhaps be right, since the cause of all goods is the good itself. These thinkers, as we say, evidently grasped, and to this extent, two of the causes which we distinguished in our work on nature, the matter and the source of the movement, vaguely, however, and with no clearness, but as untrained men behave in fights, for they go round their opponents and often strike fine blows, but they do not fight on scientific principles, and so too these thinkers do not seem to know what they say, for it is evident that, as a rule, they make no use of their causes except to a small extent. For Anaxagoras uses reason as a deus ex machina for the making of the world, and when he is at a loss to tell from what cause something necessarily is, then he drags reason in, but in all other cases ascribes events to anything rather than to reason. And Empedocles, though he uses the causes to a greater extent than this, neither does so sufficiently nor attains consistency in their use. At least, in many cases he makes love segregate things, and strife aggregate them. For whenever the universe is dissolved into its elements by strife, fire is aggregated into one, and so is each of the other elements. But whenever again under the influence of love they come together into one, the parts must again be segregated out of each element. Empedocles, then, in contrast with his predecessors, was the first to introduce the dividing of this cause, not positing one source of movement, but different and contrary sources. Again, he was the first to speak of four material elements, yet he does not use four, but treats them as two only. He treats fire by itself, and its opposite earth, air, and water as one kind of thing. We may learn this by study of his verses. This philosopher then, as we say, has spoken of the principles in this way, and made them of this number. Leucippus and his associate Democritus say that the full and the empty are the elements, calling the one being and the other non-being the full and solid being. The empty non-being, whence they say being no more is than non-being, because the solid no more is than the empty, and they make these the material causes of things. And as those who make the underlying substance one generate all other things by its modifications, supposing the rare and the dense to be the sources of the modifications, in the same way these philosophers say the differences in the elements are the causes of all other qualities. These differences, they say, are three: shape and order and position. For they say the real is differentiated only by rhythm and intercontact, and turning, and of these rhythm is shape, intercontact is order, and turning is position. For A differs from N in shape, N from Na in order, M from W in position. The question of movement whence or how it is to belong to things these thinkers, like the others, lazily neglected. Regarding the two causes, then, as we say, the inquiry seems to have been pushed thus far by the early philosophers. Part 5. Contemporaneously with these philosophers and before them, the so-called Pythagoreans, who were the first to take up mathematics, not only advanced this study, but also having been brought up in it they thought its principles were the principles of all things. Since of these principles numbers are by nature the first, and in numbers they seem to see many resemblances to the things that exist and come into being more than in fire and earth and water, such and such a modification of numbers being justice, another being soul and reason, another being opportunity, and similarly almost all other things being numerically expressible. Since, again, they saw that the modifications and the ratios of the musical scales were expressible in numbers. Since, then, all other things seemed in their whole nature to be modeled on numbers, and numbers seemed to be the first things in the whole of nature. They supposed the elements of numbers to be the elements of all things, and the whole heaven to be a musical scale and a number, and all the properties of numbers and scales which they could show to agree with the attributes and parts and the whole arrangement of the heavens. They collected and fitted into their scheme, and if there was a gap anywhere, they readily made additions so as to make their whole theory coherent. E.g., as the number 10 is thought to be perfect and to comprise the whole nature of numbers, they say that the bodies which move through the heavens are 10, but as the visible bodies are only 9, to meet this they invent a 10th, the counter-earth. We have discussed these matters more exactly elsewhere. But the object of our review is that we may learn from these philosophers also what they suppose to be the principles and how these fall under the causes we have named. Evidently, then, these thinkers also consider that number is the principle both as matter for things and as forming both their modifications and their permanent states, and hold that the elements of number are the even and the odd, and that of these the latter is limited, and the former unlimited, and that the one proceeds from both of these, for it is both even and odd, and number from the one, and that the whole heaven, as has been said, is numbers. Other members of this same school say there are 10 principles, which they arrange in 2 columns of cognates, limit and unlimited, odd and even, one and plurality, right and left, male and female, resting and moving, straight and curved, light and darkness, good and bad, square and oblong. In this way Alcmaeon of Croton seems also to have conceived the matter, and either he got this view from them or they got it from him, for he expressed himself similarly to them. For he says most human affairs go in pairs, meaning not definite contrarieties such as the Pythagoreans speak of, but any chance contrarieties, e.g. white and black, sweet and bitter, good and bad, great and small. He threw out indefinite suggestions about the other contrarieties, but the Pythagoreans declared both how many and which their contrarieties are. From both these schools, then, we can learn this much, that the contraries are the principles of things. And how many these principles are and which they are, we can learn from one of the two schools. But how these principles can be brought together under the causes we have named has not been clearly and articulately stated by them. They seem, however, to range the elements under the head of matter, for out of these as immanent parts they say substance is composed and moulded. From these facts we may sufficiently perceive the meaning of the ancients who said the elements of nature were more than one. But there are some who spoke of the universe as if it were one entity, though they were not all alike either in the excellence of their statement, or in its conformity to the facts of nature. The discussion of them is in no way appropriate to our present investigation of causes, for they do not, like some of the natural philosophers, assume being to be one and yet generate it out of the one as out of matter, but they speak in another way. Those others add change, since they generate the universe, but these thinkers say the universe is unchangeable. Yet this much is germane to the present inquiry. Parmenides seems to fasten on that which is one in definition, Melissus on that which is one in matter, for which reason the former says that it is limited, the latter that it is unlimited, while Xenophanes, the first of these partisans of the one, for Parmenides is said to have been his pupil, gave no clear statement, nor does he seem to have grasped the nature of either of these causes, but with reference to the whole material universe he says the one is God. Now these thinkers, as we said, must be neglected for the purposes of the present inquiry, two of them entirely, as being a little too naive, viz. Xenophanes and Melissus, but Parmenides seems in places to speak with more insight. For, claiming that, besides the existent, nothing non-existent exists, he thinks that of necessity one thing exists, viz. the existent and nothing else. On this we have spoken more clearly in our work on nature, but being forced to follow the observed facts, and supposing the existence of that which is one in definition, but more than one according to our sensations, he now posits two causes and two principles, calling them hot and cold, i.e. fire and earth, and of these he ranges the hot with the existent, and the other with the non-existent. From what has been said, then, and from the wise men who have now sat in council with us, we have got thus much on the one hand from the earliest philosophers, who regard the first principle as corporeal, for water and fire and such things are bodies, and of whom some suppose that there is one corporeal principle, others that there are more than one, but both put these under the head of matter, and on the other hand from some who posit both this cause and besides this the source of movement, which we have got from some as single and from others as twofold. Down to the Italian school, then, and apart from it, philosophers have treated these subjects rather obscurely, except that, as we said, they have in fact used two kinds of cause, and one of these the source of movement some treat as one and others as two. But the Pythagoreans have said in the same way that there are two principles, but added this much, which is peculiar to them, that they thought that finitude and infinity were not attributes of certain other things, e.g. of fire or earth or anything else of this kind, but that infinity itself and unity itself were the substance of the things of which they are predicated. This is why number was the substance of all things. On this subject, then, they express themselves thus, and regarding the question of essence they began to make statements and definitions, but treated the matter too simply. For they both defined superficially and thought that the first subject of which a given definition was predicable was the substance of the thing defined, as if one supposed that double and two were the same, because two is the first thing. of which double is predicable. But surely to be double and to be two are not the same. If they are, one thing will be many a consequence which they actually drew. From the earlier philosophers, then, and from their successors we can learn thus much. Part 6. After the systems we have named came the philosophy of Plato, which in most respects followed these thinkers, but had peculiarities that distinguished it from the philosophy of the Italians. For, having in his youth first become familiar with Cratylus and with the Heraclitean doctrines, that all sensible things are ever in a state of flux and there is no knowledge about them, these views he held even in later years. Socrates, however, was busying himself about ethical matters and neglecting the world of nature as a whole, but seeking the universal in these ethical matters, and fixed thought for the first time on definitions. Plato accepted his teaching, but held that the problem applied not to sensible things but to entities of another kind for this reason, that the common definition could not be a definition of any sensible thing, as they were always changing. Things of this other sort, then, he called ideas, and sensible things, he said, were all named after these, and in virtue of a relation to these, for the many existed by participation in the ideas that have the same name as they. Only the name, participation, was new, for the Pythagoreans say that things exist by imitation of numbers, and Plato says they exist by participation, changing the name. But what the participation or the imitation of the forms could be, they left an open question. Further, besides sensible things and forms, he says there are the objects of mathematics, which occupy an intermediate position, differing from sensible things in being eternal and unchangeable, from forms in that there are many alike, while the form itself is in each case unique. Since the forms were the causes of all other things, he thought their elements were the elements of all things. As matter, the great and the small were principles. As essential reality, the one. For from the great and the small, by participation in the one, come the numbers. But he agreed with the Pythagoreans in saying that the one is substance, and not a predicate of something else, and in saying that the numbers are the causes of the reality of other things he agreed with them. But positing a dyad and constructing the infinite out of great and small, instead of treating the infinite as one, is peculiar to him. And so is his view that the numbers exist apart from sensible things, while they say that the things themselves are numbers, and do not place the objects of mathematics between forms and sensible things. His divergence from the Pythagoreans in making the one and the numbers separate from things, and his introduction of the forms, were due to his inquiries in the region of definitions, for the earlier thinkers had no tincture of dialectic, and his making the other entity besides the one a dyad was due to the belief that the numbers, except those which were prime, could be neatly produced out of the dyad as out of some plastic material. Yet what happens is the contrary. The theory is not a reasonable one. For they make many things out of the matter, and the form generates only once, but what we observe is that one table is made from one matter, while the man who applies the form, though he is one, makes many tables. And the relation of the male to the female is similar. For the latter is impregnated by one copulation, but the male impregnates many females, yet these are analogues of those first principles. Plato, then, declared himself thus on the points in question. It is evident from what has been said that he has used only two causes, that of the essence and the material cause, for the forms are the causes of the essence of all other things, and the one is the cause of the essence of the forms, and it is evident what the underlying matter is, of which the forms are predicated in the case of sensible things, and the one in the case of forms, viz. that this is a dyad, the great and the small. Further, He has assigned the cause of good and that of evil to the elements, one to each of the two, as we say some of his predecessors sought to do, e.g. Empedocles and Anaxagoras. Part 7. Our review of those who have spoken about first principles and reality, and of the way in which they have spoken, has been concise and summary, but yet we have learnt this much from them, that of those who speak about principle and cause, no one has mentioned any principle except those which have been distinguished in our work on nature, but all evidently have some inkling of them, though only vaguely. For some speak of the first principle as matter, whether they suppose one or more first principles, and whether they suppose this to be a body or to be incorporeal, e.g. Plato spoke of the great and the small. The Italians of the infinite, Empedocles of fire, earth, water, and air, Anaxagoras of the infinity of things composed of similar parts. These, then, have all had a notion of this kind of cause, and so have all who speak of air or fire or water, or something denser than fire, and rarer than air, for some have said the prime element is of this kind. These thinkers grasped this cause only, but certain others have mentioned the source of movement, e.g. those who make friendship and strife, or reason, or love, a principle. The essence, i.e. the substantial reality, no one has expressed distinctly. It is hinted at chiefly by those who believe in the forms, for they do not suppose either that the forms are the matter of sensible things, and the one the matter of the forms, or that they are the source of movement, for they say these are causes rather of immobility and of being at rest, but they furnish the forms as the essence of every other thing, and the one as the essence of the forms, that for whose sake actions and changes and movements take place. They assert to be a cause in a way, but not in this way, i.e. not in the way in which it is its nature to be a cause. For those who speak of reason or friendship class these causes as goods. They do not speak, however, as if anything that exists either existed or came into being for the sake of these, but as if movement started from these. In the same way those who say the one or the existent is the good, say that it is the cause of substance, but not that substance either is or comes to be for the sake of this. Therefore it turns out that in a sense they both say and do not say the good is a cause, for they do not call it a cause qua good but only incidentally. All these thinkers then, as they cannot pitch on another cause, seem to testify that we have determined rightly both how many and of what sort the causes are. Besides this, it is plain that when the causes are being looked for, either all four must be sought thus or they must be sought in one of these four ways. Let us next discuss the possible difficulties with regard to the way in which each of these thinkers has spoken, and with regard to his situation relatively to the first principles. Part 8. Those, then, who say the universe is one and posit one kind of thing as matter, and as corporeal matter which has spatial magnitude, evidently go astray in many ways. For they posit the elements of bodies only, not of incorporeal things, though there are also incorporeal things. And in trying to state the causes of generation and destruction, and in giving a physical account of all things, they do away with the cause of movement. Further, they err in not positing the substance, i.e. the essence, as the cause of anything, and besides this in lightly calling any of the simple bodies except earth the first principle, without inquiring how they are produced out of one another's, I mean fire, water, earth, and air. For some things are produced out of each other by combination, others by separation, and this makes the greatest difference to their priority and posteriority. For, 1, in a way the property of being most elementary of all would seem to belong to the first thing from which they are produced by combination, and this property would belong to the most fine-grained and subtle of bodies. For this reason those who make fire the principle would be most in agreement with this argument. But each of the other thinkers agrees that the element of corporeal things is of this sort. At least none of those who named one element claimed that earth was the element, evidently because of the coarseness of its grain. Of the other three elements each has found some judge on its side. For some maintain that fire, others that water, others that air is the element. Yet why, after all, do they not name earth also, as most men do? For people say all things are earth. Hesiod says earth was produced first of corporeal things. So primitive and popular has the opinion been. According to this argument, then, no one would be right who either says the first principle is any of the elements other than fire, or supposes it to be denser than air but rarer than water. But, 2. If that which is later in generation is prior in nature, and that which is concocted and compounded is later in generation, the contrary of what we have been saying must be true: water must be prior to air, and earth to water. So much, then, for those who posit one cause such as we mentioned, but the same is true if one supposes more of these, as Empedocles says matter of things is four bodies. For he too is confronted by consequences, some of which are the same as have been mentioned, while others are peculiar to him. For we see these bodies produced from one another, which implies that the same body does not always remain fire or earth. We have spoken about this in our works on nature, and regarding the cause of movement and the question whether we must posit one or two, he must be thought to have spoken neither correctly nor altogether plausibly. And in general, change of quality is necessarily done away with for those who speak thus, for on their view cold will not come from hot nor hot from cold. For if it did, there would be something that accepted the contraries themselves, and there would be some one entity that became fire and water, which Empedocles denies. As regards Anaxagoras, if one were to suppose that he said there were two elements, the supposition would accord thoroughly with an argument which Anaxagoras himself did not state articulately, but which he must have accepted if any one had led him on to it. True, to say that in the beginning all things were mixed is absurd both on other grounds and because it follows that they must have existed before in an unmixed form, and because nature does not allow any chance thing to be mixed with any chance thing, and also because on this view modifications and accidents could be separated from substances. For the same things which are mixed can be separated, yet if one were to follow him up, piecing together what he means, he would perhaps be seen to be somewhat modern in his views. For when nothing was separated out, evidently nothing could be truly asserted of the substance that then existed. I mean, e.g. that it was neither white nor black, nor grey nor any other color, but of necessity colorless, for if it had been colored, it would have had one of these colors. And similarly, by this same argument, it was flavorless, nor had it any similar attribute. For it could not be either of any quality or of any size, nor could it be any definite kind of thing. For if it were, one of the particular forms would have belonged to it, and this is impossible, since all were mixed together, for the particular form would necessarily have been already separated out, but he all were mixed except reason, and this alone was unmixed and pure. From this it follows, then, that he must say the principles are the one, for this is simple and unmixed, and the other, which is of such a nature as we suppose the indefinite to be before it is defined and partakes of some form. Therefore, while expressing himself neither rightly nor clearly, he means something like what the later thinkers say and what is now more clearly seen to be the case. But these thinkers are, after all, at home only in arguments about generation and destruction and movement, for it is practically only of this sort of substance that they seek the principles and the causes. But those who extend their vision to all things that exist, and of existing things suppose some to be perceptible and others not perceptible, evidently study both classes, which is all the more reason why one should devote some time to seeing what is good in their views and what bad from the standpoint of the inquiry we have now before us. The Pythagoreans treat of principles and elements stranger than those of the physical philosophers. The reason is that they got the principles from non-sensible things, for the objects of mathematics, except those of astronomy, are of the class of things without movement, yet their discussions and investigations are all about nature, for they generate the heavens, and with regard to their parts and attributes and functions they observe the phenomena, and use up the principles and the causes in explaining these, which implies that they agree with the others, the physical philosophers, that the real is just all that which is perceptible and contained by the so-called heavens. But the causes and the principles which they mention are, as we said, sufficient to act as steps even up to the higher realms of reality, and are more suited to these than to theories about nature. They do not tell us at all, however, how there can be movement if limit and unlimited and odd and even are the only things assumed, or how without movement and change there can be generation and destruction, or the bodies that move through the heavens can do what they do. Further, if one either granted them that spatial magnitude consists of these elements, or this were proved, still how would some bodies be light and others have weight? To judge from what they assume and maintain, they are speaking no more of mathematical bodies than of perceptible. Hence they have said nothing whatever about fire or earth or the other bodies of this sort, I suppose because they have nothing to say which applies peculiarly to perceptible things. Further, how are we to combine the beliefs that the attributes of number, and number itself, are causes of what exists and happens in the heavens both from the beginning and now, and that there is no other number than this number out of which the world is composed? When in one particular region they place opinion and opportunity, and, a little above or below, injustice and decision or mixture, and allege, as proof, that each of these is a number, and that there happens to be already in this place a plurality of the extended bodies composed of numbers, because these attributes of number attach to the various places, this being so, is this number, which we must suppose each of these abstractions to be, the same number which is exhibited in the material universe, or is it another than this? Plato says it is different. Yet even he thinks that both these bodies and their causes are numbers, but that the intelligible numbers are causes, while the others are sensible. Part 9. Let us leave the Pythagoreans for the present, for it is enough to have touched on them as much as we have done. But as for those who posit the ideas as causes, firstly, in seeking to grasp the causes of the things around us, they introduced others equal in number to these, as if a man who wanted to count things thought he would not be able to do it while they were few, but tried to count them when he had added to their number. For the forms are practically equal to or not fewer than the things, in trying to explain which these thinkers proceeded from them to the forms. For to each thing there answers an entity which has the same name and exists apart from the substances, and so also in the case of all other groups there is a one over many, whether the many are in this world or are eternal. Further, of the ways in which we prove that the forms exist, none is convincing. For from some no inference necessarily follows, and from some arise forms even of things of which we think there are no forms. For according to the arguments from the existence of the sciences there will be forms of all things of which there are sciences, and according to the one over many argument there will be forms even of negations, and according to the argument that there is an object for thought even when the thing has perished, there will be forms of perishable things, for we have an image of these. Further, of the more accurate arguments, some lead to ideas of relations, of which we say there is no independent class, and others introduce the third man. And in general the arguments for the forms destroy the things for whose existence we are more zealous than for the existence of the ideas. For it follows that not the dyad but number is first, i.e. that the relative is prior to the absolute, besides all the other points on which certain people by following out the opinions held about the ideas have come into conflict with the principles of the theory. Further, according to the assumption on which our belief in the ideas rests, there will be forms not only of substances but also of many other things, for the concept is single not only in the case of substances but also in the other cases, and there are sciences not only of substance but also of other things, and 1,000 other such difficulties confront them. But according to the necessities of the case and the opinions held about the forms, if forms can be shared in, there must be ideas of substances only. For they are not shared in incidentally, but a thing must share in its form as in something not predicated of a subject. By being shared in incidentally, I mean that e.g. if a thing shares in double itself, it shares also in eternal, but incidentally, for eternal happens to be predicable of the double. Therefore, the forms will be substance. But the same terms indicate substance in this and in the ideal world, or what will be the meaning of saying that there is something apart from the particulars, the one over many? And if the ideas and the particulars that share in them have the same form, there will be something common to these. For why should two be one and the same in the perishable twos or in those which are many but eternal, and not the same in the two itself, as in the particular two? But if they have not the same form, they must have only the name in common, and it is as if one were to call both Callias and a wooden image a man, without observing any community between them. Above all, one might discuss the question what on earth the forms contribute to sensible things, either to those that are eternal or to those that come into being and cease to be. For they cause neither movement nor any change in them. But again they help in no wise either towards the knowledge of the other things, for they are not even the substance of these, else they would have been in them, or towards their being, if they are not in the particulars which share in them, though if they were, they might be thought to be causes, as white causes whiteness in a white object by entering into its composition. But this argument, which first Anaxagoras and later Eudoxus and certain others used, is very easily upset, for it is not difficult to collect many insuperable objections to such a view. But, further, all other things cannot come from the forms in any of the usual senses of from. And to say that they are patterns and the other things share in them is to use empty words and poetical metaphors. For what is it that works, looking to the ideas? And anything can either be, or become, like another without being copied from it, so that whether Socrates or not a man Socrates-like might come to be. And evidently this might be so even if Socrates were eternal. And there will be several patterns of the same thing, and therefore several forms, e.g., animal, and two-footed, and also man himself, will be forms of man. Again, the forms are patterns not only sensible things, but of forms themselves also, i.e. the genus, as genus of various species, will be so. Therefore the same thing will be pattern and copy. Again, it would seem impossible that the substance and that of which it is the substance should exist apart. How, therefore, could the ideas, being the substances of things, exist apart? In the Phaedo, the case is stated in this way that the forms are causes both of being and of becoming. Yet when the forms exist, still the things that share in them do not come into being, unless there is something to originate movement. And many other things come into being, e.g. a house or a ring, of which we say there are no forms. Clearly, therefore, Even the other things can both be and come into being owing to such causes as produce the things just mentioned. Again, if the forms are numbers, how can they be causes? Is it because existing things are other numbers, e.g. one number is man, another is Socrates, another Callias? Why then are the one set of numbers causes of the other set? It will not make any difference even if the former are eternal and the latter are not. But if it is because things in this sensible world, e.g. harmony, are ratios of numbers, evidently the things between which they are ratios are some one class of things. If, then, this, the matter, is some definite thing, evidently the numbers themselves too will be ratios of something to something else. E.g. if Callias is a numerical ratio between fire and earth and water and air, his idea also will be a number of certain other underlying things, and man himself, whether it is a number in a sense or not, will still be a numerical ratio of certain things and not a number proper, nor will it be of number merely because it is a numerical ratio. Again, from many numbers one number is produced, but how can one form come from many forms? And if the number comes not from the many numbers themselves but from the units in them, e.g. in 10,000, how is it with the units? If they are specifically alike, numerous absurdities will follow, and also if they are not alike, neither the units in one number being themselves like one another nor those in other numbers being all like to all, for in what will they differ, as they are? Without quality? This is not a plausible view, nor is it consistent with our thought on the matter. Further, they must set up a second kind of number, with which arithmetic deals, and all the objects which are called intermediate by some thinkers. And how do these exist, or from what principles do they proceed? Or why must they be intermediate between the things in this sensible world and the things themselves? Further, the units in must each come from a prior, but this is impossible. Further, why is a number, when taken all together, 1? Again, besides what has been said, if the units are diverse, the Platonists should have spoken like those who say there are 4, or 2, elements, for each of these thinkers gives the name of element not to that which is common, e.g. to body, but to fire and earth, whether there is something common to them, viz. Body, or not. But in fact the Platonists speak as if the one were homogeneous like fire or water. And if this is so, the numbers will not be substances. Evidently, if there is a 1 itself and this is a first principle, 1 is being used in more than one sense, for otherwise the theory is impossible. When we wish to reduce substances to their principles, we state that lines come from the short and long, i.e. from a kind of small and great, and the plane from the broad and narrow, and body from the deep and shallow. Yet how then can either the plane contain a line, or the solid a line or a plane? For the broad and narrow is a different class from the deep and shallow. Therefore, just as number is not present in these, because the many and few are different from these, evidently no other of the higher classes will be present in the lower. But again the broad is not a genus which includes the deep, for then the solid would have been a species of plane. Further, from what principle will the presence of the points in the line be derived? Plato even used to object to this class of things as being a geometrical fiction. He gave the name of principle of the line, and this he often posited to the indivisible lines. Yet these must have a limit. Therefore the argument from which the existence of the line follows proves also the existence of the point. In general, though philosophy seeks the cause of perceptible things, we have given this up, for we say nothing of the cause from which change takes its start. But while we fancy we are stating the substance of perceptible things, we assert the existence of a second class of substances, while our account of the way in which they are the substances of perceptible things is empty talk. For sharing, as we said before, means nothing. Nor have the forms any connection with what we see to be the cause in the case of the arts, that for whose sake both all mind and the whole of nature are operative, with this cause which we assert to be one of the first principles. But mathematics has come to be identical with philosophy for modern thinkers, though they say that it should be studied for the sake of other things. Further, one might suppose that the substance which according to them underlies as matter is too mathematical, and is a predicate and differentia of the substance, i.e. of the matter, rather than matter itself, i.e. the great and the small are like the rare and the dense which the physical philosophers speak of, calling these the primary differentiae of the substratum, for these are a kind of excess and defect. And regarding movement, if the great and the small are to he movement, evidently the forms will be moved. But if they are not to be movement, whence did movement come? The whole study of nature has been annihilated. And what is thought to be easy to show that all things are one is not done. For what is proved by the method of setting out instances is not that all things are one but that there is a one itself, if we grant all the assumptions. And not even this follows, if we do not grant that the universal is a genus, and this in some cases it cannot be. Nor can it be explained either how the lines and planes and solids that come after the numbers exist or can exist, or what significance they have. For these can neither be forms, for they are not numbers, nor the intermediates, for those are the objects of mathematics, nor the perishable things. This is evidently a distinct fourth class. In general, if we search for the elements of existing things without distinguishing the many senses in which things are said to exist, we cannot find them, especially if the search for the elements of which things are made is conducted in this manner. For it is surely impossible to discover what, acting, or, being acted on, or, the straight, is made of. But if elements can be discovered at all, it is only the elements of substances. Therefore either to seek the elements of all existing things or to think one has them is incorrect. And how could we learn the elements of all things? Evidently we cannot start by knowing anything before. For as he who is learning geometry, though he may know other things before, knows none of the things with which the science deals and about which he is to learn, so is it in all other cases. Therefore if there is a science of all things, such as some assert to exist, he who is learning this will know nothing before. Yet all learning is by means of premisses which are, either all or some of them, known before, whether the learning be by demonstration or by definitions. For the elements of the definition must be known before and be familiar, and learning by induction proceeds similarly. But again, if the science were actually innate, it were strange that we are unaware of our possession of the greatest of sciences. Again, how is one to come to know what all things are made of, and how is this to be made evident? This also affords a difficulty. For there might be a conflict of opinion, as there is about certain syllables. Some say ZA is made out of S and D and A, while others say it is a distinct sound and none of those that are familiar. Further, how could we know the objects of sense without having the sense in question? Yet we ought to, if the elements of which all things consist, as complex sounds consist of the clements proper to sound, are the same. Part 10. It is evident, then, even from what we have said before, that all men seem to seek the causes named in the physics, and that we cannot name any beyond these, but they seek these vaguely, and though in a sense they have all been described before, in a sense they have not been described at all. For the earliest philosophy is, on all subjects, like one who lisps, since it is young and in its beginnings. For even Empedocles says bone exists by virtue of the ratio in it. Now this is the essence and the substance of the thing. But it is Similarly necessary that flesh and each of the other tissues should be the ratio of its elements, or that not one of them should. For it is on account of this that both flesh and bone and everything else will exist, and not on account of the matter, which he names, fire, and earth and water and air. But while he would necessarily have agreed if another had said this, he has not said it clearly. On these questions our views have been expressed before. But let us return to enumerate the difficulties that might be raised on these same points, for perhaps we may get from them some help towards our later difficulties. Book 2. Part 1. The investigation of the truth is in one way hard, in another easy. An indication of this is found in the fact that no one is able to attain the truth adequately, while, on the other hand, we do not collectively fail, but everyone says something true about the nature of things. And while individually we contribute little or nothing to the truth, by the union of all a considerable amount is amassed. Therefore, since the truth seems to be like the proverbial door, which no one can fail to hit, in this respect it must be easy, but the fact that we can have a whole truth and not the particular part we aim at shows the difficulty of it. Perhaps, too, as difficulties are of two kinds, the cause of the present difficulty is not in the facts but in us. For as the eyes of bats are to the blaze of day, so is the reason in our soul to the things which are by nature most evident of all. It is just that we should be grateful, not only to those with whose views we may agree, but also to those who have expressed more superficial views, for these also contributed something, by developing before us the powers of thought. It is true that if there had been no Timotheus, we should have been without much of our lyric poetry, but if there had been no Phrynis there would have been no Timotheus. The same holds good of those who have expressed views about the truth. For from some thinkers we have inherited certain opinions, while the others have been responsible for the appearance of the former. It is right also that philosophy should be called knowledge of the truth. For the end of theoretical knowledge is truth, while that of practical knowledge is action. For even if they consider how things are, practical men do not study the eternal, but what is relative and in the present. Now we do not know a truth without its cause, and a thing has a quality in a higher degree than other things if, in virtue of it, the similar quality belongs to the other things as well, e.g. fire is the hottest of things, for it is the cause of the heat of all other things, so that causes derivative truths to be true is most true. Hence the principles of eternal things must be always most true, for they are not merely sometimes true, nor is there any cause of their being, but they themselves are the cause of the being of other things, so that as each thing is in respect of being, so is it in respect of truth. Part 2. But evidently there is a first principle, and the causes of things are neither an infinite series nor infinitely various in kind. For neither can one thing proceed from another, as from matter, ad infinitum, e.g. flesh from earth, earth from air, air from fire, and so on without stopping, nor can the sources of movement form an endless series. Man, for instance, being acted on by air, air by the sun by strife, and so on without limit. Similarly, the final causes cannot go on ad infinitum, walking being for the sake of health, this for the sake of happiness, happiness for the sake of something else, and so one thing always for the sake of another. And the case of the essence is similar. For in the case of intermediates, which have a last term and a term prior to them, the prior must be the cause of the later terms. For if we had to say which of the three is the cause, we should say the first, surely not the last, for the final term is the cause of none, nor even the intermediate, for it is the cause only of one. It makes no difference whether there is one intermediate or more, nor whether they are infinite or finite in number, but of series, which are infinite in this way, and of the infinite in general, All the parts down to that now present are alike intermediates, so that if there is no first there is no cause at all. Nor can there be an infinite process downwards, with a beginning in the upward direction, so that water should proceed from fire, earth from water, and so always some other kind should be produced. For one thing comes from another in two ways, not in the sense in which from means after, as we say, from the Isthmian games come the Olympian, but either I, as the man comes from the boy, by the boy's changing, or e, as air comes from water. By, as the man comes from the boy, we mean, as that which has come to be from that which is coming to be, or, as that which is finished from that which is being achieved, for as becoming is between being and not being, so that which is becoming is always between that which is and that which is not. For the learner is a man of science in the making, and this is what is meant when we say that from a learner a man of science is being made. On the other hand, coming from another thing as water comes from air implies the destruction of the other thing. This is why changes of the former kind are not reversible, and the boy does not come from the man. For it is not that which comes to be something that comes to be as a result of coming to be, but that which exists after the coming to be. For it is thus that the day, too, comes from the morning in the sense that it comes after the morning, which is the reason why the morning cannot come from the day, but changes of the other kind are reversible. But in both cases it is impossible that the number of terms should be infinite. For terms of the former kind, being intermediates, must have an end, and terms of the latter kind change back into one another, for the destruction of either is the generation of the other. At the same time it is impossible that the first cause, being eternal, should be destroyed. For since the process of becoming is not infinite in the upward direction, that which is the first thing by whose destruction something came to be must be non-eternal. Further, the final cause is an end, and that sort of end which is not for the sake of something else, but for whose sake everything else is, so that if there is to be a last term of this sort, the process will not be infinite, but if there is no such term, there will be no final cause. But those who maintain the infinite series eliminate the good without knowing it. Yet no one would try to do anything if he were not going to come to a limit, nor would there be reason in the world. The reasonable man, at least, always acts for a purpose. And this is a limit. For the end is a limit. But the essence, also, cannot be reduced to another definition which is fuller in expression. For the original definition is always more of a definition, and not the later one, and in a series in which the first term has not the required character, the next has not it either. Further, those who speak thus destroy science, for it is not possible to have this till one comes to the unanalyzable terms. And knowledge becomes impossible. For how can one apprehend things that are infinite in this way? For this is not like the case of the line, to whose divisibility there is no stop, but which we cannot think if we do not make a stop, for which reason one who is tracing the infinitely divisible line cannot be counting the possibilities of section, but the whole line also must be apprehended by something in us that does not move from part to part. Again, nothing infinite can exist, and if it could, at least the notion of infinity is not infinite. But if the kinds of causes had been infinite in number, then also knowledge would have been impossible. For we think we know, only when we have ascertained the causes, but that which is infinite by addition cannot be gone through in a finite time. Part 3. The effect which lectures produce on a hearer depends on his habits. For we demand the language we are accustomed to, and that which is different from this seems not in keeping but somewhat unintelligible and foreign because of its unwontedness. For it is the customary that is intelligible. The force of habit is shown by the laws, in which the legendary and childish elements prevail over our knowledge about them, owing to habit. Thus some people do not listen to a speaker unless he speaks mathematically, others unless he gives instances, while others expect him to cite a poet as witness. And some want to have everything done accurately, while others are annoyed by accuracy, either because they cannot follow the connection of thought or because they regard it as pettifoggery. For accuracy has something of this character, so that as in trade so in argument some people think it mean. Hence one must be already trained to know how to take each sort of argument, since it is absurd to seek at the same time knowledge and the way of attaining knowledge, and it is not easy to get even one of the two. The minute accuracy of mathematics is not to be demanded in all cases, but only in the case of things which have no matter. Hence method is not that of natural science, for presumably the whole of nature has matter. Hence we must inquire first what nature is, for thus we shall also see what natural science treats of, and whether it belongs to one science or to more to investigate the causes and the principles of things. Book 3 Part 1. We must, with a view to the science which we are seeking, first recount the subjects that should be first discussed. These include both the other opinions that some have held on the first principles, and any point besides these that happens to have been overlooked. For those who wish to get clear of difficulties, it is advantageous to discuss the difficulties well, for the subsequent free play of thought implies the solution of the previous difficulties, and it is not possible to untie a knot of which one does not know. But the difficulty of our thinking points to a knot in the object. For in so far as our thought is in difficulties, it is in like case with those who are bound. For in either case it is impossible to go forward. Hence one should have surveyed all the difficulties beforehand, both for the purposes we have stated and because people who inquire without first stating the difficulties are like those who do not know where they have to go. Besides, a man does not otherwise know even whether he has at any given time found what he is looking for or not, for the end is not clear to such a man, while to him who has first discussed the difficulties it is clear. Further, he who has heard all the contending arguments, as if they were the parties to a case, must be in a better position for judging. The first problem concerns the subject which we discussed in our prefatory remarks. It is this: 1. Whether the investigation of the causes belongs to one or to more sciences, and 2. Whether such a science should survey only the first principles of substance, or also the principles on which all men base their proofs, e.g. whether it is possible at the same time to assert and deny one and the same thing or not, and all other such questions, and 3. If the science in question deals with substance, whether one science deals with all substances, or more than one, and if more, whether all are akin, or some of them must be called forms of wisdom and the others something else. And 4. This itself is also one of the things that must be discussed, whether sensible substances alone should be said to exist or others also besides them, and whether these others are of one kind or there are several classes of substances, as is supposed by those who believe both in forms and in mathematical objects intermediate between these and sensible things. Into these questions, then, as we say, we must inquire, and also 5. Whether our investigation is concerned only with substances, or also with the essential attributes of substances. Further, with regard to the same and other and like and unlike and contrariety, and with regard to prior and posterior and all other such terms about which the dialecticians try to inquire, starting their investigation from probable premises only, whose business is it to inquire into all these? Further, We must discuss the essential attributes of these themselves. And we must ask not only what each of these is, but also whether one thing always has one contrary. Again, 6 are the principles and elements of things, the genera, or the parts present in each thing, into which it is divided, and 7, if they are the genera, are they the genera that are predicated proximately of the individuals, or the highest genera, e.g. is animal or man the first principle and the more independent of the individual instance? And 8. We must inquire and discuss especially whether there is, besides the matter, anything that is a cause in itself or not, and whether this can exist apart or not, and whether it is one or more in number, and whether there is something apart from the concrete thing. By the concrete thing I mean the matter with something already predicated of it, or there is nothing apart, or there is something in some cases though not in others, and what sort of cases these are. Again, 9. We ask whether the principles are limited in number or in kind, both those in the definitions and those in the substratum, and 10. Whether the principles of perishable and of imperishable things are the same or different, and whether they are all imperishable or those of perishable things are perishable. Further, 11. There is the question which is hardest of all and most perplexing, whether unity and being, as the Pythagoreans and Plato said, are not attributes of something else but the substance of existing things, or this is not the case, but the substratum is something else, as Empedocles says, love, as someone else says, fire, while another says water or air. Again, 12. We ask whether the principles are universal or like individual things, and 13. Whether they exist potentially or actually, and further, whether they are potential or actual in any other sense than in reference to movement, for these questions also would present much difficulty. Further, 14. Are numbers and lines and figures and points a kind of substance or not? And if they are substances, are they separate from sensible things or present in them? With regard to all these matters, not only is it hard to get possession of the truth, but it is not easy even to think out the difficulties well. Part 2, 1. First, then, with regard to what we mentioned first, does it belong to one or to more sciences to investigate all the kinds of causes? How could it belong to one science to recognize the principles if these are not contrary? Further, there are many things to which not all the principles pertain. For how can a principle of change or the nature of the good exist for unchangeable things, since everything that in itself and by its own nature is good is an end, and a cause in the sense that for its sake the other things both come to be and are, and since an end or purpose is the end of some action, and all actions imply change. So in the case of unchangeable things this principle could not exist, nor could there be a good itself. This is why in mathematics nothing is proved by means of this kind of cause, nor is there any demonstration of this kind, because it is better, or worse. Indeed, no one even mentions anything of the kind. And so for this reason some of the sophists, e.g. Aristippus, used to ridicule mathematics. For in the arts, he maintained, even in the industrial arts, e.g. in carpentry and cobbling, the reason always given is, because it is better, or worse, but the mathematical sciences take no account of goods and evils. But if there are several sciences of the causes, and a different science for each different principle, which of these sciences should be said to be that which we seek, or which of the people who possess them has the most scientific knowledge of the object in question? The same thing may have all the kinds of causes, e.g. the moving cause of a house is the art or the builder, the final cause is the function it fulfills, the matter is earth and stones, and the form is the definition. To judge from our previous discussion of the question which of the sciences should be called wisdom, there is reason for applying the name to each of them. For inasmuch as it is most architectonic and authoritative, and the other sciences, like slave women, may not even contradict it, the science of the end and of the good is of the nature of wisdom, for the other things are for the sake of the end. But inasmuch as it was described, as dealing with the first causes and that which is in the highest sense object of knowledge, the science of substance must be of the nature of wisdom. For since men may know the same thing in many ways, we say that he who recognizes what a thing is by its being so and so knows more fully than he who recognizes it by its not being so and so, and in the former class itself one knows more fully than another, and he knows most fully who knows what a thing is, not he who knows its quantity or quality or what it can by nature do or have done to it. And further, in all cases also we think that the knowledge of each even of the things of which demonstration is possible is present only when we know what the thing is, e.g. what squaring a rectangle is, viz. that it is the finding of a mean, and similarly in all other cases. And we know about becomings and actions and about every change when we know the source of the movement, and this is other than and opposed to the end. Therefore it would seem to belong to different sciences to investigate these causes severally. But, 2, taking the starting points of demonstration as well as the causes, it is a disputable question whether they are the object of one science or of more. By the starting points of demonstration I mean the common beliefs, on which all men base their proofs, e.g. that everything must be either affirmed or denied, and that a thing cannot at the same time be and not be, and all other such premises. The question is whether the same science deals with them as with substance, or a different science, and if it is not one science, which of the two must be identified with that which we now seek. It is not reasonable that these topics should be the object of one science. For why should it be peculiarly appropriate to geometry or to any other science to understand these matters? If then it belongs to every science alike, and cannot belong to all, it is not peculiar to the science which investigates substances, any more than to any other science, to know about these topics. And, at the same time, in what way can there be a science of the first principles? For we are aware even now what each of them in fact is, at least even other sciences use them as familiar, but if there is a demonstrative science which deals with them, there will have to be an underlying kind, and some of them must be demonstrable attributes and others must be axioms, for it is impossible that there should be demonstration about all of them, for the demonstration must start from certain premises and be about a certain subject and prove certain attributes. Therefore it follows that all attributes that are proved must belong to a single class, for all demonstrative sciences use the axioms. But if the science of substance and the science which deals with the axioms are different, which of them is by nature more authoritative and prior? The axioms are most universal and are principles of all things. And if it is not the business of the philosopher, to whom else will it belong to inquire what is true and what is untrue about them? 3. In general, do all substances fall under one science or under more than one? If the latter, to what sort of substance is the present science to be assigned? On the other hand, it is not reasonable that one science should deal with all. For then there would be one demonstrative science dealing with all attributes. Forever demonstrative science investigates with regard to some subject its essential attributes, starting from the common beliefs. Therefore to investigate the essential attributes of one class of things, starting from one set of beliefs, is the business of one science. For the subject belongs to one science, and the premises belong to one, whether to the same or to another, so that the attributes do so too, whether they are investigated by these sciences or by one compounded out of them. 5. Further, does our investigation deal with substances alone or also with their attributes? I mean, for instance, If the solid is a substance and so are lines and planes, is it the business of the same science to know these and to know the attributes of each of these classes, the attributes about which the mathematical sciences offer proofs, or of a different science? If of the same, the science of substance also must be a demonstrative science, but it is thought that there is no demonstration of the essence of things. And if of another, what will be the science that investigates the attributes of substance? This is a very difficult question. For, further, must we say that sensible substances alone exist, or that there are others besides these? And are substances of one kind, or are there in fact several kinds of substances, as those say who assert the existence both of the forms and of the intermediates, with which they say the mathematical sciences deal, the sense in which we say the forms are both causes and self-dependent substances has been explained in our first remarks about them. While the theory presents difficulties in many ways, the most paradoxical thing of all is the statement that there are certain things besides those in the material universe, and that these are the same as sensible things except that they are eternal while the latter are perishable. For they say there is a man himself and a horse itself and health itself, with no further qualification, a procedure like that of the people who said there are gods, but in human form. For they were positing nothing but eternal men, nor are the Platonists making the forms anything other than eternal sensible things. Further, if we are to posit besides the forms and the sensibles the intermediates between them, we shall have many difficulties. For clearly on the same principle there will be lines besides the lines themselves and the sensible lines, and so with each of the other classes of things. So that since astronomy is one of these mathematical sciences, there will also be a heaven besides the sensible heaven, and a sun and a moon, and so with the other heavenly bodies, besides the sensible. Yet how are we to believe in these things? It is not reasonable even to suppose such a body immovable, but to suppose it moving is quite impossible, and similarly with the things of which optics and mathematical harmonics treat. For these also cannot exist apart from the sensible things, for the same reasons. For if there are sensible things and sensations intermediate between form and individual, evidently there will also be animals intermediate between animals themselves and the perishable animals. We might also raise the question, with reference to which kind of existing things we must look for these sciences of intermediates. If geometry is to differ from mensuration only in this, that the latter deals with things that we perceive, and the former with things that are not perceptible, evidently there will also be a science other than medicine, intermediate between medical science itself and this individual medical science, and so with each of the other sciences. Yet how is this possible? There would have to be also healthy things besides the perceptible healthy things and the healthy itself. And at the same time not even this is true, that mensuration deals with perceptible and perishable magnitudes. For then it would have perished when they perished. But on the other hand astronomy cannot be dealing with perceptible magnitudes nor with this heaven above us. For neither are perceptible lines such lines as the geometer speaks of, for no perceptible thing is straight or round in the way in which he defines straight and round, for a hoop touches a straight edge not at a point, but as Protagoras used to say it did, in his refutation of the geometers, nor the movements and spiral orbits in the heavens like those of which astronomy treats, nor have geometrical points the same nature as the actual stars. Now there are some who say that these so-called intermediates between the forms and the perceptible things exist, not apart from the perceptible things, however, but in these. The impossible results of this view would take too long to enumerate, but it is enough to consider even such points as the following. It is not reasonable that this should be so only in the case of these intermediates, but clearly the forms also might be in the perceptible things, for both statements are parts of the same theory. Further, it follows from this theory that there are two solids in the same place, and that the intermediates are not immovable, since they are in the moving perceptible things. And in general, to what purpose would one suppose them to exist indeed, but to exist in perceptible things? For the same paradoxical results will follow which we have already mentioned. There will be a heaven besides the heaven, only it will be not apart but in the same place, which is still more impossible. Part 3. 6. Apart from the great difficulty of stating the case truly with regard to these matters, it is very hard to say, with regard to the first principles, whether it is the genera that should be taken as elements and principles, or rather the primary constituents of a thing, e.g., it is the primary parts of which articulate sounds consist that are thought to be elements and principles of articulate sound, not the common genus articulate sound, and we give the name of elements to those geometrical propositions, the proofs of which are implied in the proofs of the others, either of all or of most. Further, both those who say there are several elements of corporeal things and those who say there is one, say the parts of which bodies are compounded and consist are principles. E.g., Empedocles says fire and water and the rest are the constituent elements of things, but does not describe these as genera of existing things. Besides this, if we want to examine the nature of anything else, we examine the parts of which, e.g., a bed consists and how they are put together, and then we know its nature. To judge from these arguments, then, the principles of things would not be the genera, but if we know each thing by its definition, and the genera are the principles or starting points of definitions, the genera must also be the principles of definable things. And if to get the knowledge of the species according to which things are named is to get the knowledge of things, the genera are at least starting points of the species. And some also of those who say unity or being, or the great and the small, are elements of things, seem to treat them as genera. But, again, it is not possible to describe the principles in both ways. For the formula of the essence is one, but definition by genera will be different from that which states the constituent parts of a thing. 7. Besides this, even if the genera are in the highest degree principles, should one regard the first of the genera as principles, or those which are predicated directly of the individuals? This also admits of dispute. For if the universals are always more of the nature of principles, evidently the uppermost of the genera are the principles, for these are predicated of all things. There will, then, be as many principles of things as there are primary genera, so that both being and unity will be principles and substances, for these are most of all predicated of all existing things. But it is not possible that either unity or being should be a single genus of things, for the differentiae of any genus must each of them both have being and be one. But it is not possible for the genus taken apart from its species, any more than for the species of the genus, to be predicated of its proper differentiae, so that if unity or being is a genus, no differentia will either have being or be one. But if unity and being are not genera, neither will they be principles, if the genera are the principles. Again, the intermediate kinds, in whose nature the differentiae are included, will on this theory be genera, down to the indivisible species, but as it is, some are thought to be genera and others are not thought to be so. Besides this, the differentiae are principles even more than the genera, and if these also are principles, there comes to be practically an infinite number of principles, especially if we suppose the highest genus to be a principle. But again, if unity is more of the nature of a principle, and the indivisible is one, and everything indivisible is so either in quantity or in species, and that which is so in species is the prior, and genera are divisible into species, for man is not the genus of individual men. That which is predicated directly of the individuals will have more unity. Further, in the case of things in which the distinction of prior and posterior is present, that which is predicable of these things cannot be something apart from them. E.g., if 2 is the first of numbers, there will not be a number apart from the kinds of numbers. And similarly, there will not be a figure apart from the kinds of figures. And if the genera of these things do not exist apart from the species, the genera of other things will scarcely do so. For genera of these things are thought to exist if any do. But among the individuals one is not prior and another posterior. Further, where one thing is better and another worse, the better is always prior, so that of these also no genus can exist. From these considerations, then, the species predicated of individuals seem to be principles rather than the genera. But again, it is not easy to say in what sense these are to be taken as principles. For the principle or cause must exist alongside of the things of which it is the principle, and must be capable of existing in separation from them. But for what reason should we suppose any such thing to exist alongside of the individual, except that it is predicated universally and of all? But if this is the reason, the things that are more universal must be supposed to be more of the nature of principles, so that the highest genera would be the principles. Part 4. 8. There is a difficulty connected with these, the hardest of all and the most necessary to examine, and of this the discussion now awaits us. If, on the one hand, there is nothing apart from individual things, and the individuals are infinite in number, how then is it possible to get knowledge of the infinite individuals? For all things that we come to know insofar as they have some unity and identity, and insofar as some attribute belongs to them universally. But if this is necessary, and there must be something apart from the individuals, it will be necessary that the genera exist apart from the individuals, either the lowest or the highest genera. But we found by discussion just now that this is impossible. Further, if we admit in the fullest sense that something exists apart from the concrete thing, whenever something is predicated of the matter, must there, if there is something apart, be something apart from each set of individuals, or from some and not from others, or from none? If there is nothing apart from individuals, there will be no object of thought, but all things will be objects of sense, and there will not be knowledge of anything, unless we say that sensation is knowledge. Further, nothing will be eternal or unmovable, for all perceptible things perish and are in movement. But if there is nothing eternal, neither can there be a process of coming to be, for there must be something that comes to be, i.e., from which something comes to be, and the ultimate term in this series cannot have come to be, since the series has a limit and since nothing can come to be out of that which is not. Further, if generation and movement exist, there must also be a limit. For no movement is infinite, but every movement has an end, and that which is incapable of completing its coming to be cannot be in process of coming to be, and that which has completed its coming to be must he as soon as it has come to be. Further, since the matter exists, because it is ungenerated, it is a fortiori reasonable that the substance or essence, that which the matter is at any time coming to be, should exist. For if neither essence nor matter is to be, nothing will be at all, and since this is impossible, there must be something besides the concrete thing, viz., the shape or form. But again, if we are to suppose this, it is hard to say in which cases we are to suppose it and in which not. For evidently it is not possible to suppose it in all cases. We could not suppose that there is a house besides the particular houses. Besides this, will the substance of all the individuals, e.g. of all men, be one? This is paradoxical, For all the things whose substance is one are one. But are the substances many and different? This also is unreasonable. At the same time, how does the matter become each of the individuals, and how is the concrete thing these two elements? 9. Again, one might ask the following question also about the first principles. If they are one in kind only, nothing will be numerically one, not even unity itself and being itself. And how will knowing exist, if there is not to be something common to a whole set of individuals? But if there is a common element which is numerically one, and each of the principles is one, and the principles are not as in the case of perceptible things different for different things, e.g. since this particular syllable is the same in kind whenever it occurs, the elements it are also the same in kind, only in kind, for these also, like the syllable, are numerically different in different contexts. If it is not like this but the principles of things are numerically one, there will be nothing else besides the elements, for there is no difference of meaning between numerically one and individual, for this is just what we mean by the individual, the numerically one, and by the universal we mean that which is predicable of the individuals. Therefore, it will be just as if the elements of articulate sound were limited in number. All the language in the world would be confined to the ABC, since there could not be two or more letters of the same kind. 10. One difficulty which is as great as any has been neglected both by modern philosophers and by their predecessors, whether the principles of perishable and those of imperishable things are the same or different. If they are the same, how are some things perishable and others imperishable? And for what reason? The school of Hesiod and all the theologians thought only of what was plausible to themselves, and had no regard to us. 4. Asserting the first principles to be gods and born of gods, they say that the beings which did not taste of nectar and ambrosia became mortal. And clearly they are using words which are familiar to themselves, yet what they have said about the very application of these causes is above our comprehension. For if the gods taste of nectar and ambrosia for their pleasure, these are in no wise the causes of their existence, and if they taste them to maintain their existence, how can gods who need food be eternal? But into the subtleties of the mythologists it is not worth our while to inquire seriously. Those, however, who use the language of proof we must cross-examine, and ask why, after all, things which consist of the same elements are, some of them, eternal in nature, while others perish. Since these philosophers mention no cause, and it is unreasonable that things should be as they say, evidently the principles or causes of things cannot be the same. Even the man whom one might suppose to speak most consistently Empedocles, even he has made the same mistake. For he maintains that strife is a principle that causes destruction, but even strife would seem no less to produce everything, except the one. For all things excepting God proceed from strife. At least he says, from which all that was and is and will be hereafter. Trees, and men and women, took their growth, and beasts and birds and water-nourished fish. And long-aged gods. The implication is evident even apart from these words. For if strife had not been present in things, all things would have been one, according to him. For when they have come together, then strife stood outermost. Hence it also follows on his theory that God most blessed is less wise than all others, for he does not know all the elements, for he has in him no strife, and knowledge is of the like by the like. For by earth, he says, we see earth, by water water. By ether God like ether, by fire wasting fire, love by love, and strife by gloomy strife. But then this is the point we started from. This at least is evident, that on his theory it follows that strife is as much the cause of existence as of destruction. And similarly love is not specially the cause of existence, For in collecting things into the one it destroys all other things. And at the same time Empedocles mentions no cause of the change itself, except that things are so by nature. But when strife at last waxed great in the limbs of the sphere, and sprang to assert its rights as the time was fulfilled which is fixed for them in turn by a mighty oath. This implies that change was necessary. But he shows no cause of the necessity. But yet so far at least he alone speaks consistently. For he does not make some things perishable and others imperishable, but makes all perishable except the elements. The difficulty we are speaking of now is, why some things are perishable and others are not, if they consist of the same principles. Let this suffice as proof of the fact that the principles cannot be the same. But if there are different principles, one difficulty is whether these also will be imperishable or perishable. For if they are perishable, evidently these also must consist of certain elements, for all things that perish by being resolved into the elements of which they consist, so that it follows that prior to the principles there are other principles. But this is impossible, whether the process has a limit or proceeds to infinity. Further, how will perishable things exist, if their principles are to be annulled? But if the principles are imperishable, why will things composed of some imperishable principles be perishable, while those composed of the others are imperishable? This is not probable, but is either impossible or needs much proof. Further, no one has even tried to maintain different principles. They maintain the same principles for all things. But they swallow the difficulty we stated first as if they took it to be something trifling. 11. The inquiry that is both the hardest of all and the most necessary. For knowledge of the truth is whether being and unity are the substances of things, and whether each of them, without being anything else, is being or unity respectively, or we must inquire what being and unity are, with the implication that they have some other underlying nature. For some people think they are of the former, others think they are of the latter character. Plato and the Pythagoreans thought being and unity were nothing else, but this was their nature, their essence being just unity and being. But the natural philosophers take a different line. E.g. Empedocles, as though reducing to something more intelligible, says what unity is. For he would seem to say it is love. At least, this is for all things the cause of their being one. Others say this unity and being, of which things consist and have been made, is fire, and others say it is air. A similar view is expressed by those who make the elements more than one. For these also must say that unity and being are precisely all the things which they say are principles. If we do not suppose unity and being to be substances, it follows that none of the other universals is a substance. For these are most universal of all, and if there is no unity itself or being itself, there will scarcely be in any other case anything apart from what are called the individuals. Further, if unity is not a substance, evidently number also will not exist as an entity separate from the individual things, for number is units, and the unit is precisely a certain kind of one. But if there is a unity itself and a being itself, unity and being must be their substance, for it is not something else that is predicated universally of the things that are and are one, but just unity and being. But if there is to be a being itself and a unity itself, there is much difficulty in seeing how there will be anything else besides these, I mean, how things will be more than one in number. For what is different from being does not exist, so that it necessarily follows, according to the argument of Parmenides, that all things that are one and this is being. There are objections to both views. For whether unity is not a substance or there is a unity itself, number cannot be a substance. We have already said why this result follows if unity is not a substance. And if it is, the same difficulty arises as arose with regard to being. For whence is there to be another one besides unity itself? It must be not one. But all things are either one or many, and of the many each is one. Further, if unity itself is indivisible, according to Zeno's postulate it will be nothing. For that which neither when added makes a thing greater nor when subtracted makes it less, he asserts to have no being, evidently assuming that whatever has being is a spatial magnitude. And if it is a magnitude, it is corporeal. For the corporeal has being in every dimension, while the other objects of mathematics, e.g. a plane or a line, added in one way will increase what they are added to, but in another way will not do so, and a point or a unit does so in no way. But, since his theory is of a low order, and an indivisible thing can exist in such a way as to have a defense even against him, for the indivisible when added will make the number, though not the size, greater, yet how can a magnitude proceed from one such indivisible? Or from many? It is like saying that the line is made out of points. But even if all supposes the case to be such that, as some say, number proceeds from unity itself and something else which is not one, none. The less we must inquire why and how the product will be sometimes a number and sometimes a magnitude, if the not one was inequality and was the same principle in either case. For it is not evident how magnitudes could proceed either from the one and this principle, or from some number and this principle. Part 5. 14. A question connected with these is whether numbers and bodies and planes and points are substances of a kind, or not. If they are not, it baffles us to say what being is and what the substances of things are. For modifications and movements and relations and dispositions and ratios do not seem to indicate the substance of anything. For all are predicated of a subject, and none is a this. And as to the things which might seem most of all to indicate substance, water and earth and fire and air, of which composite bodies consist, heat and cold and the like are modifications of these, not substances, and the body which is thus modified alone persists as something real and as a substance. But, on the other hand, the body is surely less of a substance than the surface, and the surface than the line, and the line than the unit and the point. For the body is bounded by these, and they are thought to be capable of existing without body, but body incapable of existing without these. This is why, while most of the philosophers and the earlier among them thought that substance and being were identical with body, and that all other things were modifications of this, so that the first principles of the bodies were the first principles of being, the more recent and those who were held to be wiser thought numbers were the first principles. As we said, then, if these are not substance, there is no substance and no being at all. For the accidents of these it cannot be right to call beings. But if this is admitted, that lines and points are substance more than bodies, but we do not see to what sort of bodies these could belong, for they cannot be imperceptible bodies, there can be no substance. Further, these are all evidently divisions of body, one in breadth, another in depth, another in length. Besides this, no sort of shape is present in the solid more than any other, so that if the Hermes is not in the stone, neither is the half of the cube in the cube as something determinate. Therefore the surface is not in it either, for if any sort of surface were in it, the surface which marks off the half of the cube would be in it too. And the same account applies to the line and to the point and the unit. Therefore, if on the one hand body is in the highest degree substance, and on the other hand these things are so more than body, but these are not even instances of substance, it baffles us to say what being is and what the substance of things is. For besides what has been said, the questions of generation and instruction confront us with further paradoxes. For if substance, not having existed before, now exists, or having existed before, afterwards, does not exist, this change is thought to be accompanied by a process of becoming or perishing. But points and lines and surfaces cannot be in process either of becoming or of perishing, when they at one time exist and at another do not. For when bodies come into contact, or are divided, their boundaries simultaneously become one in the one case when they touch, and two in the other when they are divided, so that when they have been put together one boundary does not exist but has perished, and when they have been divided the boundaries exist, which before did not exist, for it cannot be said that the point, which is indivisible, was divided into two. And if the boundaries come into being and cease to be, from what do they come into being? A similar account may also be given of the now in time, for this also cannot be in process of coming into being or of ceasing to be, but yet seems to be always different, which shows that it is not a substance. And evidently the same is true of points and lines and planes. For the same argument applies, since they are all alike either. Limits or divisions. Part 6. In general, one might raise the question why after all, besides perceptible things and the intermediates, we have to look for another class of things, i.e. the forms which we posit. If it is for this reason, because the objects of mathematics, while they differ from the things in this world in some other respect, differ not at all in that there are many of the same kind, so that their first principles cannot be limited in number, just as the elements of all the language in this sensible world are not limited in number, but in kind, unless one takes the elements of this individual syllable or of this individual articulate sound whose elements will be limited even in number. So is it also in the case of the intermediates, for there also the members of the same kind are infinite in number, so that if there are not besides perceptible and mathematical objects others such as some maintain the forms to be, there will be no substance which is one in number, but only in kind, nor will the first principles of things be determinate in number, but only in kind. If then this must be so, the forms also must therefore be held to exist. Even if those who support this view do not express it articulately, still this is what they mean, and they must be maintaining the forms just because each of the forms is a substance and none is by accident. But if we are to suppose both that the forms exist and that the principles are one in number, not in kind, we have mentioned the impossible results that necessarily follow. 13. Closely connected with this is the question whether the elements exist potentially or in some other manner. If in some other way, there will be something else prior to the first principles, for the potency is prior to the actual cause, and it is not necessary for everything potential to be actual. But if the elements exist potentially, it is possible that everything that is should not be. For even that which is not yet is capable of being. For that which is not comes to be. But nothing that is incapable of being comes to be. 12. We must not only raise these questions about the first principles, but also ask whether they are universal or what we call individuals. If they are universal, they will not be substances. For everything that is common indicates not a this, but a such, but substance is a this. And if we are to be allowed to lay it down that a common predicate is a this, and a single thing, Socrates will be several animals himself and man, and animal, if each of these indicates a this, and a single thing. If, then, the principles are universals, these universal. Therefore, if there is to be results follow. If they are not universals but of knowledge of the principles there must be the nature of individuals, they will not be other principles prior to them, namely those knowable, for the knowledge of anything is that are universally predicated of them. Book IV Part 1. There is a science which investigates being as being and the attributes which belong to this in virtue of its own nature. Now this is not the same as any of the so-called special sciences, for none of these others treats universally of being as being. They cut off a part of being and investigate the attribute of this part. This is what the mathematical sciences, for instance, do. Now, since we are seeking the first principles and the highest causes, clearly there must be something to which these belong in virtue of its own nature. If then those who sought the elements of existing things were seeking these same principles, it is necessary that the elements must be elements of being, not by accident but just because it is being. Therefore it is of being as being that we also must grasp the first causes. Part 2. There are many senses in which a thing may be said to be, but all that is related to one central point, one definite kind of thing, and is not said to be by a mere ambiguity. Everything which is healthy is related to health, one thing in the sense that it preserves health, another in the sense that it produces it, another in the sense that it is a symptom of health, another because it is capable of it. And that which is medical is relative to the medical art, one thing being called medical because it possesses it, another because it is naturally adapted to it, another because it is a function of the medical art. And we shall find other words used similarly to these. So, too, there are many senses in which a thing is said to be, but all refer to one starting point. Some things are said to be because they are substances, others because they are affections of substance, others because they are a process towards substance, or destructions or privations or qualities of substance, or productive or generative of substance, or of things which are relative to substance, or negations of one of these things of substance itself. It is for this reason that we say even of non-being that it is non-being. As, then, there is one science which deals with all healthy things, the same applies in the other cases also. For not only in the case of things which have one common notion does the investigation belong to one science, but also in the case of things which are related to one common nature, for even these in a sense have one common notion. It is clear then that it is the work of one science also to study the things that are, qua being. But everywhere science deals chiefly with that which is primary, and on which the other things depend, and in virtue of which they get their names. If, then, this is substance, it will be of substances that the philosopher must grasp the principles and the causes. Now for each one class of things, as there is one perception, so there is one science, as for instance grammar, being one science, investigates all articulate sounds. Hence to investigate all the species of being qua being is the work of a science which is generically one, and to investigate the several species is the work of the specific parts of the science. If, now, being and unity are the same and are one thing in the sense that they are implied in one another as principle and cause are, not in the sense that they are explained by the same definition, though it makes no difference even if we suppose them to be like that. In fact this would even strengthen our case, for one man and man are the same thing, and so are existent man, and the doubling of the words in one man and one existent man does not express anything different. It is clear that the two things are not separated either in coming to be or in ceasing to be, and similarly, one existent man adds nothing to existent man, and that it is obvious that the addition in these cases means the same thing, and unity is nothing apart from being, and if, further, the substance of each thing is one in no merely accidental way, and similarly is from its very nature something that is. All this being so, there must be exactly as many species of being, as of unity. And to investigate the essence of these is the work of a science which is generically one. I mean, for instance, the discussion of the same and the similar and the other concepts of this sort, and nearly all contraries may be referred to this origin. Let us take them as having been investigated in the selection of contraries. And there are as many parts of philosophy as there are kinds of substance. So that there must necessarily be among them a first philosophy and one which follows this. For being falls immediately into genera. For which reason the sciences too will correspond to these genera. For the philosopher is like the mathematician, as that word is used. 4. Mathematics also has parts, and there is a first and a second science and other successive ones within the sphere of mathematics. Now since it is the work of one science to investigate opposites, and plurality is opposed to unity, and it belongs to one science to investigate the negation and the privation, because in both cases we are really investigating the one thing of which the negation or the privation is a negation or privation. For we either say simply that that thing is not present, or that it is not present in some particular class. In the latter case, difference is present over and above what is implied in negation. For negation means just the absence of the thing in question, while in privation there is also employed an underlying nature of which the privation is asserted. In view of all these facts, the contraries of the concepts we named above, the other and the dissimilar and the unequal, and everything else which is derived either from these or from plurality and unity, must fall within the province of the science above named. And contrariety is one of these concepts. For contrariety is a kind of difference, and difference is a kind of otherness. Therefore, since there are many senses in which a thing is said to be one, these terms also will have many senses, but yet it belongs to one science to know them all. For a term belongs to different sciences not if it has different senses, but if it has not one meaning and its definitions cannot be referred to one central meaning. And since all things are referred to that which is primary, as for instance all things which are called one are referred to the primary one, we must say that this holds good also of the same and the other and of contraries in general, so that after distinguishing the various senses of each, we must then explain by reference to what is primary in the case of each of the predicates in question, saying how they are related to it. For some will be called what they are called because they possess it, others because they produce it, and others in other such ways. It is evident, then, that it belongs to one science to be able to give an account of these concepts as well as of substance. This was one of the questions in our Book of Problems, and that it is the function of the philosopher to be able to investigate all things. For if it is not the function of the philosopher, who is it who will inquire whether Socrates and Socrates seated are the same thing, or whether one thing has one contrary, or what contrariety is, or how many meanings it has? And similarly with all other such questions. Since, then, these are essential modifications of unity qua unity and of being qua being, not qua numbers or lines or fire, it is clear that it belongs to this science to investigate both the essence of these concepts and their properties. And those who study these properties err not by leaving the sphere of philosophy, but by forgetting that substance, of which they have no correct idea, is prior to these other things. For number qua number has peculiar attributes, such as oddness and evenness, commensurability and equality, excess and defect, and these belong to numbers either in themselves or in relation to one another. And similarly the solid and the motionless and that which is in motion and the weightless and that which has weight have other peculiar properties. So too there are certain properties peculiar to being as such, and it is about these that the philosopher has to investigate the truth, An indication of this may be mentioned. Dialecticians and sophists assume the same guise as the philosopher. For sophistic is wisdom which exists only in semblance, and dialecticians embrace all things in their dialectic, and being is common to all things. But evidently the dialectic embraces these subjects because these are proper to philosophy. For sophistic and dialectic turn on the same class of things as philosophy, but this differs from dialectic in the nature of the faculty required and from sophistic in respect of the purpose of the philosophic life. Dialectic is merely critical where philosophy claims to know, and sophistic is what appears to be philosophy but is not. Again, in the list of contraries one of the two columns is privative, and all contraries are reducible to being and non-being, and to unity and plurality, as for instance rest belongs to unity and movement to plurality. And nearly all thinkers agree that being and substance are composed of contraries. At least all name contraries as their first principles, some name odd and even, some hot and cold, some limit and the unlimited, some love and strife. And all the others as well are evidently reducible to unity and plurality. This reduction we must take for granted, and the principles stated by other thinkers fall entirely under these as their genera. It is obvious then from these considerations too that it belongs to one science to examine being qua being. For all things are either contraries or composed of contraries, and unity and plurality are the starting points of all contraries. And these belong to one science, whether they have or have not one single meaning. Probably the truth is that they have not. Yet even if one has several meanings, the other meanings will be related to the primary meaning, and similarly in the case of the contraries, even if being or unity is not a universal and the same in every instance or is not separable from the particular instances, as in fact it probably is not. The unity is in some cases that of common reference, in some cases that of serial succession. And for this reason it does not belong to the geometer to inquire what is contrariety or completeness or unity or being or the same or the other, but only to presuppose these concepts and reason from this starting point. Obviously then it is the work of one science to examine being qua being, and the attributes which belong to it qua being, and the same science will examine not only substances but also their attributes, both those above named and the concepts, prior, and posterior, genus, and species, whole, and part, and the others of this sort. Part 3 we must state whether it belongs to one or to different sciences to inquire into the truths which are in mathematics called axioms, and into substance. Evidently, the inquiry into these also belongs to one science, and that the science of the philosopher. For these truths hold good for everything that is, and not for some special genus apart from others. And all men use them, because they are true of being qua being, and each genus has being. But men use them just so far as to satisfy their purposes. That is, as far as the genus to which the demonstrations refer extends. Therefore since these truths clearly hold good for all things qua being, for this is what is common to them, to him who studies being qua being belongs the inquiry into these as well. And for this reason no one who is conducting a special inquiry tries to say anything about their truth or falsity, neither the geometer nor the arithmetician. Some natural philosophers indeed have done so, and their procedure was intelligible enough, for they thought that they alone were inquiring about the whole of nature and about being. But since there is one kind of thinker who is above even the natural philosopher, for nature is only one particular genus of being, the discussion of these truths also will belong to him whose inquiry is universal and deals with primary substance. Physics also is a kind of wisdom, but it is not the first kind, and the attempts of some of those who discuss the terms on which truth should be accepted are due to a want of training in logic, for they should know these things already when they come to a special study, and not be inquiring into them while they are listening to lectures on it. Evidently, then, it belongs to the philosopher, i.e. to him who is studying the nature of all substance, to inquire also into the principles of syllogism. But he who knows best about each genus must be able to state the most certain principles of his subject, so that he whose subject is existing things qua existing must be able to state the most certain principles of all things. This is the philosopher. And the most certain principle of all is that regarding which it is impossible to be mistaken, for such a principle must be both the best known, for all men may be mistaken about things which they do not know, and non-hypothetical. For a principle which every one must have who understands anything that is not a hypothesis, and that which every one must know who knows anything, he must already have when he comes to a special study. Evidently, then, such a principle is the most certain of all. Which principle this is, let us proceed to say. It is that the same attribute cannot at the same time belong and not belong to the same subject and in the same respect. We must presuppose, to guard against dialectical objections, any further qualifications which might be added. This, then, is the most certain of all principles, since it answers to the definition given above. For it is impossible for anyone to believe the same thing to be and not to be, as some think Heraclitus says. For what a man says, he does not necessarily believe. And if it is impossible that contrary attributes should belong at the same time to the same subject, the usual qualifications must be presupposed in this premise too. And if an opinion which contradicts another is contrary to it, obviously it is impossible for the same man at the same time to believe the same thing to be and not to be, for if a man were mistaken on this point he would have contrary opinions at the same time. It is for this reason that all who are carrying out a demonstration reduce it to this as an ultimate belief, for this is naturally the starting point even for all the other axioms. Part 4. There are some who, as we said, both themselves assert that it is possible for the same thing to be and not to be, and say that people can judge this to be the case. And among others many writers about nature use this language. But we have now posited that it is impossible for anything at the same time to be and not to be, and by this means have shown that this is the most indisputable of all principles. Some indeed demand that even this shall be demonstrated, but this they do through want of education, for not to know of what things one should demand demonstration, and of what one should not, argues want of education. For it is impossible that there should be demonstration of absolutely everything. There would be an infinite regress, so that there would still be no demonstration. But if there are things of which one should not demand demonstration, these persons could not say what principle they maintain to be more self-evident than the present one. We can, however, demonstrate negatively even that this view is impossible, if our opponent will only say something. And if he says nothing, it is absurd to seek to give an account of our views to one who cannot give an account of anything, insofar as he cannot do so. For such a man, as such, is from the start no better than a vegetable. Now, negative demonstration I distinguish from demonstration proper, because in a demonstration one might be thought to be begging the question, but if another person is responsible for the assumption we shall have negative proof, not demonstration. The starting point for all such arguments is not the demand that our opponent shall say that something either is or is not, for this one might perhaps take to be a begging of the question, but that he shall say something which is significant, both for himself and for another. For this is necessary, if he really is to say anything. For, if he means nothing, such a man will not be capable of reasoning, either with himself or with another. But if any one grants this, demonstration will be possible. For we shall already have something definite. The person responsible for the proof, however, is not he who demonstrates but he who listens, for while disowning reason he listens to reason. And again, he who admits this has admitted that something is true apart from demonstration, so that not everything will be so and not so. First then, this at least is obviously true, that the word be, or not be, has a definite meaning, so that not everything will be so and not so. Again, if man has one meaning, let this be two-footed animal. By having one meaning I understand this. If man means X, then if A is a man, X will be what being a man means for him. It makes no difference even if one were to say a word has several meanings, if only they are limited in number. For to each definition there might be assigned a different word. For instance, we might say that man has not one meaning but several, one of which would have one definition, viz. two-footed animal, while there might be also several other definitions if only they were limited in number. For a peculiar name might be assigned to each of the definitions. If, however, they were not limited but one were to say that the word has an infinite number of meanings, obviously reasoning would be impossible, for not to have one meaning is to have no meaning, and if words have no meaning our reasoning with one another, and indeed with ourselves, has been annihilated. For it is impossible to think of anything if we do not think of one thing. But if this is possible, one name might be assigned to this thing. Let it be assumed then, as was said at the beginning, that the name has a meaning and has one meaning. It is impossible, then, that being a man should mean precisely not being a man, if man not only signifies something about one subject but also has one significance. For we do not identify having one significance with signifying something about one subject, since on that assumption even musical and white and man would have had one significance, so that all things would have been one, for they would all have had the same significance. And it will not be possible to be and not to be the same thing, except in virtue of an ambiguity, just as if one whom we call man, others were to call not man. But the point in question is not this, whether the same thing can at the same time be and not be a man in name, but whether it can in fact. Now if man and not man mean nothing different, obviously, not being a man will mean nothing different from being a man, so that being a man will be not being a man, for they will be one. For being one means this being related as raiment and dress are, if the definition is one. And if being a man and being a not man are to be one, they must mean one thing. But it was shown earlier that they mean different things. Therefore, if it is true to say of anything that it is a man, it must be a two-footed animal, for this was what man meant. And if this is necessary, it is impossible that the same thing should not at that time be a two-footed animal, for this is what being necessary means, that it is impossible for the thing not to be. It is, then, impossible that it should be at the same time true to say the same thing is a man and is not a man. The same account holds good with regard to not being a man, for being a man and being a not man mean different things, since even being white and being a man are different, for the former terms are much more different, so that they must a fortiori mean different things. And if anyone says that white means one and the same thing as man, again we shall say the same as what was said before, that it would follow that all things are one, and not only opposites. But if this is impossible, then what we have maintained will follow, if our opponent will only answer our question. And if, when one asks the question simply, he adds the contradictories, he is not answering the question. For there is nothing to prevent the same thing from being both a man and white and countless other things. But still, if one asks whether it is or is not true to say that this is a man, our opponent must give an answer which means one thing, and not add that it is also white and large. For, besides other reasons, it is impossible to enumerate its accidental attributes, which are infinite in number. Let him, then, enumerate either all or none. Similarly, therefore, even if the same thing is 1,000 times a man and a not man, he must not, in answering the question whether this is a man, add that it is also at the same time a not man, unless he is bound to add also all the other accidents, all that the subject is or is not. And if he does this, he is not observing the rules of argument. And in general those who say this do away with substance and essence. For they must say that all attributes are accidents, and that there is no such thing as being essentially a man, or an animal. For if there is to be any such thing as being essentially a man, this will not be being a not man, or not being a man. Yet these are negations of it. For there was one thing which it meant, and this was the substance of something. And denoting the substance of a thing means that the essence of the thing is nothing else. But if its being essentially a man is to be the same as either being essentially a not man or essentially not being a man, then its essence will be something else. Therefore our opponents must say that there cannot be such a definition of anything, but that all attributes are accidental, for this is the distinction between substance and accident. White is accidental to man, because though he is white, whiteness is not his essence. But if all statements are accidental, there will be nothing primary about which they are made, if the accidental always implies predication about a subject. The predication, then, must go on ad infinitum. But this is impossible. For not even more than two terms can be combined in accidental predication. For 1, an accident is not an accident of an accident, unless it be because both are accidents of the same subject. I mean, for instance, that the white is musical, and the latter is white, only because both are accidental to man. But 2, Socrates is musical, not in this sense, that both terms are accidental to something else. Since then some predicates are accidental in this and some in that sense, those which are accidental in the latter sense, in which white is accidental to Socrates, cannot form an infinite series in the upward direction, e.g. Socrates the white has not yet another accident, for no unity can be got out of such a sum. Nor again, will white have another term accidental to it, e.g., musical. For this is no more accidental to that than that is to this. And at the same time we have drawn the distinction, that while some predicates are accidental in this sense, others are so in the sense in which musical is accidental to Socrates, and the accident is an accident of an accident not in cases of the latter kind, but only in cases of the other kind, so that not all terms will be accidental. There must, then, even so be something which denotes substance. And if this is so, it has been shown that contradictories cannot be predicated at the same time. Again, if all contradictory statements are true of the same subject at the same time, evidently all things will be one. For the same thing will be a trireme, a wall, and a man, if of everything it is possible either to affirm or to deny anything. And this premise must be accepted by those who share the views of Protagoras. For if anyone thinks that the man is not a trireme, evidently he is not a trireme, so that he also is a trireme, if, as they say, contradictory statements are both true. And we thus get the doctrine of Anaxagoras, that all things are mixed together, so that nothing really exists. They seem, then, to be speaking of the indeterminate, and, while fancying themselves to be speaking of being, they are speaking about non-being. For it is that which exists potentially and not in complete reality that is indeterminate. But they must predicate of every subject the affirmation or the negation of every attribute. For it is absurd if of each subject its own negation is to be predicable, while the negation of something else which cannot be predicated of it is not to be predicable of it. For instance, if it is true to say of a man that he is not a man, evidently it is also true to say that he is either a trireme or not a trireme. If, then, the affirmative can be predicated, the negative must be predicable too, and if the affirmative is not predicable, the negative, at least, will be more predicable than the negative of the subject itself. If, then, even the latter negative is predicable, the negative of trireme will be also predicable, and, if this is predicable, the affirmative will be so too. Those, then, who maintain this view are driven to this conclusion, and to the further conclusion that it is not necessary either to assert or to deny. For if it is true that a thing is a man and a not man, evidently also it will be neither a man nor a not man. For to the two assertions there answer two negations, and if the former is treated as a single proposition compounded out of two, the latter also is a single proposition opposite to the former. Again, either the theory is true in all cases, and a thing is both white and not white, and existent and non-existent, and all other assertions and negations are similarly compatible, or the theory is true of some statements and not of others. And if not of all, the exceptions will be contradictories of which admittedly only one is true. But if of all, again either the negation will be true wherever the assertion is, and the assertion true wherever the negation is, or the negation will be true where the assertion is, but the assertion not always true where the negation is. And, in the latter case, there will be something which fixedly is not, and this will be an indisputable belief. And if non-being is something indisputable and knowable, the opposite assertion will be more knowable. But, if it is equally possible also to assert all that it is possible to deny, one must either be saying what is true when one separates the predicates, and says, for instance, that a thing is white, and again that it is not white, or not. And if it is not true to apply the predicates separately, our opponent is not saying what he professes to say, and also nothing at all exists. But how could non-existent things speak or walk, as he does? Also all things would on this view be one, as has been already said, and man and God and trireme and their contradictories will be the same. For if contradictories can be predicated alike of each subject, one thing will in no wise differ from another. For if it differ, this difference will be something true and peculiar to it. And, if one may with truth apply the predicates separately, the above-mentioned result follows none the less, and, further, it follows that all would then be right and all would be in error, and our opponent himself confesses himself to be in error. And at the same time our discussion with him is evidently about nothing at all, for he says nothing. For he says neither yes, nor no, but yes and no, and again he denies both of these and says, neither yes nor no, for otherwise there would already be something definite. Again, if when the assertion is true, the negation is false, and when this is true, the affirmation is false, it will not be possible to assert and deny the same thing truly at the same time. But perhaps they might say this was the very question at issue. Again, is he in error who judges either that the thing is so or that it is not so, and is he right who judges both? If he is right, what can they mean by saying that the nature of existing things is of this kind? And if he is not right, but more right than he who judges in the other way, being will already be of a definite nature, and this will be true, and not at the same time also not true. But if all are alike, both wrong and right, one who is in this condition will not be able either to speak or to say anything intelligible. For he says, at the same time both yes and no. And if he makes no judgment but thinks, and does not think, indifferently, what difference will there be between him and a vegetable? Thus, then, it is in the highest degree evident that neither any one of those who maintain this view nor anyone else is really in this position. For why does a man walk to Megara and not stay at home, when he thinks he ought to be walking there? Why does he not walk early some morning into a well or over a precipice, if one happens to be in his way? Why do we observe him guarding against this? Evidently because he does not think that falling in is alike good and not good. Evidently, then, he judges one thing to be better and another worse. And if this is so, he must also judge one thing to be a man and another to be not a man. One thing to be sweet and another to be not sweet. For he does not aim at and judge all things alike, when, thinking it desirable to drink water or to see a man, he proceeds to aim at these things, yet he ought, if the same thing were alike a man and not a man. But, as was said, there is no one who does not obviously avoid some things and not others. Therefore, as it seems, all men make unqualified judgments, if not about all things, still about what is better and worse. And if this is not knowledge but opinion, they should be all the more anxious about the truth, as a sick man should be more anxious about his health than one who is healthy. For he who has opinions is, in comparison with the man who knows, not in a healthy state as far as the truth is concerned. Again, however much all things may be, so and not so, still there is a more and a less in the nature of things. For we should not say that 2 and 3 are equally even, nor is he who thinks 4 things are 5 equally wrong with him who thinks they are 1,000. If then they are not equally wrong, obviously one is less wrong and therefore more right. If then that which has more of any quality is nearer the norm, there must be some truth to which the more true is nearer. And, even if there is not, still there is already something better founded and liker the truth, and we shall have got rid of the unqualified doctrine which would prevent us from determining anything in our thought. Part 5 from the same opinion proceeds the doctrine of Protagoras, and both doctrines must be alike true or alike untrue. For on the one hand, if all opinions and appearances are true, all statements must be at the same time true and false. For many men hold beliefs in which they conflict with one another, and think those mistaken who have not the same opinions as themselves, so that the same thing must both be and not be. And on the other hand, if this is so, all opinions must be true, for those who are mistaken and those who are right are opposed to one another in their opinions. If, then, reality is such as the view in question supposes, all will be right in their beliefs. Evidently, then, both doctrines proceed from the same way of thinking. But the same method of discussion must not be used with all opponents, for some need persuasion, and others compulsion. Those who have been driven to this position by difficulties in their thinking can easily be cured of their ignorance, for it is not their expressed argument but their thought that one has to meet. But those who argue for the sake of argument can be cured only by refuting the argument as expressed in speech and in words. Those who really feel the difficulties have been led to this opinion by observation of the sensible world. 1. They think that contradictories or contraries are true at the same time, because they see contraries coming into existence out of the same thing. If, then, that which is not cannot come to be, the thing must have existed before as both contraries alike, as Anaxagoras says all is mixed in all, and Democritus. 2. For he says the void and the full exist alike in every part, and yet one of these is being, and the other non-being. To those, then, whose belief rests on these grounds, we shall say that in a sense they speak rightly and in a sense they err. For that which is has two meanings, so that in some sense a thing can come to be out of that which is not, while in some sense it cannot, and the same thing can at the same time be in being and not in being, but not in the same respect. For the same thing can be potentially at the same time two contraries, but it cannot actually. And again we shall ask them to believe that among existing things there is also another kind of substance to which neither movement nor destruction nor generation at all belongs. And, 2. Similarly, some have inferred from observation of the sensible world the truth of appearances. For they think that the truth should not be determined by the large or small number of those who hold a belief, and that the same thing is thought sweet by some when they taste it, and bitter by others, so that if all were ill or all were mad, and only 2 or 3 were well or sane, these would be thought ill and mad, and not the others. And again, they say that many of the other animals receive impressions contrary to ours, and that even to the senses of each individual, things do not always seem the same. Which, then, of these impressions are true and which are false is not obvious, for the one set is no more true than the other, but both are alike. And this is why Democritus, at any rate, says that either there is no truth or to us at least it is not evident. And in general it is because these thinkers suppose knowledge to be sensation, and this to be a physical alteration, that they say that what appears to our senses must be true, for it is for these reasons that both Empedocles and Democritus and, one may almost say, all the others have fallen victims to opinions of this sort. For Empedocles says that when men change their condition they change their knowledge. For wisdom increases in men according to what is before them. And elsewhere he says that, so far as their nature changed, so far to them always came changed thoughts into mind. And Parmenides also expresses himself in the same way. For as at each time the much bent limbs are composed, so is the mind of men. For in each and all men 'tis one thing thinks the substance of their limbs, for that of which there is more is thought. A saying of Anaxagoras to some of his friends is also related, that things would be for them such as they supposed them to be. And they say that Homer also evidently had this opinion, because he made Hector, when he was unconscious from the blow, lie, thinking other thoughts, which implies that even those who are bereft of thought have thoughts, though not the same thoughts. Evidently, then, if both are forms of knowledge, the real things also are at the same time, both so and not so. And it is in this direction that the consequences are most difficult. For if those who have seen most of such truth as is possible for us, and these are those who seek and love it most, if these have such opinions and express these views about the truth, is it not natural that beginners in philosophy should lose heart? For to seek the truth would be to follow flying game. But the reason why these thinkers held this opinion is that while they were inquiring into the truth of that which is, they thought that which is was identical with the sensible world. In this, however, there is largely present the nature of the indeterminate of that which exists in the peculiar sense which we have explained, and therefore, while they speak plausibly, they do not say what is true, for it is fitting to put the matter so rather than as Epicharmus put it against Xenophanes. And again, because they saw that all this world of nature is in movement and that about that which changes no true statement can be made, they said that of course, regarding that which everywhere in every respect is changing, nothing could truly be affirmed. It was this belief that blossomed into the most extreme of the views above mentioned, that of the professed Heracliteans, such as was held by Cratylus, who finally did not think it right to say anything but only moved his finger, and criticized Heraclitus for saying that it is impossible to step twice into the same river, for he thought one could not do it even once. But we shall say in answer to this argument also that while there is some justification for their thinking that the changing, when it is changing, does not exist, yet it is after all disputable, for that which is losing a quality has something of that which is being lost. And of that which is coming to be, something must already be. And in general, if a thing is perishing, will be present something that exists. And if a thing is coming to be, there must be something from which it comes to be and something by which it is generated, and this process cannot go on ad infinitum. But, leaving these arguments, let us insist on this, that it is not the same thing to change in quantity and in quality. Grant that in quantity a thing is not constant. Still it is in respect of its form that we know each thing. And again, it would be fair to criticize those who hold this view for asserting about the whole material universe what they saw only in a minority even of sensible things. For only that region of the sensible world which immediately surrounds us is always in process of destruction and generation. But this is, so to speak, not even a fraction of the whole, so that it would have been juster to acquit this part of the world because of the other part, than to condemn the other because of this. And again, obviously we shall make to them also the same reply that we made long ago. We must show them and persuade them that there is something whose nature is changeless. Indeed, those who say that things at the same time are and are not, should in consequence say that all things are at rest rather than that they are in movement. For there is nothing into which they can change, since all attributes belong already to all subjects. Regarding the nature of truth, we must maintain that not everything which appears is true. Firstly, because even if sensation at least of the object peculiar to the sense in question is not false, still appearance is not the same as sensation. Again, it is fair to express surprise at our opponents raising the question whether magnitudes are as great, and colors are of such a nature, as they appear to people at a distance, or as they appear to those close at hand, and whether they are such as they appear to the healthy or to the sick, and whether those things are heavy which appear so to the weak or those which appear so to the strong, and those things true which appear to the sleeping or to the waking. For obviously they do not think these to be open questions. No one, at least, if when he is in Libya he has fancied one night that he is in Athens, starts for the concert hall. And again with regard to the future, as Plato says, surely the opinion of the physician and that of the ignorant man are not equally weighty, for instance, on the question whether a man will get well or not, and again, among sensations themselves the sensation of a foreign object and that of the appropriate object, or that of a kindred object and that of the object of the sense in question, are not equally authoritative, but in the case of color sight, not taste, has the authority, and in the case of flavor taste, not sight, each of which senses never says at the same time of the same object that it simultaneously is so and not so, but not even at different times does one sense disagree about the quality, but only about that to which the quality belongs. I mean, for instance, that the same wine might seem, if either it or one's body changed, at one time sweet and at another time not sweet, but at least the sweet, such as it is when it exists, has never yet changed, but one is always right about it, and that which is to be sweet is of necessity of such and such a nature. Yet all these views destroy this necessity, leaving nothing to be of necessity, as they leave no essence of anything. For the necessary cannot be in this way and also in that, so that if anything is of necessity, it will not be, both so and not so. And, in general, if only the sensible exists, there would be nothing if animate things were not, for there would be no faculty of sense. Now the view that neither the sensible qualities nor the sensations would exist is doubtless true, for they are affections of the perceiver, but that the substrata which cause the sensation should not exist even apart from sensation is impossible. For sensation is surely not the sensation of itself, but there is something beyond the sensation, which must be prior to the sensation. For that which moves is prior in nature to that which is moved, and if they are correlative terms, this is no less the case. Part 6. There are, both among those who have these convictions and among those who merely profess these views, some who raise a difficulty by asking, who is to be the judge of the healthy man, and in general who is likely to judge rightly on each class of questions. But such inquiries are like puzzling over the question whether we are now asleep or awake. And all such questions have the same meaning. These people demand that a reason shall be given for everything, for they seek a starting point, and they seek to get this by demonstration, while it is obvious from their actions that they have no conviction. But their mistake is what we have stated it to be: they seek a reason for things for which no reason can be given, for the starting point of demonstration is not demonstration. These, then, might be easily persuaded of this truth, for it is not difficult to grasp. But those who seek merely compulsion in argument seek what is impossible, for they demand to be allowed to contradict themselves, a claim which contradicts itself from the very first. But if not all things are relative, but some are self-existent, not everything that appears will be true, for that which appears is apparent to someone, so that he who says all things that appear are true, makes all things relative. And, therefore, those who ask for an irresistible argument, and at the same time demand to be called to account for their views, must guard themselves by saying that the truth is not that what appears exists, but that what appears exists for him to whom it appears, and when, and to the sense to which, and under the conditions under which it appears. And if they give an account of their view, but do not give it in this way, they will soon find themselves contradicting themselves. For it is possible that the same thing may appear to be honey to the sight, but not to the taste, and that, since we have two eyes, things may not appear the same to each, if their sight is unlike. For to those who for the reasons named some time ago say that what appears is true, and therefore that all things are alike false and true, for things do not appear either the same to all men or always the same to the same man, but often have contrary appearances at the same time, for touch says there are two objects when we cross our fingers, while sight says there is one. To these we shall say, yes, but not to the same sense and in the same part of it and under the same conditions and at the same time, so that what appears will be with these qualifications true. But perhaps for this reason those who argue thus not because they feel a difficulty but for the sake of argument, should say that this is not true, but true for this man. And as has been said before, they must make everything relative to opinion and perception, so that nothing either has come to be or will be without someone's first thinking so. But if things have come to be or will be, evidently not all things will be relative to opinion. Again, if a thing is one, it is in relation to one thing or to a definite number of things. And if the same thing is both half and equal, it is not to the double that the equal is correlative. If, then, in relation to that which thinks, man and that which is thought are the same, man will not be that which thinks, but only that which is thought. And if each thing is to be relative to that which thinks, that which thinks will be relative to an infinity of specifically different things. Let this, then, suffice to show, 1. That the most indisputable of all beliefs is that contradictory statements are not at the same time true, and, 2. What consequences follow from the assertion that they are, and, 3. Why people do assert this. Now, since it is impossible that contradictories should be at the same time true of the same thing, Obviously, contraries also cannot belong at the same time to the same thing. For of contraries, one is a privation no less than it is a contrary and a privation of the essential nature, and privation is the denial of a predicate to a determinate genus. If, then, it is impossible to affirm and deny truly at the same time, it is also impossible that contraries should belong to a subject at the same time, unless both belong to it in particular relations, or one in a particular relation and one without qualification. Part 7. But on the other hand, there cannot be an intermediate between contradictories, but of one subject we must either affirm or deny any one predicate. This is clear, in the first place, if we define what the true and the false are. To say of what is that it is not, or of what is not that it is false, while to say of what is that it is, and of what is not that it is not, is true, so that he who says of anything that it is, or that it is not, will say either what is true or what is false, but neither what is nor what is not is said to be or not to be. Again, the intermediate between the contradictories will be so either in the way in which grey is between black and white, or as that which is neither man nor horse is between man and horse. If it were of the latter kind, it could not change into the extremes. For change is from not good to good, or from good to not good, but as a matter of fact when there is an intermediate it is always observed to change into the extremes. For there is no change except to opposites and to their intermediates. But if it is really intermediate, in this way too there would have to be a change to white, which was not from not white, but as it is, this is never seen. Again, every object of understanding or reason the understanding either affirms or denies. This is obvious from the definition whenever it says what is true or false. When it connects in one way by assertion or negation, it says what is true, and when it does so in another way, what is false. Again, there must be an intermediate between all contradictories, if one is not arguing merely for the sake of argument, so that it will be possible for a man to say what is neither true nor untrue, and there will be a middle between that which is and that which is not, so that there will also be a kind of change intermediate between generation and destruction. Again, in all classes in which the negation of an attribute involves the assertion of its contrary, even in these there will be an intermediate. For instance, in the sphere of numbers there will be number which is neither odd nor not odd. But this is impossible, as is obvious from the definition. Again, the process will go on ad infinitum, and the number of realities will be not only half as great again, but even greater. For again it will be possible to deny this intermediate with reference both to its assertion and to its negation, and this new term will be some definite thing, for its essence is something different. Again, when a man, on being asked whether a thing is white, says, no, he has denied nothing except that it is, and its not being is a negation. Some people have acquired this opinion as other paradoxical opinions have been acquired. When men cannot refute Aristotle arguments, they give in to the argument and agree that the conclusion is true. This, then, is why some express this view. Others do so because they demand a reason for everything, and the starting point in dealing with all such people is definition. Now the definition rests on the necessity of their meaning something. For the form of words of which the word is a sign will be its definition. While the doctrine of Heraclitus, that all things are and are not, seems to make everything true, that of Anaxagoras, that there is an intermediate between the terms of a contradiction, seems to make everything false. For when things are mixed, the mixture is neither good nor not good, so that one cannot say anything that is true. Part 8. In view of these distinctions, it is obvious that the one-sided theories which some people express about all things cannot be valid. On the one hand, the theory that nothing is true, for, Say they, there is nothing to prevent every statement from being like the statement. The diagonal of a square is commensurate with the side. On the other hand, the theory that everything is true. These views are practically the same as that of Heraclitus, for he who says that all things are true and all are false also makes each of these statements separately. So that since they are impossible, the double statement must be impossible too. Again, there are obviously contradictories which cannot be at the same time true, nor on the other hand can all statements be false. Yet this would seem more possible in the light of what has been said. But against all such views we must postulate, as we said above, not that something is or is not, but that something has a meaning, so that we must argue from a definition, viz. by assuming what falsity or truth means. If that which it is true to affirm is nothing other than that which it is false to deny, it is impossible that all statements should be false, for one side of the contradiction must be true. Again, if it is necessary with regard to everything either to assert or to deny it, it is impossible that both should be false, for it is one side of the contradiction that is false. Therefore all such views are also exposed to the often expressed objection, that they destroy themselves. For he who says that everything is true makes even the statement contrary to his own true, and therefore his own not true. For the contrary statement denies that it is true, while he who says everything is false makes himself also false. And if the former person accepts the contrary statement, saying it alone is not true, while the latter accepts his own as being not false, nonetheless, they are driven to postulate the truth or falsity of an infinite number of statements. For that which says the true statement is true, and this process will go on to infinity. Evidently, again, those who say all things are at rest are not right, nor are those who say all things are in movement. For if all things are at rest, the same statements will always be true and the same always false. But this obviously changes, for he who makes a statement himself at one time was not and again will not be. And if all things are in motion, nothing will be true. Everything therefore will be false. But it has been shown that this is impossible. Again, it must be that which is that changes, for change is from something to something. But again it is not the case that all things are at rest or in motion sometimes, and nothing forever. For there is something which always moves the things that are in motion, and the first mover is itself unmoved. Book V. Part 1. Beginning means 1. That part of a thing from which one would start first, e.g. a line or a road has a beginning in either of the contrary directions. 2. That from which each thing would best be originated. E.g. even in learning we must sometimes begin not from the first point and the beginning of the subject, but from the point from which we should learn most easily. 4. That from which, as an immanent part, a thing first comes to be, e.g., as the keel of a ship and the foundation of a house, while in animals some suppose the heart, others the brain, others some other part, to be of this nature. 4. That from which, not as an immanent part, a thing first comes to be, and from which the movement or the change naturally first begins, as a child comes from its father and its mother, and a fight from abusive language. 5. That at whose will that which is moved and that which changes, e.g. the magistracies in cities, and oligarchies and monarchies and tyrannies, are called archai, and so are the arts. And of these especially the architectonic arts. 6. That from which a thing can first be known, this also is called the beginning of the thing, e.g. the hypotheses are the beginnings of demonstrations. Causes are spoken of in an equal number of senses, for all causes are beginnings. It is common, then, to all beginnings to be the first point from which a thing either is or comes to be or is known. But of these some are immanent in the thing and others are outside. Hence the nature of a thing is a beginning, and so is the element of a thing, and thought, and will, and essence, and the final cause for the good and the beautiful are the beginning both of the knowledge and of the movement of many things. Part 2, cause, means, 1. That from which, as immanent material, a thing comes into being, e.g. the bronze is the cause of the statue and the silver of the saucer, and so are the classes which include these. 2. The form or pattern, i.e. the definition of the essence, and the classes which include this, e.g. the ratio 2:1 and number in general are causes of the octave, and the parts included in the definition. 3. That from which the change or the resting from change first begins, e.g. the advisor is a cause of the action, and the father a cause of the child, and in general the maker a cause of the thing made and the change producing of the changing. 4. The end, i.e. that for the sake of which a thing is, e.g. health is the cause of walking. For, why does one walk? We say, that one may be healthy. And in speaking thus we think we have given the cause. The same is true of all the means that intervene before the end, when something else has put the process in motion, as e.g. thinning or purging or drugs or instruments intervene before health is reached. For all these are for the sake of the end, though they differ from one another in that some are instruments and others are actions. These, then, are practically all the senses in which causes are spoken of, and as they are spoken of in several senses it follows both that there are several causes of the same thing, and in no accidental sense. E.g. both the art of sculpture and the bronze are causes of the statue not in respect of anything else but qua statue. Not, however, in the same way, but the one as matter and the other as source of the movement, and that things can be causes of one another, e.g. exercise of good condition, and the latter of exercise. Not, however, in the same way, but the one as end and the other as source of movement. Again, the same thing is the cause of contraries, for that which when present causes a particular thing, we sometimes charge, when absent, with the contrary, e.g. we impute the shipwreck to the absence of the steersman, whose presence was the cause of safety, and both the presence and the privation are causes as sources of movement. All the causes now mentioned fall under 4 senses which are the most obvious. For the letters are the cause of syllables, and the material is the cause of manufactured things, and fire and earth and all such things are the causes of bodies, and the parts are causes of the whole, and the hypotheses are causes of the conclusion, in the sense that they are that out of which these respectively are made. But of these some are cause as the substratum, e.g. the parts, others as the essence, the whole, the synthesis, and the form. The seaman, the physician, the advisor, and in general the agent, are all sources of change or of rest. The remainder are causes as the end and the good of the other things, for that for the sake of which other things are tends to be the best and the end of the other things. Let us take it as making no difference whether we call it good or apparent good. These, then, are the causes, and this is the number of their kinds, but the varieties of causes are many in number, though when summarized. These also are comparatively few. Causes are spoken of in many senses, and even of those which are of the same kind some are causes in a prior and others in a posterior sense, e.g. both, the physician, and, the professional man, are causes of health, and both, the ratio 2:1, and, number, are causes of the octave, and the classes that include any particular cause are always causes of the particular effect. Again, there are accidental causes and the classes which include these, e.g. while in one sense, the sculptor causes the statue, in another sense, Polykleitos causes it, because the sculptor happens to be Polykleitos, and the classes that include the accidental cause are also causes, e.g., man, or in general, animal, is the cause of the statue, because Polykleitos is a man, and man is an animal. Of accidental causes also. Some are more remote or nearer than others, as, for instance, if the white and the musical were called causes of the statue, and not only Polykleitos or man. But besides all these varieties of causes, whether proper or accidental, some are called causes as being able to act, others as acting. E.g., the cause of the houses being built is a builder, or a builder who is building. The same variety of language will be found with regard to the effects of causes. E.g., a thing may be called the cause of this statue or of a statue or in general of an image, and of this bronze or of matter in general, and similarly in the case of accidental effects. Again, both accidental and proper causes may be spoken of in combination. E.g., we may say not Polykleitos, nor the sculptor, but Polykleitos the sculptor. Yet all these are but 6 in number, while each is spoken of in 2 ways. For they are causes either as the individual, or as the genus, or as the accidental, or as the genus that includes the accidental, and these either as combined, or as taken simply, and all may be taken as acting or as having a capacity. But they differ inasmuch as the acting causes, i.e. the individuals, exist, or do not exist, simultaneously with the things of which they are causes, e.g. this particular man who is healing, with this particular man who is recovering health, and this particular builder with this particular thing that is being built. But the potential causes are not always in this case, for the house does not perish at the same time as the builder. Part 3, element, means 1. The primary component immanent in a thing, and indivisible in kind into other kinds, e.g. the elements of speech, are the parts of which speech consists and into which it is ultimately divided, while they are no longer divided into other forms of speech different in kind from them. If they are divided, their parts are of the same kind, as a part of water is water, while a part of the syllable is not a syllable. Similarly, those who speak of the elements of bodies mean the things into which bodies are ultimately divided, while they are no longer divided into other things differing in kind. And whether the things of this sort are one or more, they call these elements. The so-called elements of geometrical proofs, and in general the elements of demonstrations, have a similar character. For the primary demonstrations, each of which is implied in many demonstrations, are called elements of demonstrations, and the primary syllogisms, which have 3 terms and proceed by means of one middle, are of this nature. 2. People also transfer the word element from this meaning and apply it to that which, being one and small, is useful for many purposes, for which reason what is small and simple and indivisible is called an element. Hence come the facts that the most universal things are elements, because each of them being one and simple is present in a plurality of things, either in all or in as many as possible, and that unity and the point are thought by some to be first principles. Now, since the so-called genera are universal and indivisible, for there is no definition of them, some say the genera are elements. And more so than the differentia, because the genus is more universal. For where the differentia is present, the genus accompanies it, but where the genus is present, the differentia is not always so. It is common to all the meanings that the element of each thing is the first component immanent in each. Part 4. Nature, means 1. The genesis of growing things, the meaning which would be suggested if one were to pronounce the u in fusus long. 2. That immanent part of a growing thing, from which its growth first proceeds. 3. The source from which the primary movement in each natural object is present in it in virtue of its own essence. Those things are said to grow which derive increase from something else by contact and either by organic unity, or by organic adhesion as in the case of embryos. Organic unity differs from contact. For in the latter case there need not be anything besides the contact, but in organic unities there is something identical in both parts, which makes them grow together instead of merely touching, and be one in respect of continuity and quantity, though not of quality. 4. Nature means the primary material of which any natural object consists or out of which it is made, which is relatively unshaped and cannot be changed from its own potency, as e.g. bronze is said to be the nature of a statue and of bronze utensils, and wood the nature of wooden things. And so in all other cases, for when a product is made out of these materials, the first matter is preserved throughout. For it is in this way that people call the elements of natural objects also their nature, some naming fire, others earth, others air, others water, others something else of the sort, and some naming more than one of these, and others all of them. 5. Nature means the essence of natural objects, as with those who say the nature is the primary mode of composition, or as Empedocles says, nothing that is has a nature, but only mixing and parting of the mixed. And nature is but a name given them by men. Hence as regards the things that are or come to be by nature, though that from which they naturally come to be or is already present, we say they have not their nature yet, unless they have their form or shape. That which comprises both of these exists by nature, e.g. the animals and their parts, and not only is the first matter nature. And this in two senses, either the first, counting from the thing, or the first in general. E.g. in the case of works in bronze, bronze is first with reference to them, but in general perhaps water is first, if all things that can be melted are water, but also the form or essence, which is the end of the process of becoming. 6. By an extension of meaning from this sense of nature, every essence in general has come to be called a nature, because the nature of a thing is one kind of essence. From what has been said, then, it is plain that nature in the primary and strict sense is the essence of things which have in themselves, as such, a source of movement, for the matter is called the nature, because it is qualified to receive this, and processes of becoming and growing are called nature because they are movements proceeding from this. And nature in this sense is the source of the movement of natural objects, being present in them somehow, either potentially or in complete reality. Part 5. We call necessary 1. That without which, as a condition, a thing cannot live. E.g. breathing and food are necessary for an animal, for it is incapable of existing without these. b. The conditions without which good cannot be or come to be, or without which we cannot get rid or be freed of evil. E.g. drinking the medicine is necessary in order that we may be cured of disease, and a man sailing to Aegina is necessary in order that he may get his money. 2. The compulsory and compulsion, i.e. that which impedes and tends to hinder, contrary to impulse and purpose. For the compulsory is called necessary, whence the necessary is painful, as Avicenna says, for every necessary thing is ever irksome, and compulsion is a form of necessity, as Sophocles says, but force necessitates me to this act. And necessity is held to be something that cannot be persuaded and rightly, for it is contrary to the movement which accords with purpose and with reasoning. 3. We say that that which cannot be otherwise is necessarily as it is. And from this sense of necessary, all the others are somehow derived. For a thing is said to do or suffer what is necessary in the sense of compulsory, only when it cannot act according to its impulse because of the compelling forces, which implies that necessity is that because of which a thing cannot be otherwise. And similarly as regards the conditions of life and of good, for when in the one case good, in the other life and being, are not possible without certain conditions, these are necessary, and this kind of cause is a sort of necessity. Again, demonstration is a necessary thing because the conclusion cannot be otherwise, if there has been demonstration in the unqualified sense, and the causes of this necessity are the first premisses, i.e. the fact that the propositions from which the syllogism proceeds cannot be otherwise. Now some things owe their necessity to something other than themselves. Others do not, but are themselves the source of necessity in other things. Therefore the necessary in the primary and strict sense is the simple, for this does not admit of more states than one, so that it cannot even be in one state and also in another, for if it did it would already be in more than one. If, then, there are any things that are eternal and unmovable, nothing compulsory or against their nature attaches to them. Part 6. 1. Means 1. That which is one by accident. 2. That which is one by its own nature. 1. Instances of the accidentally one are choriscus and what is musical, and musical choriscus, for it is the same thing to say choriscus and what is musical, and musical choriscus, and what is musical and what is just, and musical choriscus and just choriscuses. For all of these are called one by virtue of an accident, what is just and what is musical, because they are accidents of one substance, what is musical and choriscuses because the one is an accident of the other, and similarly in a sense, musical choriscus is one with choriscus, because one of the parts of the phrase is an accident of the other, i.e., musical is an accident of choriscus, and musical choriscus is one with just choriscus, because one part of each is an accident of one and the same subject. The case is similar if the accident is predicated of a genus or of any universal name, e.g. if one says that man is the same as musical man, for this is either because musical is an accident of man, which is one substance, or because both are accidents of some individual, e.g. choriscus. Both, however, do not belong to him in the same way, but one presumably as genus and included in his substance, the other as a state or affection of the substance. The things, then, that are called one in virtue of an accident, are called so in this way. 2. Of things that are called one in virtue of their own nature, some are so called because they are continuous. E.g. a bundle is made one by a band, and pieces of wood are made one by glue, and a line, even if it is bent, is called one if it is continuous, as each part of the body is, e.g. the leg or the arm. Of these themselves, the continuous by nature are more one than the continuous by art. A thing is called continuous which has by its own nature one movement and cannot have any other. And the movement is one when it is indivisible, and it is indivisible in respect of time. Those things are continuous by their own nature which are one not merely by contact. For if you put pieces of wood touching one another, you will not say these are one piece of wood or one body or one continuum of any other sort. Things, then, that are continuous in any way called one, even if they admit of being bent, and still more those which cannot be bent, e.g. the shin or the thigh is more one than the leg, because the movement of the leg need not be one. And the straight line is more one than the bent, but that which is bent and has an angle we call both one and not one, because its movement may be either simultaneous or not simultaneous. But that of the straight line is always simultaneous, and no part of it which has magnitude rests while another moves, as in the bent line. I. Things are called one in another sense because their substratum does not differ in kind. It does not differ in the case of things whose kind is indivisible to sense. The substratum meant is either the nearest to, or the farthest from, the final state. 4. 1. The one hand, wine is said to be one and water is said to be one, qua indivisible in kind, and, on the other hand, all juices, e.g. oil and wine, are said to be one, and so are all things that can be melted, because the ultimate substratum of all is the same. For all of these are water or air. Those things also are called one whose genus is one, though distinguished by opposite differentiae. These two are all called one because the genus which underlies the differentiae is one, e.g. horse, man, and dog form a unity, because all are animals, and indeed in a way similar to that in which the matter is one. These are sometimes called one in this way, but sometimes it is the higher genus that is said to be the same. If they are infime species of their genus, the genus above the proximate genera, e.g. the isosceles and the equilateral, are one and the same figure because both are triangles. But they are not the same triangles. Two things are called one when the definition which states the essence of one is indivisible from another definition which shows us the other, though in itself every definition is divisible. Thus, even that which has increased or is diminishing is one, because its definition is one, as, in the case of plane figures, is the definition of their form. In general, those things the thought of whose essence is indivisible, and cannot separate them either in time or in place, or in definition, are most of all one, and of these especially those which are substances. For in general those things that do not admit of division are called one in so far as they do not admit of it. E.g., if two things are indistinguishable qua man, they are one kind of man. If qua animal, one kind of animal. If qua magnitude, one kind of magnitude. Now most things are called one because they either do or have or suffer or are related to something else that is one. But the things that are primarily called one are those whose substance is one, and one either in continuity or in form or in definition. For we count as more than one either things that are not continuous, or those whose form is not one, or those whose definition is not one. While in a sense we call anything one if it is a quantity and continuous, in a sense we do not unless it is a whole, i.e. unless it has unity of form. E.g., if we saw the parts of a shoe put together anyhow, we should not call them one all the same, unless because of their continuity. We do this only if they are put together so as to be a shoe and to have already a certain single form. This is why the circle is of all lines most truly one, because it is whole and complete. 3. The essence of what is one is to be some kind of beginning of number. For the first measure is the beginning, since that by which we first know each class is the first measure of the class. The one, then, is the beginning of the knowable regarding each class. But the one is not the same in all classes. For here it is a quarter tone, and there it is the vowel or the consonant, and there is another unit of weight and another of movement. But everywhere the one is indivisible either in quantity or in kind. Now that which is indivisible in quantity is called a unit if it is not divisible in any dimension and is without position, a point if it is not divisible in any dimension and has position, a line if it is divisible in one dimension, a plane if in two, a body if divisible in quantity in all, i.e. in 3 dimensions. And, reversing the order, that which is divisible in 2 dimensions is a plane, that which is divisible in one a line, that which is in no way divisible in quantity is a point or a unit, that which has not position a unit, that which has position a point. Again, some things are one in number, others in species, others in genus, others by analogy. In number those whose matter is one, in species those whose definition is one, in genus those to which the same figure of predication applies, by analogy those which are related as a third thing is to a fourth. The latter kinds of unity are always found when the former are, e.g. things that are one in number are also one in species, while things that are one in species are not all one in number. But things that are one in species are all one in genus, while things that are so in genus are not all one in species but are all one by analogy, while things that are one by analogy are not all one in genus. Evidently, many will have meanings opposite to those of one. Some things are many because they are not continuous, others because their matter, either the proximate matter or the ultimate, is divisible in kind, others because the definitions which state their essence are more than one. Part 7. Things are said to be 1. in an accidental sense, 2. by their own nature. 1. in an accidental sense, e.g. we say, the righteous doer is musical, and the man is musical, and the musician is a man, just as we say, the musician builds, because the builder happens to be musical or the musician to be a builder. For here, one thing is another means one is an accident of another. So in the cases we have mentioned, for when we say, the man is musical, and the musician is a man, or he who is pale is musical, or the musician is pale, the last two mean that both attributes are accidents of the same thing. The first, that the attribute is an accident of that which is, while the musical is a man, means that musical is an accident of a man. In this sense, too, the not pale is said to be, because that of which it is an accident is. Thus when one thing is said in an accidental sense to be another, this is either because both belong to the same thing, and this is, or because that to which the attribute belongs is, or because the subject which has as an attribute that of which it is itself predicated, itself is. 2. The kinds of essential being are precisely those that are indicated by the figures of predication, for the senses of being are just as many as these figures. Since, then, some predicates indicate what the subject is, others its quality, others quantity, others relation, others activity or passivity, others its where, others its when, being has a meaning answering to each of these. For there is no difference between the man is recovering and the man recovers, nor between the man is walking or cutting and the man walks or cuts, and similarly in all other cases. 3. Again, being and is mean that a statement is true, not being that it is not true but falses, and this alike in the case of affirmation and of negation. E.g., Socrates is musical means that this is true, or Socrates is not pale means that this is true, but the diagonal of the square is not commensurate with the side means that it is false to say it is. 4. Again, being and that which is mean that some of the things we have mentioned are, potentially, others in complete reality. 4. We say both of that which sees potentially and of that which sees actually, that it is seeing, and both of that which can actualize its knowledge and of that which is actualizing it, that it knows, and both of that to which rest is already present and of that which can rest, that it rests. And similarly in the case of substances. We say the Hermes is in the stone, and the half of the line is in the line, and we say of that which is not yet ripe that it is corn. When a thing is potential and when it is not yet potential must be explained elsewhere. Part 8. We call substance 1. The simple bodies, i.e. earth and fire and water and everything of the sort, and in general bodies and the things composed of them, both animals and divine beings, and the parts of these. All these are called substance because they are not predicated of a subject but everything else is predicated of them. 2. That which, being present in such things as are not predicated of a subject, is the cause of their being, as the soul is of the being of an animal. 3. The parts which are present in such things, limiting them and marking them as individuals, and by whose destruction the whole is destroyed, as the body is by the destruction of the plane, as some say, and the plane by the destruction of the line, and in general number is thought by some to be of this nature. For if it is destroyed, they say, nothing exists, and it limits all things. 4. The essence, the formula of which is a definition, is also called the substance of each thing. It follows, then, that substance has two senses: a. ultimate substratum, which is no longer predicated of anything else, and b. that which, being a this, is also separable and of this nature is the shape or form of each thing. Part 9, the same, means 1. That which is the same in an accidental sense, e.g., the pale, and the musical, are the same because they are accidents of the same thing, and a man, and musical, because the one is an accident of the other, and the musical is a man, because it is an accident of the man. The complex entity is the same as either of the simple ones, and each of these is the same as it. For both, the man, and the musical, are said to be the same as the musical man, and this the same as they. This is why all of these statements are made not universally. For it is not true to say that every man is the same as the musical, for universal attributes belong to things in virtue of their own nature, but accidents do not belong to them in virtue of their own nature, but of the individuals the statements are made without qualification. For Socrates and musical Socrates are thought to be the same, but Socrates is not predicable of more than one subject, and therefore we do not say every Socrates, as we say every man. Some things are said to be the same in this sense, others, too, are the same by their own nature, in as many senses as that which is one by its own nature is so. For both the things whose matter is one either in kind or in number, and those whose essence is one, are said to be the same. Clearly, therefore, sameness is a unity of the being, either of more than one thing or of one thing when it is treated as more than one, i.e., when we say a thing is the same as itself, for we treat it as two. Things are called other if either their kinds or their matters or the definitions of their essence are more than one, and in general, other has meanings opposite to those of the same. Different is applied 1. to those things which though other are the same in some respect, only not in number but either in species or in genus or by analogy. 2. To those whose genus is other, and to contraries, and to things that have their otherness in their essence. Those things are called like, which have the same attributes in every respect, and those which have more attributes the same than different, and those whose quality is one, and that which shares with another thing the greater number or the more important of the attributes, each of them one of two contraries, in respect of which things are capable of altering, is like that other thing. The senses of unlike are opposite to those of like. Part 10. The term opposite is applied to contradictories, and to contraries, and to relative terms, and to privation and possession, and to the extremes from which and into which generation and dissolution take place, and the attributes that cannot be present at the same time. In that which is receptive of both, are said to be opposed, either themselves of their constituents. Gray and white color do not belong at the same time to the same thing. Hence their constituents are opposed. The term contrary is applied 1. to those attributes differing in genus which cannot belong at the same time to the same subject, 2. to the most different of the things in the same genus, 3. to the most different of the attributes in the same recipient subject, 4. to the most different of the things that fall under the same faculty, 5. to the things whose difference is greatest either absolutely or in genus or in species. The other things that are called contrary are so called, some because they possess contraries of the above kind, some because they are receptive of such, some because they are productive of or susceptible to such, or are producing or suffering them, or are losses or acquisitions, or possessions or privations, of such. Since one and being have many senses, the other terms which are derived from these, and therefore same, other, and contrary, must correspond, so that they must be different for each category. The term other in species is applied to things which, being of the same genus, are not subordinate the one to the other, or which, being in the same genus, have a difference, or which have a contrariety in their substance. And contraries are other than one another in species, either all contraries or those which are so called in the primary sense, and so are those things whose definitions differ in the infima species of the genus, e.g. man and horse are indivisible in genus, but the definitions are different, and those which, being in the same substance, have a difference. The same in species has the various meanings opposite to these. Part 11. The words prior and posterior are applied 1. to some things, on the assumption that there is a first, i.e. a beginning, in each class, because they are nearer some beginning determined either absolutely and by nature, or by reference to something or in some place or by certain people. E.g. things are prior in place because they are nearer either to some place determined by nature, e.g. the middle or the last place, or to some chance object, and that which is farther is posterior. Other things are prior in time, some by being farther from the present, i.e. in the case of past events, for the Trojan War is prior to the Persian, because it is farther from the present, others by being nearer the present, i.e. in the case of future events, for the Nemean games are prior to the Pythian, if we treat the present as beginning and first point, because they are nearer the present. Other things are prior in movement, for that which is nearer the first mover is prior, e.g. the boy is prior to the man, and the prime mover also is a beginning absolutely. Others are prior in power, for that which exceeds in power, i.e. the more powerful, is prior, and such is that according to whose will the other, i.e. the posterior, must follow, so that if the prior does not set it in motion the other does not move, and if it sets it in motion it does move. And here will is a beginning. Others are prior in arrangement. These are the things that are placed at intervals in reference to some one definite thing according to some rule, e.g. in the chorus the second man is prior to the third, and in the lyre the second lowest string is prior to the lowest. 4. In the one case the leader and in the other the middle string is the beginning. These, then, are called prior in this sense, but, 2, in another sense. That which is prior for knowledge is treated as also absolutely prior. Of these, the things that are prior in definition do not coincide with those that are prior in relation to perception. For in definition universals are prior, in relation to perception individuals. And in definition also the accident is prior to the whole, e.g., musical, to musical man, for the definition cannot exist as a whole without the part. Yet musicalness cannot exist unless there is someone who is musical. 3. The attributes of prior things are called prior, e.g. straightness is prior to smoothness, for one is an attribute of a line as such, and the other of a surface. Some things then are called prior and posterior in this sense. Others, 4. In respect of nature and substance, i.e. those which can be without other things, while the others cannot be without them, a distinction which Plato used. If we consider the various senses of being, firstly the subject is prior, so that substance is prior. Secondly, according as potency or complete reality is taken into account, different things are prior, for some things are prior in respect of potency, others in respect of complete reality, e.g. in potency the half line is prior to the whole line, and the part to the whole, and the matter to the concrete substance, but in complete reality these are posterior, for it is only when the whole has been dissolved that they will exist. In complete reality. In a sense, therefore, all things that are called prior and posterior are so called with reference to this fourth sense. For some things can exist without others in respect of generation, e.g. the whole without the parts, and others in respect of dissolution, e.g. the part without the whole. And the same is true in all other cases. Part 12. Potency means 1. A source of movement or change, which is in another thing than the thing moved or in the same thing qua other, e.g. the art of building is a potency which is not in the thing built, while the art of healing, which is a potency, may be in the man healed, but not in him qua healed. Potency, then, means the source, in general, of change or movement in another thing or in the same thing qua other, and also, 2, the source of a thing's being moved by another thing, or by itself qua other. For in virtue of that principle, in virtue of which a patient suffers anything, we call it capable of suffering. And this we do sometimes if it suffers anything at all, sometimes not in respect of everything it suffers, but only if it suffers a change for the better. 3. The capacity of performing this well or according to intention. For sometimes we say of those who merely can walk or speak but not well or not as they intend, that they cannot speak or walk. So too, 4, in the case of passivity. 5. The states, in virtue of which things are absolutely impassive or unchangeable, or not easily changed for the worse, are called potencies. For things are broken and crushed and bent and in general destroyed not by having a potency but by not having one and by lacking something, and things are impassive with respect to such processes if they are scarcely and slightly affected by them, because of a potency, and because they can do something and are in some positive state. Potency. Having this variety of meanings, so too the potent, or capable, in one sense will mean that which can begin a movement, or a change in general, for even that which can bring things to rest is a potent thing, in another thing or in itself qua other, and in one sense that over which something else has such a potency, and in one sense that which has a potency of changing into something, whether for the worse or for the better, for even that which perishes is thought to be capable of perishing, for it would not have perished if it had not been capable of it. But, as a matter of fact, it has a certain disposition and cause and principle which fits it to suffer this. Sometimes it is thought to be of this sort because it has something, sometimes because it is deprived of something. But if privation is, in a sense, having, or habit, everything will be capable by having something, so that things are capable both by having a positive habit and principle, and by having the privation of this, if it is possible to have a privation, and if privation is not in a sense, habit, capable, is used in two distinct senses, and a thing is capable in another sense because neither any other thing, nor itself qua other, has a potency or principle which can destroy it. Again, all of these are capable either merely because the thing might chance to happen or not to happen, or because it might do so well. This sort of potency is found even in lifeless things, e.g. in instruments, for we say one lyre can speak, and another cannot speak at all, if it has not a good tone. Incapacity is privation of capacity, i.e. of such a principle as has been described either in general or in the case of something that would naturally have the capacity, or even at the time when it would naturally already have it. For the senses in which we should call a boy and a man and a eunuch, incapable of begetting, are distinct. Again, to either kind of capacity there is an opposite incapacity both to that which only can produce movement and to that which can produce it well. Some things, then, are called adonata in virtue of this kind of incapacity, while others are so in another sense, i.e. both dunaton and adunaton. Are used as follows. The impossible is that of which the contrary is of necessity true, e.g. that the diagonal of a square is commensurate with the side is impossible, because such a statement is a falsity of which the contrary is not only true but also necessary. That it is commensurate, then, is not only false but also of necessity false. The contrary of this, the possible, is found when it is not necessary that the contrary is false, e.g. that a man should be seated is possible, for that he is not seated is not of necessity false. The possible, then, in one sense, as has been said, means that which is not of necessity false, in one, that which is true, in one, that which may be true. A potency, or power, in geometry is so called by a change of meaning. These senses of capable, or possible, involve no reference to potency. But the senses which involve a reference to potency all refer to the primary kind of potency. And this is a source of change in another thing or in the same thing qua other. For other things are called capable, some because something else has such a potency over them, some because it has not, some because it has it in a particular way. The same is true of the things that are incapable. Therefore the proper definition of the primary kind of potency will be a source of change in another thing or in the same thing qua other. Part 13, quantum, means that which is divisible into two or more constituent parts of which each is by nature a one and a this. A quantum is a plurality if it is numerable, a magnitude if it is immeasurable. Plurality means that which is divisible potentially into non-continuous parts. Magnitude, that which is divisible into continuous parts. Of magnitude, that which is continuous in one dimension is length, in two breadth, in three depth. Of these, limited plurality is number, limited length is a line, breadth a surface, depth a solid. Again, some things are called quanta in virtue of their own nature, others incidentally, e.g. the line is a quantum by its own nature, the musical is one incidentally. Of the things that are quanta by their own nature some are so as substances, e.g. the line is a quantum. For, a certain kind of quantum is present in the definition which states what it is, and others are modifications and states of this kind of substance, e.g. much and little, long and short, broad and narrow, deep and shallow, heavy and light, and all other such attributes. And also great and small, and greater and smaller, both in themselves and when taken relatively to each other, are by their own nature attributes of what is quantitative, but these names are transferred to other things also. Of things that are quanta incidentally, some are so called, in the sense in which it was said that the musical and the white were quanta, viz. Because that to which musicalness and whiteness belong is a quantum, and some are quanta in the way in which movement and time are so, for these also are called quanta of a sort and continuous. Because the things of which these are attributes are divisible. I mean not that which is moved, but the space through which it is moved. For because that is a quantum movement also is a quantum, and because this is a quantum time is one. Part 14, quality, means 1. The differentia of the essence, e.g. man is an animal of a certain quality because he is two-footed, and the horse is so because it is four-footed, and a circle is a figure of particular quality because it is without angles, which shows that the essential differentia is a quality. This, then, is one meaning of quality, the differentia of the essence, but 2. There is another sense in which it applies to the unmovable objects of mathematics, the sense in which the numbers have a certain quality, e.g. the composite numbers which are not in one dimension only, but of which the plane and the solid are copies. These are those which have two or three factors, and in general that which exists in the essence of numbers besides quantity is quality. For the essence of each is what it is once, e.g. that of is not what it is twice or thrice, but what it is once. For 6 is once 6, 3. All the modifications of substances that move, e.g. heat and cold, whiteness and blackness, heaviness and lightness, and the others. Of the sort, in virtue of which, when they change, bodies are said to alter. 4. Quality in respect of virtue and vice, and in general, of evil and good. Quality, then, seems to have practically two meanings, and one of these is the more proper. The primary quality is the differentia of the essence, and of this the quality in numbers is a part. For it is a differentia of essences, but either not of things that move or not of them qua moving. Secondly, there are the modifications of things that move, qua moving, and the differentiae of movements. Virtue and vice fall among these modifications, for they indicate differentiae of the movement or activity, according to which the things in motion act or are acted on well or badly. For that which can be moved or act in one way is good, and that which can do so in another, the contrary, way is vicious. Good and evil indicate quality especially in living things, and among these especially in those which have purpose. Part 15 things are relative, 1, as double to half, and treble to a third. And in general that which contains something else many times to that which is contained many times in something else, and that which exceeds to that which is exceeded. 2, as that which can heat to that which can be heated, and that which can cut to that which can be cut, and in general the active to the passive. 3, as the measurable to the measure, and the knowable to knowledge, and the perceptible to perception. 1. Relative terms of the first kind are numerically related either indefinitely or definitely, to numbers themselves or to 1. E.g. the double is in a definite numerical relation to 1, and that which is many times as great is in a numerical, but not a definite, relation to 1, i.e. not in this or in that numerical relation to it. The relation of that which is half as big again as something else to that something is a definite numerical relation to a number. That which is n plus I, n times something else is in an indefinite relation to that something, as that which is many times as great is in an indefinite relation to 1. The relation of that which exceeds to that which is exceeded is numerically quite indefinite. For number is always commensurate, and number is not predicated of that which is not commensurate, but that which exceeds is, in relation to that which is exceeded. So much and something more. And this something is indefinite. For it can, indifferently, be either equal or not equal to that which is exceeded. All these relations, then, are numerically expressed and are determinations of number, and so in another way are the equal, and the like and the same. For all refer to unity. Those things are the same whose substance is one. Those are like whose quality is one. Those are equal whose quantity is one. And one is the beginning and measure of number, so that all these relations imply number, though not in the same way. 2. Things that are active or passive imply an active or a passive potency and the actualizations of the potencies. E.g. that which is capable of heating is related to that which is capable of being heated, because it can heat it, and, again, that which heats is related to that which is heated and that which cuts to that which is cut, in the sense that they actually do these things. But numerical relations are not actualized except in the sense which has been elsewhere stated. Actualizations in the sense of movement they have not. Of relations which imply potency some further imply particular periods of time, e.g. that which has made is relative to that which has been made, and that which will make to that which will be made. For it is in this way that a father is called the father of his son. for the one has acted and the other has been acted on in a certain way. Further, some relative terms imply privation of potency, i.e., incapable, and terms of this sort, e.g., invisible. Relative terms which imply number or potency, therefore, are all relative because their very essence includes in its nature a reference to something else, not because something else involves a reference to it. But 3. That which is measurable or knowable or thinkable is called relative because something else involves a reference to it. For that which is thinkable implies that the thought of it is possible. But the thought is not relative to that of which it is the thought, for we should then have said the same thing twice. Similarly, sight is the sight of something, not of that of which it is the sight, though of course it is true to say this. In fact, it is relative to color or to something else of the sort. But according to the other way of speaking, the same thing would be said twice. The sight is of that of which it is. Things that are by their own nature called relative are called so sometimes in these senses, sometimes if the classes that include them are of this sort. E.g., medicine is a relative term because its genus, science, is thought to be a relative term. Further, there are the properties in virtue of which the things that have them are called relative, e.g., equality is relative because the equal is, and likeness because the like is. Other things are relative by accident, e.g., a man is relative because he happens to be double of something, and double is a relative term, or the white is relative if the same thing happens to be double and white. Part 16. What is called complete is 1. That outside which it is not possible to find any, even one, of its parts, e.g., the complete time of each thing is that outside which it is not possible to find any time which is a part proper to it. 2. That which in respect of excellence and goodness cannot be excelled in its kind, e.g., we have a complete doctor or a complete flute player, when they lack nothing in respect of the form of their proper excellence. And thus, transferring the word to bad things, we speak of a complete scandalmonger and a complete thief. Indeed, we even call them good, i.e., a good thief and a good scandalmonger. And excellence is a completion. For each thing is complete and every substance is complete, when in respect of the form of its proper excellence. It lacks no part of its natural magnitude. 3. The things which have attained their end, this being good, are called complete. For things are complete in virtue of having attained their end. Therefore, since the end is something ultimate, we transfer the word to bad things, and say a thing has been completely spoilt, and completely destroyed, when it in no wise falls short of destruction and badness, but is at its last point. This is why death, too, is by a figure of speech called the end, because both are last things. But the ultimate purpose is also an end. Things, then, that are called complete in virtue of their own nature are so called in all these senses, some because in respect of goodness they lack nothing and cannot be excelled and no part proper to them can be found outside them, others in general because they cannot be exceeded in their several classes and no part proper to them is outside them. The others presuppose these first two kinds, and are called complete because they either make or have something of the sort or are adapted to it or in some way or other involve a reference to the things that are called complete in the primary sense. Part 17. Limit means 1. The last point of each thing, i.e., the first point beyond which it is not possible to find any part, and the first point within which every part is. 2. The form, whatever it may be, of a spatial magnitude or of a thing that has magnitude. 3. The end of each thing, and of this nature is that towards which the movement and the action are, not that from which they are, though sometimes it is both, that from which and that to which the movement is, i.e., the final cause. 4. The substance of each thing, and the essence. of each, for this is the limit of knowledge, and if of knowledge, of the object also. Evidently, therefore, limit has as many senses as beginning, and yet more, for the beginning is a limit, but not every limit is a beginning. Part 18, that in virtue of which, has several meanings. 1. The form or substance of each thing, e.g. that in virtue of which a man is good is the good itself. 2. The proximate subject in which it is the nature of an attribute to be found, e.g. color in a surface. That in virtue of which, then, in the primary sense is the form, and in a secondary sense the matter of each thing and the proximate substratum of each. In general, that in virtue of which, all found in the same number of senses as cause, for we say indifferently. 3. In virtue of what has he come, or for what end has he come, and 4. In virtue of what has he inferred wrongly, or inferred, or what is the cause of the inference, or of the wrong inference. Further, 5. Cath. D is used in reference to position, e.g., at which he stands or along which he walks, for all such phrases indicate place and position. Therefore, in virtue of itself must likewise have several meanings. The following belong to a thing in virtue of itself. 1. The essence of each thing, e.g. Callias is in virtue of himself Callias and what it was to be Callias. 2. Whatever is present in the what, e.g. Callias is in virtue of himself an animal. For animal is present in his definition. Callias is a particular animal. 3. Whatever attribute a thing receives in itself directly or in one of its parts, e.g. a surface is white in virtue of itself, and a man is alive in virtue of himself, for the soul, in which life directly resides, is a part of the man. 4. That which has no cause other than itself. Man has more than one cause, animal, two-footed, but yet man is man in virtue of himself. 5. Whatever attributes belong to a thing alone, and in so far as they belong to it merely by virtue of itself considered apart by itself. Part 19, disposition, means the arrangement of that which has parts, in respect either of place or of potency or of kind, for there must be a certain position, as even the word disposition shows. Part 20. Having means 1. A kind of activity of the haver and of what he has, something like an action or movement. For when one thing makes and one is made, between them there is a making. So too between him who has a garment and the garment which he has there is a having. This sort of having, then, evidently we cannot have, for the process will go on to infinity, if it is to be possible to have the having of what we have. 2. Having, or habit, means a disposition according to which that which is disposed is either well or ill disposed, and either in itself or with reference to something else. E.g. health is a habit, for it is such a disposition. 3. We speak of a habit if there is a portion of such a disposition, and so even the excellence of the parts is a habit of the whole thing. Part 21, affection, means 1. A quality in respect of which a thing can be altered, e.g. white and black, sweet and bitter, heaviness and lightness, and all others of the kind. 2. The actualization of these the already accomplished alterations. 3. Especially, injurious alterations and movements, and, above all painful injuries. 4. Misfortunes and painful experiences when on a large scale are called affections. Part 22. We speak of privation. 1. If something has not one of the attributes which a thing might naturally have, even if this thing itself would not naturally have it, e.g. a plant is said to be deprived of eyes. 2. If, though either the thing itself or its genus would naturally have An attribute, it has it not. E.g., a blind man and a mole are in different senses deprived of sight, the latter in contrast with its genus, the former in contrast with his own normal nature. 3. If, though it would naturally have the attribute, and when it would naturally have it, it has it not. For blindness is a privation, but one is not blind at any and every age, but only if one has not sight at the age at which one would naturally have it. Similarly, a thing is called blind if it has not sight in the medium in which, and in respect of, the organ in respect of which, and with reference to the object with reference to which, and in the circumstances in which, it would naturally have it. 4. The violent taking away of anything is called privation. Indeed, there are just as many kinds of privations as there are of words with negative prefixes. For a thing is called unequal because it has not a quality though it would naturally have it, and invisible either because it has no color at all or because it has a poor color. And apodous either because it has no feet at all or because it has imperfect feet. Again, a privative term may be used because the thing has little of the attribute, and this means having it in a sense imperfectly, e.g., kernel less, or because it has it not easily or not well, e.g. we call a thing uncuttable not only if it cannot be cut but also if it cannot be cut easily or well, or because it has not the attribute at all. For it is not the one-eyed man but he who is sightless in both eyes that is called blind. This is why not every man is good, or bad, just, or unjust, but there is also an intermediate state. Part 23. To have, or hold, means many things. 1. To treat a thing according to one's own nature or according to one's own impulse. So that fever is said to have a man, and tyrants to have their cities, and people to have the clothes they wear. 2. That in which a thing is present. As in something receptive of it is said to have the thing. E.g., the bronze has the form of the statue, and the body has the disease. 3. As that which contains holds the things contained. For a thing is said to be held by that in which it is as in a container. E.g., we say that the vessel holds the liquid and the city holds men and the ship sailors, and so too that the whole holds the parts. 4. That which hinders a thing from moving or acting according to its own impulse is said to hold it, as pillars hold the incumbent weights, and as the poets make Atlas hold the heavens, implying that otherwise they would collapse on the earth, as some of the natural philosophers also say. In this way also that which holds things together is said to hold the things it holds together, since they would otherwise separate. Each according to its own impulse, being in something, has similar and corresponding meanings to holding or having. Part 24. To come from something means 1. To come from something as from matter, and this in two senses, either in respect of the highest genus or in respect of the lowest species. E.g., in a sense all things that can be melted come from water, but in a sense the statue comes from bronze. 2. As from the first moving principle. E.g., what did the fight come from? From abusive language, because this was the origin of the fight. 3. From the compound of matter and shape, as the parts come from the whole, and the verse from the Iliad, and the stones from the house. In every such case the whole is a compound of matter and shape, for the shape is the end, and only that which attains an end is complete. 4. As the form from its part, e.g., man from two-footed and syllable from letter, for this is a different sense from that in which the statue comes from bronze, for the composite substance comes from the sensible matter, but the form also comes from the matter of the form. Some things, then, are said to come from something else in these senses. But 5. Others are so described if one of these senses is applicable to a part of that other thing. E.g., the child comes from its father and mother, and plants come from the earth, because they come from a part of those things. 6. It means coming after a thing in time, e.g. night comes from day and storm from fine weather, because the one comes after the other. Of these things some are so described because they admit of change into one another, as in the cases now mentioned, some merely because they are successive in time, e.g. the voyage took place from the equinox, because it took place after the equinox, and the festival of the Thargelia comes from the Dionysia, because after the Dionysia. Part 25. Part means one, that into which a quantum can in any way be divided. For that which is taken from a quantum qua quantum is always called a part of it, e.g. 2 is called in a sense a part of 3. It means b of the parts in the first sense, only those which measure the whole. This is why 2, though in one sense it is, in another is not, called a part of 3, 2. The elements into which a kind might be divided apart from the quantity are also called parts of it, for which reason we say the species are parts of the genus. 3. The elements into which a whole is divided, or of which it consists, the whole, meaning either the form or that which has the form, e.g. of the bronze sphere or of the bronze cube, both the bronze i.e. the matter in which the form is and the characteristic angle are parts. 4. The elements in the definition which explains a thing are also parts of the whole. This is why the genus is called a part of the species, though in another sense the species is part of the genus. Part 26. A whole means 1. That from which is absent none of the parts of which it is said to be naturally a whole, and 2. That which so contains the things it contains that they form a unity. And this in two senses, either as being each severally one single thing, or as making up the unity between them. For that which is true of a whole class and is said to hold good as a whole, which implies that it is a kind whole, is true of a whole in the sense that it contains many things by being predicated of each, and by all of them, e.g. man, horse, God, being severally one single thing, because all are living things. But b, the continuous and limited, is a whole, when it is a unity consisting of several parts, especially if they are present only potentially, but, failing this, even if they are present actually. Of these things themselves, those which are so by nature are wholes in a higher degree than those which are so by art, as we said in the case of unity also. Wholeness being in fact a sort of oneness. Again, 3, of quanta that have a beginning and a middle and an end, those to which the position does not make a difference are called totals, and those to which it does, wholes. Those which admit of both descriptions are both wholes and totals. These are the things whose nature remains the same after transposition, but whose form does not, e.g. wax or a coat. They are called both wholes and totals, for they have both characteristics. Water and all liquids and number are called totals, but the whole number, or the whole water, one does not speak of, except by an extension of meaning. To things, to which qua one the term total is applied, the term all is applied when they are treated as separate. This total number, all these units. Part 27. It is not any chance quantitative thing that can be said to be mutilated. It must be a whole as well as divisible. For not only is 2 not mutilated, if one of the two ones is taken away, for the part removed by mutilation is never equal to the remainder, but in general no number is thus mutilated. For it is also necessary that the essence remain. If a cup is mutilated, it must still be a cup, but the number is no longer the same. Further, even if things consist of unlike parts, not even these things can all be said to be mutilated, for in a sense a number has unlike parts, e.g. 2 and 3, as well as like. but in general of the things to which their position makes no difference, e.g. water or fire, none can be mutilated. To be mutilated, things must be such as in virtue of their essence have a certain position. Again, they must be continuous. For a musical scale consists of unlike parts and has position, but cannot become mutilated. Besides, not even the things that are wholes are mutilated by the privation of any part. For the parts removed must be neither those which determine the essence nor any chance parts, irrespective of their position. E.g., a cup is not mutilated if it is bored through, but only if the handle or a projecting part is removed, and a man is mutilated not if the flesh or the spleen is removed, but if an extremity is, and that not every extremity but one which when completely removed cannot grow again. Therefore baldness is not a mutilation. Part 28. The term race, or genus, is used 1. If generation of things which have the same form is continuous, e.g., while the race of men lasts means, while the generation of them goes on continuously. 2. It is used with reference to that which first brought things into existence. For it is thus that some are called Hellenes by race and others Ionians, because the former proceed from Helen and the latter from Ion as their first begetter. And the word is used in reference to the begetter more than to the matter, though people also get a race name from the female, e.g., the descendants of Pyrrha. 3. There is genus in the sense in which plane is the genus of plane figures and solid, of solids. For each of the figures is in the one case a plane of such and such a kind, and in the other a solid of such and such a kind. And this is what underlies the differentiae. Again, 4. In definitions the first constituent element, which is included in the what, is the genus, whose differentiae the qualities are said to be genus. Then is used in all these ways: 1. In reference to continuous generation of the same kind, 2. In reference to the first mover which is of the same kind as the things it moves, 3. As matter. For that to which the differentia or quality belongs is the substratum, which we call matter. Those things are said to be other in genus whose proximate substratum is different, and which are not analyzed the one into the other nor both into the same thing, e.g. form and matter are different in genus, and things which belong to different categories of being. For some of the things that are said to be signify essence, others are quality, others the other categories we have before distinguished. These also are not analyzed either into one another or into some one thing. Part 29. The false means 1. That which is false as a thing, and that because it is not put together or cannot be put together, e.g., that the diagonal of a square is commensurate with the side, or that you are sitting, for one of these is false always, and the other sometimes. It is in these two senses that they are non-existent. b. There are things which exist, but whose nature it is to appear either not to be such as they are or to be things that do not exist, e.g. a sketch or a dream. For these are something, but are not the things the appearance of which they produce in us. We call things false in this way, then, either because they themselves do not exist, or because the appearance which results from them is that of something that does not exist. 2. A false account is the account of non-existent objects, in so far as it is false. Hence every account is false when applied to something other than that of which it is true, e.g. the account of a circle is false when applied to a triangle. In a sense there is one account of each thing, i.e. the account of its essence, but in a sense there are many, since the thing itself and the thing itself with an attribute are in a sense the same, e.g. Socrates and musical Socrates. A false account is not the account of anything, except in a qualified sense. Hence Antisthenes was too simple-minded when he claimed that nothing could be described except by the account proper to it, one predicate to one subject, from which the conclusion used to be drawn that there could be no contradiction, and almost that there could be no error. But it is possible to describe each thing not only by the account of itself, but also by that of something else. This may be done altogether falsely indeed, but there is also a way in which it may be done truly, e.g. 8 may be described as a double number by the use of the definition of 2. These things, then, are called false in these senses. But 3. A false man is one who is ready at and fond of such accounts, not for any other reason but for their own sake, and one who is good at impressing such accounts on other people, just as we say things are which produce a false appearance. This is why the proof in the Hippias that the same man is false and true is misleading. For it assumes that he is false who can deceive, i.e. the man who knows and is wise, and further that he who is willingly bad is better. This is a false result of induction, for a man who limps willingly is better than one who does so unwillingly by limping. Plato means, mimicking a limp, for if the man were lame willingly, he would presumably be worse in this case as in the corresponding case of moral character. Part 30. Accident means, 1. That which attaches to something and can be truly asserted, but neither of necessity nor usually, e.g. if someone in digging a hole for a plant has found treasure. This the finding of treasure is for the man who dug the hole an accident, for neither does the one come of necessity from the other or after the other, nor, if a man plants, does he usually find treasure. And a musical man might be pale. But since this does not happen of necessity nor usually, we call it an accident. Therefore, since there are attributes and they attach to subjects, and some of them attach to these only in a particular place and at a particular time, whatever attaches to a subject, but not because it was this subject, or the time this time, or the place this place, will be an accident. Therefore, 2. There is no definite cause for an accident, but a chance cause, i.e. an indefinite one. Going to Aegina was an accident for a man, if he went not in order to get there, but because he was carried out of his way by a storm or captured by pirates. The accident has happened or exists, not in virtue of the subject's nature, however, but of something else, for the storm was the cause of his coming to a place for which he was not sailing, and this was Aegina. Accident has also, 2, another meaning, i.e. all that attaches to each thing in virtue of itself but is not in its essence, as having its angles equal to 2 right angles attaches to the triangle. And accidents of this sort may be eternal, but no accident of the other sort is. This is explained elsewhere. Book VI Part 1. We are seeking the principles and the causes of the things that are, and obviously of them qua being. For, while there is a cause of health and of good condition, and the objects of mathematics have first principles and elements and causes, and in general every science which is ratiocinative or at all involves reasoning deals with causes and principles, more or less precise, all these sciences mark off some particular being, some genus, and inquire into this, but not into being simply nor qua being, nor do they offer any discussion of the essence of the things of which they treat, but starting from the essence, some making it plain to the senses, others assuming it as a hypothesis, they then demonstrate, more or less cogently, the essential attributes of the genus with which they deal. It is obvious, therefore, that such an induction yields no demonstration of substance or of the essence, but some other way of exhibiting it. And similarly the sciences omit the question whether the genus with which they deal exists or does not exist, because it belongs to the same kind of thinking to show what it is and that it is. And since natural science, like other sciences, is in fact about one class of being, i.e. to that sort of substance which has the principle of its movement and rest present in itself, evidently it is neither practical nor productive. For in the case of things made, the principle is in the maker, it is either reason or art or some faculty, while in the case of things done it is in the doer, viz. will. For that which is done and that which is willed are the same. Therefore, if all thought is either practical or productive or theoretical, physics must be a theoretical science, but it will theorize about such being as admits of being moved, and about substance as defined for the most part only as not separable from matter. Now, we must not fail to notice the mode of being of the essence and of its definition, for, without this, inquiry is but idle. Of things defined, i.e. of what's, some are like snub, and some like concave. And these differ because snub is bound up with matter, for what is snub is a concave nose, while concavity is independent of perceptible matter. If then all natural things are analogous to the snub in their nature, e.g. nose, eye, face, flesh, bone, and, in general, animal, leaf, root, bark, and, in general, plant, for none of these can be defined without reference to movement, they always have matter. It is clear how we must seek and define the what in the case of natural objects, and also that it belongs to the student of nature to study even soul in a certain sense, i.e. so much of it as is not independent of matter. That physics, then, is a theoretical science, is plain from these considerations. Mathematics also, however, is theoretical, but whether its objects are immovable and separable from matter, is not at present clear. Still, it is clear that some mathematical theorems consider them qua immovable and qua separable from matter. But if there is something which is eternal and immovable and separable, clearly the knowledge of it belongs to a theoretical science, not, however, to physics, for physics deals with certain movable things, nor to mathematics, but to a science prior to both. For physics deals with things which exist separately but are not immovable, and some parts of mathematics deal with things which are immovable but presumably do not exist separately, but as embodied in matter, while the first science deals with things which both exist separately and are immovable. Now all causes must be eternal, but especially these, for they are the causes that operate on so much of the divine as appears to us. There must, then, be three theoretical philosophies: mathematics, physics, and what we may call theology, since it is obvious that if the divine is present anywhere, it is present in things of this sort. And the highest science must deal with the highest genus. Thus, while the theoretical sciences are more to be desired than the other sciences, this is more to be desired than the other theoretical sciences. For one might raise the question whether first philosophy is universal, or deals with one genus, i.e. some one kind of being, for not even the mathematical sciences are all alike in this respect. Geometry and astronomy deal with a certain particular kind of thing, while universal mathematics applies alike to all. We answer that if there is no substance other than those which are formed by nature, natural science will be the first science. But if there is an immovable substance, the science of this must be prior and must be first philosophy, and universal in this way, because it is first. And it will belong to this to consider being qua being both what it is and the attributes which belong to it qua being. Part 2. But since the unqualified term, being, has several meanings, of which one was seen to be the accidental, and another the true, non-being, being the false, while besides these there are the figures of predication, e.g. the what quality, quantity, place, time, and any similar meanings which being may have, and again besides all these there is that which is potentially or actually. Since being has many meanings, we must say regarding the accidental that there can be no scientific treatment of it. This is confirmed by the fact that no science, practical, productive, or theoretical, troubles itself about it. For on the one hand, he who produces a house does not produce all the attributes that come into being along with the house, for these are innumerable. The house that has been made may quite well be pleasant for some people, hurtful for some, and useful to others, and different, to put it shortly, from all things that are. And the science of building does not aim at producing any of these attributes. And in the same way the geometer does not consider the attributes which attach thus to figures, nor whether triangle is different from triangle whose angles are equal to two right angles. And this happens naturally enough, for the accidental is practically a mere name. And so Plato was in a sense not wrong in ranking sophistic as dealing with that which is not. For the arguments of the sophists deal, we may say, above all with the accidental, e.g. the question whether musical and lettered are different or the same, and whether musical choriscus and choriscus are the same, and whether everything which is, but is not eternal, has come to be, with the paradoxical conclusion that if one who was musical has come to be lettered, he must also have been lettered and have come to be musical, and all the other arguments of this sort. The accidental is obviously akin to non-being. And this is clear also from arguments such as the following. Things which are in another sense come into being and pass out of being by a process, but things which are accidentally do not. But still we must, as far as we can, say further, regarding the accidental, what its nature is and from what cause it proceeds, for it will perhaps at the same time become clear why there is no science of it. Since, among things which are, some are always in the same state, and are of necessity, not necessity in the sense of compulsion but that which we assert of things because they cannot be otherwise, and some are not of necessity nor always, but for the most part, this is the principle and this the cause of the existence of the accidental. For that which is neither always nor for the most part, we call accidental. For instance, if in the dog days there is wintry and cold weather, we say this is an accident, but not if there is sultry heat, because the latter is always or for the most part so, but not the former. And it is an accident that a man is pale, for this is neither always nor for the most part so, but it is not by accident that he is an animal. And that the builder produces health is an accident, because it is the nature not of the builder but of the doctor to do this, but the builder happened to be a doctor. Again, a confectioner, aiming at giving pleasure, may make something wholesome, but not in virtue of the confectioner's art. And therefore we say, it was an accident, and while there is a sense in which he makes it, in the unqualified sense he does not. For to other things answer faculties productive of them, but to accidental results there corresponds no determinate art nor faculty. For of things which are or come to be by accident, the cause also is accidental. Therefore, since not all things either are or come to be of necessity and always, but the majority of things are for the most part, the accidental must exist. For instance, a pale man is not always nor for the most part musical, but since this sometimes happens, it must be accidental. If not, everything will be of necessity. The matter, therefore, which is capable of being otherwise than as it usually is, must be the cause of the accidental. And we must take as our starting point the question whether there is nothing that is neither always nor for the most part. Surely this is impossible. There is, then, besides these something which is fortuitous and accidental. But while the usual exists, Can nothing be said to be always, or are there eternal things? This must be considered later, but that there is no science of the accidental is obvious, for all science is either of that which is always or of that which is for the most part. For how else is one to learn or to teach another? The thing must be determined as occurring either always or for the most part, e.g. that honey water is useful for a patient in a fever is true for the most part. But that which is contrary to the usual law science will be unable to state, i.e. when the thing does not happen, e.g., on the day of new moon, for even that which happens on the day of new moon happens then either always or for the most part. But the accidental is contrary to such laws. We have stated, then, what the accidental is, and from what cause it arises, and that there is no science which deals with it. Part 3 that there are principles and causes which are generable and destructible without ever being in course of being generated or destroyed, is obvious. For otherwise all things will be of necessity, since that which is being generated or destroyed must have a cause which is not accidentally its cause. Will A exist or not? It will if B happens, and if not, not. And B will exist if C happens. And thus if time is constantly subtracted from a limited extent of time, one will obviously come to the present. This man, then, will die by violence, if he goes out, and he will do this if he gets thirsty, and he will get thirsty if something else happens, and thus we shall come to that which is now present, or to some past event. For instance, he will go out if he gets thirsty, and he will get thirsty if he is eating pungent food, and this is either the case or not, so that he will of necessity die, or of necessity not die. And similarly if one jumps over to past events, the same account will hold good. For this I mean the past condition is already present in something. Everything, therefore, that will be of necessity. E.g. it is necessary that he who lives shall one day die, for already some condition has come into existence, e.g. the presence of contraries in the same body. But whether he is to die by disease or by violence is not yet determined, but depends on the happening of something else. Clearly then the process goes back to a certain starting point, but this no longer points to something further. This then will be the starting point for the fortuitous, and will have nothing else as cause of its coming to be. But to what sort of starting point and what sort of cause we thus refer the fortuitous, whether to matter or to the purpose or to the motive power, must be carefully considered. Part 4. Let us dismiss accidental being, for we have sufficiently determined its nature. But since that which is in the sense of being true, or is not in the sense of being false, depends on combination and separation, and truth and falsity together depend on the allocation of a pair of contradictory judgments, for the true judgment affirms where the subject and predicate really are combined, and denies where they are separated, while the false judgment has the opposite of this allocation. It is another question, how it happens that we think things together or apart. By together and apart, I mean thinking them so that there is no succession in the thoughts but they become a unity. For falsity and truth are not in things. It is not as if the good were true, and the bad were in itself false but in thought. While with regard to simple concepts and whats, falsity and truth do not exist even in thought. This being so, we must consider later what has to be discussed with regard to that which is or is not in this sense. But since the combination and the separation are in thought and not in the things, and that which is in this sense is a different sort of being from the things that are in the full sense, for the thought attaches or removes either the subject's what, or its having a certain quality or quantity or something else, that which is accidentally, and that which is in the sense of being true must be dismissed. For the cause of the former is indeterminate, and that of the latter is some affection of the thought, and both are related to the remaining genus of being, and do not indicate the existence of any separate class of being. Therefore let these be dismissed, and let us consider the causes and the principles of being itself, qua being. It was clear in our discussion of the various meanings of terms, that being has several meanings. Book 7. Part 1. There are several senses in which a thing may be said to be, as we pointed out previously in our book on the various senses of words. For in one sense the being meant is what a thing is, or this. And in another sense it means a quality or quantity or one of the other things that are predicated as these are. While being has all these senses, obviously that which is primarily is the what, which indicates the substance of the thing. For when we say of what quality a thing is, we say that it is good or bad, not that it is 3 cubits long or that it is a man. But when we say what it is, we do not say white, or hot, or 3 cubits long, but a man, or a god. And all other things are said to be because they are, some of them, quantities of that which is in this primary sense, others qualities of it, others affections of it, and others some other determination of it. And so one might even raise the question whether the words, to walk, to be healthy, to sit, imply that each of these things is existent, and similarly in any other case of this sort, for none of them is either self-subsistent or capable of being separated from substance, but rather, if anything, it is that which walks or sits or is healthy that is an existent thing. Now these are seen to be more real because there is something definite which underlies them, i.e. the substance or individual, which is implied in such a predicate. For we never use the word good or sitting without implying this. Clearly then it is in virtue of this category that each of the others also is. Therefore that which is primarily, i.e. not in a qualified sense but without qualification, must be substance. Now there are several senses in which a thing is said to be first. Yet substance is first in every sense: 1, in definition; 2, in order of knowledge; 3, in time. For 3 of the other categories none can exist independently, but only substance. And 1, in definition also this is first. For in the definition of each term the definition of its substance must be present. And 2, we think we know each thing most fully, when we know what it is, e.g. what man is or what fire is, rather than when we know its quality, its quantity, or its place, since we know each of these predicates also, only when we know what the quantity or the quality is. And indeed the question which was raised of old and is raised now and is always the subject of doubt, viz. what being is just the question, what is substance? For it is this that some assert to be one, others more than one, and that some assert to be limited in number, others unlimited. And so we also must consider chiefly and primarily and almost exclusively what that is which is. In this sense, Part 2, substance is thought to belong most obviously to bodies, and so we say that not only animals and plants and their parts are substances, but also natural bodies such as fire and water and earth and everything of the sort, and all things that are either parts of these or composed of these, either of parts or of the whole bodies, e.g. the physical universe and its parts, stars and moon and sun. But whether these alone are substances, or there are also others, or only some of these, or others as well, or none of these but only some other things, are substances, must be considered. Some think the limits of body, i.e. surface, line, point, and unit, are substances, and more so than body or the solid. Further, some do not think there is anything substantial besides sensible things, But others think there are eternal substances which are more in number and more real. E.g., Plato posited two kinds of substance, the forms and objects of mathematics, as well as a third kind, viz., the substance of sensible bodies. And Spevsippus made still more kinds of substance, beginning with the one, and assuming principles for each kind of substance, one for numbers, another for spatial magnitudes, and then another for the soul, and by going on in this way he multiplies the kinds of substance. And some say forms and numbers have the same nature, and the other things come after them, lines and planes, until we come to the substance of the material universe and to sensible bodies. Regarding these matters, then, we must inquire which of the common statements are right and which are not right, and what substances there are, and whether there are or are not any besides sensible substances, and how sensible substances exist, and whether there is a substance capable of separate existence, and if so why and how, or no such substance, apart from sensible substances, and we must first sketch the nature of substance. Part 3. The word substance is applied, if not in more senses, still at least to four main objects, for both the essence and the universal and the genus are thought to be the substance of each thing, and fourthly the substratum. Now the substratum is that of which everything else is predicated, while it is itself not predicated of anything else. And so we must first determine the nature of this. For that which underlies a thing primarily is thought to be in the truest sense its substance. And in one sense matter is said to be of the nature of substratum, in another, shape, and in a third, the compound of these. By the matter I mean, for instance, the bronze, by the shape the pattern of its form, and by the compound of these the statue, the concrete whole. Therefore if the form is prior to the matter and more real, it will be prior also to the compound of both. For the same reason, we have now outlined the nature of substance, showing that it is that which is not predicated of a stratum, but of which all else is predicated. But we must not merely state the matter thus, for this is not enough. The statement itself is obscure, and further, on this view, matter becomes substance. For if this is not substance, it baffles us to say what else is. When all else is stripped off, evidently nothing but matter remains. For while the rest are affections, products, and potencies of bodies, length, breadth, and depth are quantities and not substances, for a quantity is not a substance, but the substance is rather that to which these belong primarily. But when length and breadth and depth are taken away, we see nothing left unless there is something that is bounded by these, so that to those who consider the question thus matter alone must seem to be substance. By matter I mean that which in itself is neither a particular thing nor of a certain quantity nor assigned to any other of the categories by which being is determined. For there is something of which each of these is predicated, whose being is different from that of each of the predicates, for the predicates other than substance are predicated of substance, while substance is predicated of matter. Therefore the ultimate substratum is of itself neither a particular thing nor of a particular quantity nor otherwise positively characterized, nor yet is it the negations of these, for negations also will belong to it only by accident. If we adopt this point of view, then it follows that matter is substance. But this is impossible, for both separability and thisness are thought to belong chiefly to substance. And so form and the compound of form and matter would be thought to be substance, rather than matter. The substance compounded of both, i.e. of matter and shape, may be dismissed, for it is posterior and its nature is obvious. And matter also is in a sense manifest. But we must inquire into the third kind of substance. For this is the most perplexing. Some of the sensible substances are generally admitted to be substances, so that we must look first among these. For it is an advantage to advance to that which is more noble. For learning proceeds for all in this way through that which is less noble by nature to that which is more noble. And just as in conduct our task is to start from what is good for each and make what is without qualification good for each, so it is our task to start from what is more noble to oneself and make what is noble by nature noble to oneself. Now what is noble and primary for particular sets of people is often knowable to a very small extent, and has little or nothing of reality. But yet one must start from that which is barely knowable but knowable to oneself, and try to know what is knowable without qualification, passing, as has been said, by way of those very things which one does know. Part 4. Since at the start we distinguished the various marks by which we determine substance, and one of these was thought to be the essence, we must investigate this. And first let us make some linguistic remarks about it. The essence of each thing is what it is said to be propter se. For being you is not being musical, since you are not by your very nature musical. What, then, you are by your very nature is your essence. Nor yet is the whole of this the essence of a thing. Not that which is propter se as white is to a surface, because being a surface is not identical with being white. But again the combination of both, being a white surface, is not the essence of surface, because surface itself is added. The formula, therefore, in which the term itself is not present but its meaning is expressed, this is the formula of the essence of each thing. Therefore if to be a white surface is to be a smooth surface, to be white and to be smooth are one and the same. But since there are also compounds answering to the other categories, for there is a substratum for each category, e.g. for quality, quantity, time, place, and motion, we must inquire whether there is a formula of the essence of each of them, i.e. whether to these compounds also there belongs an essence, e.g., white man. Let the compound be denoted by cloak. What is the essence of cloak? But, it may be said, this also is not a propter se expression. We reply that there are just two ways in which a predicate may fail to be true of a subject propter se, and one of these results from the addition, and the other from the omission, of a determinant. One kind of predicate is not propter se because the term that is being defined is combined with another determinant, e.g. if in defining the essence of white one were to state the formula of white man. The other because in the subject another determinant is combined with that which is expressed in the formula, e.g. if cloak meant white man, and one were to define cloak as white. White man is white indeed, but its essence is not to be white. But is being a cloak an essence at all? Probably not. For the essence is precisely what something is, but when an attribute is asserted of a subject other than itself, the complex is not precisely what some this is, e.g. white man is not precisely what some this is, since thisness belongs only to substances. Therefore there is an essence only of those things whose formula is a definition. But we have a definition not where we have a word and a formula identical in meaning, for in that case all formulae or sets of words would be definitions, for there will be some name for any set of words whatever, so that even the Iliad will be a definition, but where there is a formula of something primary. And primary things are those which do not imply the predication of one element in them of another element. Nothing, then, which is not a species of a genus will have an essence only species will have it, for these are thought to imply not merely that the subject participates in the attribute and has it as an affection, or has it by accident, but for everything else as well, if it has a name, there be a formula of its meaning, viz. that this attribute belongs to this subject, or instead of a simple formula we shall be able to give a more accurate one. But there will be no definition nor essence. Or has definition, like what a thing is, several meanings. What a thing is in one sense means substance, and the this in another one or other of the predicates, quantity, quality, and the like. For as is belongs to all things, not however in the same sense, but to one sort of thing primarily and to others in a secondary way, so too, what a thing is belongs in the simple sense to substance, but in a limited sense to the other categories. For even of a quality we might ask what it is, so that quality also is a what a thing is, not in the simple sense, however, but just as, in the case of that which is not, some say, emphasizing the linguistic form, that is which is not is simply, but is non-existent, so too with quality. We must no doubt inquire how we should express ourselves on each point, but certainly not more than how the facts actually stand. And so now also, since it is evident what language we use, essence will belong, just as what a thing is does, primarily and in the simple sense to substance, and in a secondary way to the other categories. Also, not essence in the simple sense, but the essence of a quality or of a quantity. For it must be either by an equivocation that we say these are, or by adding to and taking from the meaning of are, in the way in which that which is not known may be said to be known, the truth being that we use the word neither ambiguously nor in the same sense, but just as we apply the word medical, by virtue of a reference to one and the same thing, not meaning one and the same thing, nor yet speaking ambiguously, for a patient and an operation and an instrument are called medical neither by an ambiguity nor with a single meaning, but with reference to a common end. But it does not matter at all in which of the two ways one likes to describe the facts. This is evident, that definition and essence in the primary and simple sense belong to substances. Still they belong to other things as well, only not in the primary sense. For if we suppose this, it does not follow that there is a definition of every word which means the same as any formula. It must mean the same as a particular kind of formula. And this condition is satisfied if it is a formula of something which is one, not by continuity like the Iliad or the things that are one by being bound together, but in one of the main senses of one, which answer to the senses of is, now. That which is in one sense denotes a this, in another a quantity, in another a quality. And so there can be a formula or definition even of white man, but not in the sense in which there is a definition either of white or of a substance. Part 5. It is a difficult question. If one denies that a formula with an added determinant is a definition, whether any of the terms that are not simple but coupled will be definable. For we must explain them by adding a determinant. E.g., there is the nose, and concavity, and snubness, which is compounded out of the two by the presence of the one in the other, and it is not by accident that the nose has the attribute either of concavity or of snubness, but in virtue of its nature, nor do they attach to it as whiteness does to Callias, or to man, because Callias, who happens to be a man, is white, but as male, attaches to animal and equal to quantity, and as also called attributes propter se, attached to their subjects. And such attributes are those in which is involved either the formula or the name of the subject of the particular attribute, and which cannot be explained without this. E.g., white can be explained apart from man, but not female apart from animal. Therefore there is either no essence and definition of any of these things, or if there is, it is in another sense, as we have said. But there is also a second difficulty about them. For if snub nose and concave nose are the same thing, snub and concave will be the thing. But if snub and concave are not the same, because it is impossible to speak of snugness apart from the thing of which it is an attribute. Propter se, for snugness is concavity in a nose. Either it is impossible to say, snub nose, or the same thing will have been said twice, concave nose nose. For snub nose will be concave nose nose. And so it is absurd that such things should have an essence. If they have, there will be an infinite regress. For in snub nose nose yet another nose will be involved. Clearly, then, only substance is definable. For if the other categories also are definable, it must be by addition of a determinant, e.g. the qualitative is defined thus, and so is the odd, for it cannot be defined apart from number, nor can female be defined apart from animal. When I say, by addition, I mean the expressions in which it turns out that we are saying the same thing twice, as in these instances. And if this is true, coupled terms also, like odd number, will not be definable, but this escapes our notice because our formulae are not accurate. But if these also are definable, either it is in some other way or, as we definition and essence must be said to have more than one sense. Therefore in one sense nothing will have a definition and nothing will have an essence, except substances, but in another sense other things will have them. Clearly, then, definition is the formula of the essence, and essence belongs to substances either alone or chiefly and primarily and in the unqualified sense. Part 6. We must inquire whether each thing and its essence are the same or different. This is of some use for the inquiry concerning substance, for each thing is thought to be not different from its substance. And the essence is said to be the substance of each thing. Now in the case of accidental unities the two would be generally thought to be different, e.g. white man would be thought to be different from the essence of white man. For if they are the same, the essence of man and that of white man are also the same. For a man and a white man are the same thing, as people say, so that the essence of white man and that of man would be also the same. But perhaps it does not follow that the essence of accidental unities should be the same as that of the simple terms. For the extreme terms are not in the same way identical with the middle term. But perhaps this might be thought to follow, that the extreme terms, the accidents, should turn out to be the same, e.g. the essence of white and that of musical. But this is not actually thought to be the case. But in the case of so-called self-subsistent things, is a thing necessarily the same as its essence? E.g. if there are some substances which have no other substances nor entities prior to them, substances such as some assert the ideas to be. If the essence of good is to be different from good itself, and the essence of animal from animal itself, and the essence of being from being itself, there will, firstly, be other substances and entities and ideas besides those which are asserted, and, secondly, these others will be prior substances, if essence is substance. And if the posterior substances and the prior are severed from each other, a. there will be no knowledge of the former, and b. the latter will have no being. By severed, I mean, if the good itself has not the essence of good, and the latter has not the property of being good. For a. there is knowledge of each thing only when we know its essence, and b. the case is the same for other things as for the good, so that if the essence of good is not good, neither is the essence of reality real, nor the essence of unity one. And all essences alike exist or none of them does, so that if the essence of reality is not real, neither is any of the others. Again, that to which the essence of good does not belong is not good. The good, then, must be one with the essence of good, and the beautiful with the essence of beauty, and so with all things which do not depend on something else but are self-subsistent and primary. For it is enough if they are this, even if they are not forms, or rather, perhaps, even if they are forms. At the same time, it is clear that if there are ideas such as some people say there are, it will not be substratum. That is substance. For these must be substances, but not predicable of a substratum. For if they were, they would exist only by being participated in. Each thing itself, then, and its essence are one and the same in no merely accidental way, as is evident both from the preceding arguments and because to know each thing, at least, is just to know its essence, so that even by the exhibition of instances it becomes clear that both must be one, but of an accidental term, e.g., the musical, or the white. Since it has two meanings, it is not true to say that it itself is identical with its essence. For both that to which the accidental quality belongs, and the accidental quality, are white, so that in a sense the accident and its essence are the same, and in a sense they are not, for the essence of white is not the same as the man or the white man, but it is the same as the attribute white. The absurdity of the separation would appear also if one were to assign a name to each of the essences, for there would be yet another essence besides the original one, e.g. to the essence of horse there will belong a second essence. Yet why should not some things be their essences from the start, since essence is substance? But indeed not only are a thing and its essence one, but the formula of them is also the same, as is clear even from what has been said, for it is not by accident that the essence of one, and the one, are one. Further, if they are to be different, the process will go on to infinity, for we shall have 1, the essence of one, and 2, the one, so that to terms of the former kind the same argument will be applicable. Clearly, then, each primary and self-subsistent thing is one and the same as its essence. The sophistical objections to this position, and the question whether Socrates and to be Socrates are the same thing, are obviously answered by the same solution. For there is no difference either in the standpoint from which the question would be asked, or in that from which one could answer it successfully. We have explained, then, in what sense each thing is the same as its essence and in what sense it is not. Part 7. Of things that come to be. Some come to be by nature, some by art, some spontaneously. Now everything that comes to be by the agency of something and from something and comes to be something. And the something which I say it comes to be may be found in any category. It may come to be either a this, or of some size or of some quality or somewhere. Now natural comings to be are the comings to be of those things which come to be by nature, and that out of which they come to be is what we call matter, and that by which they come to be is something which exists naturally, and the something which they come to be is a man, or a plant or one of the things of this kind, which we say are substances. If anything is, all things produced either by nature or by art have matter. For each of them is capable both of being and of not being, and this capacity is the matter in each and, in general, both that from which they are produced is nature, and the type according to which they are produced is nature. For that which is produced, e.g. a plant or an animal, has a nature, and so is that by which they are produced, the so-called formal nature, which is specifically the same, though this is in another individual, for man begets man. Thus, then, are natural products produced. All other productions are called makings. And all makings proceed either from art or from a faculty or from thought. Some of them happen also spontaneously or by luck, just as natural products sometimes do. For there also the same things sometimes are produced without seed as well as from seed. Concerning these cases, then, we must inquire later, but from art proceed the things of which the form is in the soul of the artist. By form I mean the essence of each thing and its primary substance. For even contraries have in a sense the same form. for the substance of a privation is the opposite substance, e.g. health is the substance of disease, for disease is the absence of health, and health is the formula in the soul or the knowledge of it. The healthy subject is produced as the result of the following train of thought. Since this is health, if the subject is to be healthy, this must first be present, e.g. a uniform state of body, and if this is to be present, there must be heat. And the physician goes on thinking thus until he reduces the matter to a final something which he himself can produce. Then the process from this point onward, i.e. the process towards health, is called a making. Therefore it follows that in a sense health comes from health and house from house, that with matter from that without matter. For the medical art and the building art are the form of health and of the house, and when I speak of substance without matter I mean the essence of the productions or processes. One part is called thinking and the other making, that which proceeds from the starting point, and the form is thinking, and that which proceeds from the final step of the thinking is making. And each of the other, intermediate, things is produced in the same way. I mean, for instance, if the subject is to be healthy, his bodily state must be made uniform. What then does being made uniform imply? This or that. And this depends on his being made warm. What does this imply? Something else. And this something is present potentially. And what is present potentially is already in the physician's power. The active principle then and the starting point for the process of becoming healthy is, if it happens by art, the form in the soul, and if spontaneously, it is that, whatever it is, which starts the making. For the man who makes by art, as in healing, the starting point is perhaps the production of warmth, and this the physician produces by rubbing. Warmth in the body, then, is either a part of health or is followed, either directly or through several intermediate steps, by something similar which is a part of health. And this, viz. that which produces the part of health, is the limiting point, and so too with a house. The stones are the limiting point here, and in all other cases. Therefore, as the saying goes, it is impossible that anything should be produced if there were nothing existing before. Obviously then some part of the result will pre-exist of necessity. For the matter is a part. For this is present in the process, and it is this that becomes something. But is the matter an element even in the formula? We certainly describe in both ways what brazen circles are. We describe both the matter by saying it is brass, and the form by saying that it is such and such a figure. And figure is the proximate genus in which it is placed. The brazen circle, then, has its matter in its formula. As for that out of which as matter they are produced, some things are said, when they have been produced, to be not that but thetan. E.g. the statue is not gold but golden. And a healthy man is not said to be that from which he has come. The reason is that though a thing comes both from its privation and from its substratum, which we call its matter, e.g. what becomes healthy is both a man and an invalid. It is said to come rather from its privation, e.g. it is from an invalid rather than from a man that a healthy subject is produced. And so the healthy subject is not said to be an invalid, but to be a man, and the man is said to be healthy. But as for the things whose privation is obscure and nameless, e.g. in brass the privation of a particular shape or in bricks and timber the privation of arrangement as a house, the thing is thought to be produced from these materials, as in the former case the healthy man is produced from an invalid. And so, as there also a thing is not said to be that from which it comes, here the statue is not said to be wood but is said by a verbal change to be wooden, not brass but brazen, not gold but golden, and the house is said to be not bricks but bricken, though we should not say without qualification. If we looked at the matter carefully, even that a statue is produced from wood or a house from bricks, because coming to be implies change in that from which a thing comes to be, and not permanence. It is for this reason, then, that we use this way of speaking. Part 8. Since anything which is produced by something, and this I call the starting point of the production, and from something, and let this be taken to be not the privation but the matter, for the meaning we attach to this has already been explained. And since something is produced, and this is either a sphere or a circle or whatever else, it may chance to be, just as we do not make the substratum, the brass, so we do not make the sphere, except incidentally, because the brazen sphere is a sphere and we make the form. For to make a this is to make a this out of the substratum in the full sense of the word. I mean that to make the brass round is not to make the round or the sphere, but something else, i.e. to produce this form in something different from itself. For if we make the form, we must make it out of something else, for this was assumed. E.g., we make a brazen sphere, and that in the sense that out of this, which is brass, we make this other, which is a sphere. If, then, we also make the substratum itself, clearly we shall make it in the same way, and the processes of making will regress to infinity. Obviously then the form also, or whatever we ought to call the shape present in the sensible thing, is not produced, nor is there any production of it, nor is the essence produced, for this is that which is made to be in something else either by art or by nature or by some faculty. But that there is a brazen sphere, this we make, for we make it out of brass and the sphere. We bring the form into this particular matter, and the result is a brazen sphere. But if the essence of sphere in general is to be produced, something must be produced out of something. For the product will always have to be divisible, and one part must be this and another that. I mean the one must be matter and the other form. If, then, a sphere is the figure whose circumference is at all points equidistant from the center, part of this will be the medium in which the thing made will be, and part will be in that medium, and the whole will be the thing produced, which corresponds to the brazen sphere. It is obvious, then, from what has been said, that that which is spoken of as form or substance is not produced, but the concrete thing which gets its name from this is produced, and that in everything which is generated matter is present, and one part of the thing is matter and the other form. Is there, then, a sphere apart from the individual spheres or a house? Apart from the bricks? Rather we may say that no, this would ever have been coming to be, if this had been so, but that the form means the such, and is not a this, a definite thing, but the artist makes, or the father begets, a such, out of a this, and when it has been begotten, it is a this such, and the whole this, Callias or Socrates, is analogous to this brazen sphere, but man and animal to brazen sphere, in general. Obviously, then, the cause which consists of the forms, taken in the sense in which some maintain the existence of the forms, i.e. if they are something apart from the individuals, is useless, at least with regard to comings to be and to substances, and the forms need not, for this reason at least, be self-subsistent substances. In some cases indeed it is even obvious that the begetter is of the same kind as the begotten, not, however, the same nor one in number, but in form, i.e. in the case of natural products, for man begets man, unless something happens contrary to nature, e.g. the production of a mule by a horse. And even these cases are similar. For that which would be found to be common to horse and ass, the genus next above them, has not received a name, but it would doubtless be both in fact something like a mule. Obviously, therefore, it is quite unnecessary to set up a form as a pattern, for we should have looked For forms in these cases if in any. For these are substances if anything is so, the begetter is adequate to the making of the product and to the causing of the form in the matter. And when we have the whole, such and such a form in this flesh and in these bones, this is Callias. Or Socrates. And they are different in virtue of their matter, for that is different, but the same in form, for their form is indivisible. Part 9. The question might be raised, why some things are produced spontaneously as well as by art, e.g. health, while others are not, e.g. a house. The reason is that in some cases the matter which governs the production. In the making and producing of any work of art, and in which a part of the product is present, some matter is such as to be set in motion by itself and some is not of this nature, and of the former kind some can move itself in the particular way required, while other matter is incapable of this. For many things can be set in motion by themselves but not in some particular way, e.g. that of dancing. The things, then, whose matter is of this sort, e.g. stones, cannot be moved in the particular way required, except by something else, but in another way they can move themselves, and so it is with fire. Therefore some things will not exist apart from someone who has the art of making them, while others will. For motion will be started by these things which have not the art but can themselves be moved by other things which have not the art or with a motion starting from a part of the product. And it is clear also from what has been said that in a sense every product of art is produced from a thing which shares its name, as natural products are produced, or from a part of itself which shares its name. E.g. the house is produced from a house, qua produced by reason, for the art of building is the form of the house, or from something which contains a art of it, if we exclude things produced by accident. For the cause of the things producing the product directly per se is a part of the product. The heat in the movement caused heat in the body, and this is either health, or a part of health, or is followed by a part of health or by health itself. And so it is said to cause health, because it causes that to which health attaches as a consequence. Therefore, as in syllogisms, substance is the starting point of everything. It is from what a thing is that syllogisms start, and from it also we now find processes of production to start. Things which are formed by nature are in the same case as these products of art. For the seed is productive in the same way as the things that work by art, for it has the form potentially, and that from which the seed comes has in a sense the same name as the offspring only. In a sense, for we must not expect parent and offspring always to have exactly the same name, as in the production of human being, from human, for a woman also can be produced by a man, unless the offspring be an imperfect form, which is the reason why the parent of a mule is not a mule. The natural things which, like the artificial objects previously considered, can be produced spontaneously are those whose matter can be moved even by itself in the way in which the seed usually moves it. Those things which have not such matter cannot be produced except from the parent animals themselves. But not only regarding substance does our argument prove that its form does not come to be, but the argument applies to all the primary classes alike, i.e. quantity, quality, and the other categories. For as the brazen sphere comes to be, but not the sphere nor the brass, and so too in the case of brass itself, if it comes to be, it is its concrete unity that comes to be, for the matter and the form must always exist before. So is it both in the case of substance and in that of quality and quantity and the other categories likewise. For the quality does not come to be, but the wood of that quality, and the quantity does not come to be, but the wood or the animal of that size. But we may learn from these instances a peculiarity of substance, that there must exist beforehand in complete reality another substance which produces it, e.g. an animal if an animal is produced, but it is not necessary that a quality or quantity should pre-exist otherwise. Then potentially. Part 10. Since a definition is a formula, and every formula has parts, and as the formula is to the thing, so is the part of the formula to the part of the thing, the question is already being asked whether the formula of the parts must be present in the formula of the whole or not. For in some cases the formulae of the parts are seen to be present, and in some not. The formula of the circle does not include that of the segments, but that of the syllable includes that of the letters. Yet the circle is divided into segments as the syllable is into letters. And further, if the parts are prior to the whole, and the acute angle is a part of the right angle and the finger a part of the animal, the acute angle will be prior to the right angle and finger to the man. But the latter are thought to be prior. For in formula the parts are explained by reference to them, and in respect also of the power of existing apart from each other the wholes are prior to the parts. Perhaps we should rather say that part is used in several senses. One of these is that which measures another thing in respect of quantity. But let this sense be set aside. Let us inquire about the parts of which substance consists. If then matter is one thing, form another, the compound of these a third, and both the matter and the form and the compound are substance, even the matter is in a sense called part of a thing, while in a sense it is not, but only the elements of which the formula of the form consists. E.g. of concavity flesh, for this is the matter in which it is produced, is not a part, but of snubness. It is a part, and the bronze is a part of the concrete statue, but not of the statue when this is spoken of in the sense of the form. For the form, or the thing as having form, should be said to be the thing, but the material element by itself must never be said to be so. And so the formula of the circle does not include that of the segments, but the formula of the syllable includes that of the letters. For the letters are parts of the formula of the form, and not matter, but the segments are parts in the sense of matter on which the form supervenes. Yet they are nearer the form than the bronze is when roundness is produced in bronze. But in a sense not even every kind of letter will be present in the formula of the syllable, e.g. particular waxen letters or the letters as movements in the air, for in these also we have already something that is part of the syllable only in the sense that it is its perceptible matter. For even if the line when divided passes away into its halves, or the man into bones and muscles and flesh, it does not follow that they are composed of these as parts of their essence, but rather as matter. And these are parts of the concrete thing, but not also of the form, i.e. of that to which the formula refers, wherefore also they are not present in the formulae. In one kind of formula, then, the formula of such parts will be present. But in another it must not be present, where the formula does not refer to the concrete object. For it is for this reason that some things have as their constituent principles parts into which they pass away, while some have not. Those things which are the form and the matter taken together, e.g. the snub, or the bronze circle, pass away into these materials, and the matter is a part of them. But those things which do not involve matter but are without matter, and whose formulae are formulae of the form only, do not pass away, either not at all or at any rate not in this way. Therefore these materials are principles and parts of the concrete things, while of the form they are neither parts nor principles. And therefore the clay statue is resolved into clay and the ball into bronze and Callias into flesh and bones, and again the circle into its segments. For there is a sense of circle in which involves matter. For circle is used ambiguously, meaning both the circle, unqualified, and the individual circle, because there is no name peculiar to the individuals. The truth has indeed now been stated, but still let us state it yet more clearly. taking up the question again. The parts of the formula, into which the formula is divided, are prior to it, either all or some of them. The formula of the right angle, however, does not include the formula of the acute, but the formula of the acute includes that of the right angle. For he who defines the acute uses the right angle, for the acute is less than a right angle. The circle and the semicircle also are in a like relation, for the semicircle is defined by the circle, and so is the finger by the whole body, for a finger is such and such a part of a man. Therefore the parts which are of the nature of matter, and into which as its matter a thing is divided, are posterior. But those which are of the nature of parts of the formula, and of the substance according to its formula, are prior, either all or some of them. And since the soul of animals, for this is the substance of a living being, is their substance according to the formula, i.e., the form and the essence of a body of a certain kind, at least we shall define each part, if we define it well, not without reference to its function, and this cannot belong to it without perception, so that the parts of soul are prior, either all or some of them, to the concrete, animal, and so too with each individual animal. And the body and parts are posterior to this, the essential substance, and it is not the substance but the concrete thing that is divided into these parts as its matter. This being so, to the concrete thing. These are in a sense prior, but in a sense they are not. For they cannot even exist if severed from the whole. For it is not a finger in any and every state that is the finger of a living thing, but a dead finger is a finger only in name. Some parts are neither prior, nor posterior to the whole, i.e. those which are dominant and in which the formula, i.e. the essential substance, is immediately present, e.g. perhaps the heart or the brain, for it does not matter in the least which of the two has this quality. But man and horse and terms, which are thus applied to individuals, but universally, are not substance but something composed of this particular formula and this particular matter treated as universal. And as regards the individual, Socrates already includes in him ultimate individual matter. And similarly, in all other cases, a part may be a part either of the form, i.e. of the essence, or of the compound of the form and the matter, or of the matter itself. But only the parts of the form are parts of the formula, and the formula is of the universal, for, being a circle, is the same as the circle, and, being a soul, the same as the soul. But when we come to the concrete thing, e.g. this circle, i.e. one of the individual circles, whether perceptible or intelligible, I mean by intelligible circles the mathematical, and by perceptible circles those of bronze and of wood. Of these there is no definition, but they are known by the aid of intuitive thinking or of perception. And when they pass out of this complete realization it is not clear whether they exist or not, but they are always stated and recognized by means of the universal formula. But matter is unknowable in itself. And some matter is perceptible and some intelligible, perceptible matter being for instance bronze and wood and all matter that is changeable, and intelligible matter being that which is present in perceptible things not qua perceptible, i.e. the objects of mathematics. We have stated, then, how matters stand with regard to whole and part, and their priority and posteriority. But when anyone asks whether the right angle and the circle and the animal are prior, or the things into which they are divided and of which they consist, i.e. the parts, we must meet the inquiry by saying that the question cannot be answered simply. For if even bare soul is the animal or the living thing, or the soul of each individual is the individual itself, and, being a circle, is the circle, and, being a right angle, and the essence of the right angle is the right angle, then the whole in one sense must be called posterior to the art in one sense, i.e. to the parts included in the formula and to the parts of the individual right angle, for both the material right angle which is made of bronze, and that which is formed by individual lines, are posterior to their parts, while the immaterial right angle is posterior to the parts included in the formula, but prior to those included in the particular instance, and the question must not be answered simply. If, however, the soul is something different and is not identical with the animal, even so some parts must, as we have maintained, be called prior and others must not. Part 11. Another question is naturally raised, viz. What sort of parts belong to the form and what sort not to the form, but to the concrete thing. Yet if this is not plain, it is not possible to define anything, for definition is of the universal and of the form. If then it is not evident what sort of parts are of the nature of matter and what sort are not, neither will the formula of the thing be evident. In the case of things which are found to occur in specifically different materials, as a circle may exist in bronze or stone or wood, it seems plain that these, the bronze or the stone, are no part of the essence of the circle, since it is found apart from them. Of things which are not seen to exist apart, there is no reason why the same may not be true, just as if all circles that had ever been seen were of bronze. For none the less the bronze would be no part of the form, but it is hard to eliminate it in thought. E.g., the form of man is always found in flesh and bones and parts of this kind. Are these then also parts of the form and the formula? No, they are matter, but because man is not found also in other matters, we are unable to perform the abstraction. Since this is thought to be possible, but it is not clear when it is the case, some people already raise the question even in the case of the circle and the triangle, thinking that it is not right to define these by reference to lines and to the continuous, but that all these are to the circle or the triangle as flesh and bones are to man, and bronze or stone to the statue, and they reduce all things to numbers, and they say the formula of line is that of 2. And of those who assert the ideas, some make 2 the line itself, and others make it the form of the line, for in some cases they say the form and that of which it is the form are the same, e.g., 2 and the form of 2, but in the case of line, they say this is no longer so. It follows then that there is one form for many things whose form is evidently different, a conclusion which confronted the Pythagoreans also, and it is possible to make one thing the form itself of all, and to hold that the others are not forms, but thus all things will be one. We have pointed out, then, that the question of definitions contains some difficulty, and why this is so. And so to reduce all things thus to forms and to eliminate the matter is useless labor, for some things surely are a particular form in a particular matter, or particular things in a particular state. And the comparison which Socrates the Younger used to make in the case of animal is not sound, for it leads away from the truth, and makes one suppose that man can possibly exist without his parts, as the circle can without the bronze. But the case is not similar, for an animal is something perceptible, and it is not possible to define it without reference to movement nor, therefore, without reference to the parts being in a certain state. For it is not a hand in any and every state that is a part of man, but only when it can fulfill its work, and therefore only when it is alive. If it is not alive, it is not a part. Regarding the objects of mathematics, why are the formulae of the parts not parts of the formulae of the wholes? E.g., why are not the semicircles included in the formula of the circle? It cannot be said, because these parts are perceptible things, for they are not. But perhaps this makes no difference, for even some things which are not perceptible must have matter. Indeed, there is some matter in everything which is not an essence and a bare form but a this. The semicircles, then, will not be parts of the universal circle, but will be parts of the individual circles, as has been said before, for while one kind of matter is perceptible, there is another which is intelligible. It is clear also that the soul is the primary substance and the body is matter, and man or animal is the compound of both taken universally, and Socrates, or Coriscus, if even the soul of Socrates may be called Socrates, has two meanings, for some mean by such a term the soul, and others mean the concrete thing, but if Socrates, or Coriscus, means simply this particular soul and this particular body, the individual is analogous to the universal in its composition. Whether there is, apart from the matter of such substances, another kind of matter, and one should look for some substance other than these, e.g. numbers or something of the sort, must be considered later. For it is for the sake of this that we are trying to determine the nature of perceptible substances as well, since in a sense the inquiry about perceptible substances is the work of physics, i.e. of second philosophy. For the physicist must come to know not only about the matter, but also about the substance expressed in the formula, and even more than about the other. And in the case of definitions, how the elements in the formula are parts of the definition, and why the definition is one formula. For clearly the thing is one, but in virtue of what is the thing one, although it has parts, this must be considered later. What the essence is and in what sense it is independent, has been stated universally in a way which is true of every case, and also why the formula of the essence of some things contains the parts of the thing defined, while that of others does not. And we have stated that in the formula of the substance the material parts will not be present, for they are not even parts of the substance in that sense, but of the concrete substance, but of this there is in a sense a formula. And in a sense there is not. For there is no formula of it with its matter, for this is indefinite, but there is a formula of it with reference to its primary substance, e.g. in the case of man the formula of the soul, for the substance is the indwelling form, from which and the matter the so-called concrete substance is derived. E.g. concavity is a form of this sort, for from this and the nose arise snub nose and snubness, but in the concrete substance, e.g. a snub nose or callius, the matter also will be present. And we have stated that the essence and the thing itself are in some cases the same, i.e. in the case of primary substances, e.g. curvature and the essence of curvature if this is primary. By a primary substance I mean one which does not imply the presence of something in something else, i.e. in something that underlies it which acts as matter. But things which are of the nature of matter, or of wholes that include matter, are not the same as their essences, nor accidental unities like that of Socrates, and musical, for these are the same only by accident. Part 12. Now let us treat first of definition, insofar as we have not treated of it in the analytics, for the problem stated in them is useful for our inquiries concerning substance. I mean this problem, wherein can consist the unity of that, the formula of which we call a definition, as for instance, in the case of man, two-footed animal, for let this be the formula of man. Why, then, is this one, and not many, viz. animal, and two-footed? For in the case of man, and pale, there is a plurality when one term does not belong to the other, but a unity when it does belong and the subject, man, has a certain attribute. For then a unity is produced and we have the pale man. In the present case, on the other hand, one does not share in the other. The genus is not thought to share in its differentiae, for then the same thing would share in contraries, for the differentiae by which the genus is divided are contrary. And even if the genus does share in them, the same argument applies, since the differentiae present in man are many, e.g. endowed with feet, two-footed, featherless. Why are these one and not many? not because they are present in one thing. For on this principle a unity can be made out of all the attributes of a thing. But surely all the attributes in the definition must be one. For the definition is a single formula and a formula of substance, so that it must be a formula of some one thing. For substance means a one and a this, as we maintain. We must first inquire about definitions reached by the method of divisions. There is nothing in the definition except the first named, and the differentiae. The other genera are the first genus and along with this the differentiae that are taken with it, e.g. the first may be animal, the next animal which is two-footed, and again animal which is two-footed and featherless, and similarly if the definition includes more terms. And in general it makes no difference whether it includes many or few terms, nor, therefore, whether it includes few or simply two, and of the two the one is differentia and the other genus, e.g. in two-footed animal, animal is genus, and the other is differentia. If then the genus absolutely does not exist apart from the species of a genus, or if it exists but exists as matter, for the voice is genus and matter, but its differentiae make the species, i.e. the letters, out of it, clearly the definition is the formula which comprises the differentiae. But it is also necessary that the division be by the differentia. Of the differentia, e.g., endowed with feet, is a differentia of animal, again the differentia of animal endowed